Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the final day of the Candidates 2022. This is your host Sagar Shah and welcoming all of you to an amazing day filled with a lot of fun and excitement. And today is the last day, and there's a lot of things that can happen. And a lot of things that we will discuss about, just trying to fix everything here. Uh, and let's see if we can get everything in order. Jan Nepomniachtchi has already won the tournament, so the winner of the tournament is already decided, but there is still something more to play for in this event, and that is for the second spot. Why is the second spot important? Well, the second spot is very important because if Magnus Carlsen decides to not play the candidates, then the player who finishes second gets to face off against Nepomniachtchi. So that's the reason why this tournament, this round is actually a very critical one. And who are the players who have a chance actually to finish in the top? Well, let me just pull up the standings here so that you have an idea as to who can win today and have a chance. So here is the thing. Nepo is on 9 points, so he's now untouchable at the top. Hikaru is on 7.5. He needs only a draw because he is facing Ding Liren, who is on number 3. So if Hikaru draws, he is number 2. If Ding Liren draws, wins, he will be number 2. So that is, I think, very clear there between the two. Radjabov is facing off against Rapport over there, and that is another important game. So Radjabov has an outside chance. If actually Radjabov doesn't have a chance, right? Because if Ding draws, Nakamura reaches 8. Yeah, so I think only Nakamura and Ding have a chance now. There's no way that Radjabov or Caruana have any chance to make it to the top, which means that one of these two will become the second place finishers in the tournament, and this is going to be very interesting to see. And guys, how are all of you doing, and what is up, what is happening with all of you? Can you hear me well? Why will Magnus leave his spot? Because he mentioned about it. It was not like he did not. He said that he is not very keen on playing the World Championship. Okay, so let's get rolling. Let's get to the game. The first game is between, we are going to see between Ding and uh, Hikaru. The game starts off with d4, knight f6, c4. I think I've got the wrong live board there. Yeah, now all good. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, and c5. What is the name of this opening, guys? He'll definitely play the World Championship, says Mayur. Let's see. No, I mean, Magnus, if he gives up this title, he will not be like, uh, someone else will become the world champion. There will be other things also that he can do. What if the format itself is changed? What if the FIDE administration changes the format? There are many things that can happen from here. This is known as the Tarash. You're right. It is not semi Tarash yet, because if I take here and you take with the knight, it is semi Tarash. if you take with the pawn, it is called Tarash. So there was this very strong player called Siegbert Tarash, and he loved to play with the isolated pawn. So whenever someone took here, he would take with the pawn, and then people would ask him, are you not afraid of taking an isolated pawn? Because eventually white will take on c5. So something like g3, knight c6, bishop g2, bishop e7, castles, d takes c5, bishop c5. This happens often. And then black is left with an isolated pawn. And Tarash used to say, the man who is afraid of playing with an isolated pawn should give up chess. That was his very that was his very bold statement that he had made about the isolated queen pawn. So people started to then take cd5 with knight takes d5, and that was known as the semi Tarash. It's not the complete Tarash, but semi Tarash, and that would lead to interesting positions after take, cd, bishop b4 check. Why would you say the statement that isolated pawn is dangerous? No, it's not dangerous. It's basically weak here. So if you have this position, it's weak. The square in front of it is an outpost. I can park my knight here. So many times people are afraid to take such a pawn. Suppose you have a pawn here as black, then your pawn structure is more safe in that sense. Okay. Ding goes e3. Now, the main challenge for Ding Liren is to avoid highly theoretical battles, because if he plays very theoretically, then Nakamura will be well prepared and will get an easy draw. But if he's able to manage to keep the play going for many moves, then he would have a good chance. So, knight to c6 was played, all symmetrical, a3. This is the last round, Rehan. This is the last round. a3. D takes c4 was played. So somewhere actually we are now, I think, transposed into a queen's gambit accepted. So that could have happened this way: d4, d5, c4, d takes c4, knight f3, knight f6, e3, e6, bishop c4, c5, knight to c3, knight c6. But I think very rarely would white play a move like a3 here in such a position. You know, white would generally castle or something like that. So the move that was played here in the game, the move order, I think it leads to a kind of an unambitious queen's gambit accepted. But okay, a6. Idea is to play b5. Bishop went back. b5. Okay, here's a small question to everyone in the chat, a warm-up question. If takes, would you take back with the knight? So right, knight takes d4, or with the pawn, e takes d4. What would you take back with? Is the question to all of you here. Let me know. What is it that you would recapture with? Right, try to write e takes d4 or n takes d4. So let's see. The move that you are mentioning is e takes d4 is there, and also knight takes d4. Now all those who have said knight takes d4, I do not like this move. Can anyone tell me why is this not a good move? Well, it's playable, but it's not the best. Why? Knight takes d4 looks natural, but it is not good. It's not because you are losing a pawn. No, it's not that you lose a pawn, because let's say I take, I cannot take this pawn anymore. Correct? Because of Pawn will, yes, isolated pawn, but even if you take e takes d4, it is an isolated pawn anyway. So what is the difference in between two? Let's see who is the one who is able to tell me. Very good, Ritankar Nath. Excellent, Ritankar Nath. Safal Fazil, very good, very good. No, so the thing is, when you have the isolated pawn with yourself, you want to keep more pieces on the board. And so anyway, white is going to get isolated pawn on d4. So it makes sense that you take with the pawn, keeping these two pairs of knights, rather than taking with the knight and exchanging one pair of knights already there. Okay. So I hope you got this. Anyway, it was not possible to win a pawn, right? Because here, even here, if you take queen takes, there is bishop b5, the most common trick in the book, whereby you lose your queen. It's called a discovered check. So Hikaru did not go for c takes d4. He played the move after bishop d3, b5, and now Ding took on c5, bishop c5, and played his pawn to b4. Now Hikaru could have played bishop d6 here with a 100% symmetry, but he went bishop e7, castles, bishop b7, bishop b2, and castles. So we have a very symmetrical position on the board with only one difference in the position. What is that difference? If Hikaru wins Prashant, then he finishes second. For Hikaru, I think it doesn't make a difference if he finishes with a draw or a win. In both cases, he finishes second. So Hikaru is just looking for half a point today. Yes, the bishop is on d3 and the bishop is on e7. These are the two only differences. Now, who does it benefit more? Guys, what do you think? Whom does it benefit? Does it benefit white or does it benefit black? Who do you think has more to gain with this position of the bishops? White? Ding, everyone thinks white. Well, I would think logically there are two advantages that white has. One is that it is his move. One is that it is his move. In this position, it's white to play. And the second one is that the bishop on d3 is slightly more active looking at the direction of the king than the bishop on e7. Vishal Pai says both bishops are pointing towards the king. That is true. So if white has to continue here, what is the move that comes to your mind? First thought. Queen e2, queen c2. Okay. h4, Arnav, h4, very interesting. e4, queen c2, rook e1, rook c1, knight e2. Interesting. Kalpak wants to bring his knight from e2 to maybe g3, perhaps. I think everyone wants to connect the rooks and move the queen. The question does remain whether you should put your queen here, whether you should put your queen here. And this will be something that we can learn from Ding as to what is his plan. I think one of the moves that comes to my mind, and that is what Paras Bhoir and Jeet Jani have also mentioned, is knight e4. Because imagine, guys, why is this move interesting? I'm making use of my bishop here, and I'm also unleashing my other bishop in this diagonal. So let's say you take on e4. Now, otherwise, I could very well think of going to c5, whereby I will attack your bishop. Okay, I might not play directly because you might take here. Again, that is again a debatable decision. Like let's say after say something like rook c8, I can go rook c1, but I can also think about doing this. I ruin my structure because my pawn is now alone and isolated, but I do get a very powerful bishop in return. This might not be the best way to continue because of knight a5. Yet, if black were to play knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, I have a feeling that white is definitely putting some pressure in the position. But here what happens generally is, guys, black will try to think what is the way in which I can neutralize this slight pressure which is there. You know, this pin here, this attack. So can you find a move for black that neutralizes this pressure in the position? White to play. Rakshit says queen e2 is better because queen c2 runs into rook c8. But you have to be very, very concrete here, because queen c2 is more active, putting pressure on h7. While on e2, the queen is not doing much. So while your thinking is correct, generally, that queen on e2 is a better square for the queen, in such symmetrical positions, you have to be very careful. Even the slightest of edge you want to get, you have to be precise and calculate. You can't play on feel only. So everyone wants to play bishop f6. I think that would put a lot of problems, because after bishop f6, I can take, and after queen takes, you have to find a winning move for white here, guys. What do you do? Come on, bishop f6 is clearly the move I was waiting for from all of you. What is the move here for white? Anurag says queen c2 is a blunder because bishop takes b4 is coming. Interesting, Anurag. Maybe bishop b4. Yeah, that's a very interesting move. Let's think about it, actually. Let's think about it. That's a very good suggestion by Anurag. What's your name? Anurag MS. Well done. Yes, I think many of you have found this. The right answer has been given by Mistadam, Dharmik, Dhanai, Bhavya, Mohammad Shoaib, Ritankar, Shubhajit, Parth, Abhayman, and Shorif. So you put your queen on d7, attacking the bishop and also the knight, and here is where you are in trouble. So I mean, you will lose a piece. There is no way you can defend this as well as this. You can get a bit tricky. Let's just look at it one small bit. Take rook a7. But the problem does remain that after rook f d1, rook takes b7. I will play queen d6. This is weak. My other rook is coming in. Knight can jump in. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for black. Very, very, very weak position. Okay. So I go back once again to my question here to all of you. Going back to this position, what is a good way to liquidate for black? You guys were too eager to liquidate with bishop f6, which turned out to be an error. There is something better in this position. Come on, guys. Think a bit. Mysterious knight. Very good. Queen takes queen puts you sometimes in some tension because the rook can enter here. So you have to be careful. It's not a bad move. So the move that I wanted is knight a5, Mistadam, Dhanai Doshi, Mysterious Knight, Jaden Thattil, Soham Swami, Aranek Jomraj, Yash Karnani, Tanishk, Yashad, and not YouTuber. So knight a5. And if you take the knight, I will take your bishop. If you take my bishop, I will take back with the knight. And this exchanges one of the bishops. Next move, I can go bishop f6, exchange another bishop. So I think Ding is right now calculating these possibilities. There was one very interesting suggestion made by Anurag, who said, if you play queen c2, would not bishop takes b4 create trouble? And I think it's a very interesting question by him, because after takes, you take with the knight, launching a double attack, and then the queen also attacks this, and black has won 2 pawns overall. So my question to all of you is queen c2 a mistake? Is bishop b4 a good move? Can you tell me, is bishop b4 a good move here? Chromium says, what after bishop h7 after knight a5? Bishop h7, king h7? It doesn't feel so good, because ba5 you have queen a5, and otherwise if queen d8, rook d8, ba5, that pawn is anyway not great. You know, I can go bishop f3 and rook d2 or rook c8. I mean, black will have compensation. Yes, what is the good move here? Everyone likes this move? No, not knight b5. Here's the move. I think many of you have found it. Mrudul Rao, Ritankar, Arnab and Shorif. The move here is a very nice one. You go rook fd1, and this can be really tricky because he has taken your pawn. Correct. Now your threat is to take this back when your bishop is defended. So black will say, "Arey, thank you, I've just won material and I am now a pawn up." Is that good? What does white have in return now? Arnav says, why not knight a2? Arnav, just bishop e7 back. Yes. Rudul Rao, Yash Karnani, Paras Bhoir, chess for fun, chess with Adi. Well done. Bishop takes h7 check, and then the rook takes the queen. Fantastic job, guys. So in this way, it does not work. But what if I put my bishop on d6, blocking this? Isn't this good enough? What should white do here? Come on. I'm really pressing you guys. Why not rook a d1, says Ujwal. Ujwal, rook a d1 is also good. I generally feel if there are two open files like this, this rook will be useful on this file, this rook will be useful on this file. With players who have played chess for many years and studied many games, for them, rook placing comes more intuitively rather than calculatively, and most of the times they are correct, but sometimes they are horribly wrong. That rook is better and so on. So here the move is knight e4. Fantastic. I like how you guys are very sharp today. Prashant, Dharmik, Mohammad, Abhishek, Gattu, Mrudul, Soumya, Abhay, Chess with Adi and Kush. So what happens is that now you are putting pressure this way. First to take, queen takes and bishop h7. Secondly, if he takes, these two bishops have been unleashed. So I think this is a very nice position for white, and that's the reason why to queen c2 it would be better if black is not tempted to take this pawn. I would say a very logical move for black would be, guys, any suggestions black to play? Atharva Chikalikar says, what's wrong with knight takes b5? Atharva, knight takes b5, ab5. I mean, this is better, rook d1. That is playable, but not the best. This is better. Yes, rook c8. Exactly. I like this move. Just rook c8, putting the rook here, putting pressure this side. The other way also to play, and one that could be just in the... I want to know how many are real chess fans here. It is inspired by Breyer system in the Ruy Lopez. So what's the move then? How many people are real chess fans? Would we would get to know. Yes. Prashant, Dhanai, Paras Bhoir, Chess with Adi, Mistadam, Shalini, Gattu, Chirag, Denil. Nice, nice. Knight B8. And my point is I want to put my knight on D7. It might not be a great idea, but it's just that the knight is nicely placed on D7. Defending here opens up the bishop. It's in that spirit of Breyer. Okay, Ding Liren has played knight e4, the move that we were thinking of. And I think overall here, take, you might feel that this is too equalish in nature. But I have said this again and again, and I will say this again. When the pawn structure is symmetrical, what is symmetrical? Two pawns like this, two pawns like this, just 2 versus 2. Here, though, it is 100% symmetry even in the way the pawns are placed. But even if you had pawns like this and white pawns on a2, b2, it's symmetrical structure. And there are 4 pawns here, 4 pawns here. What is the most important differentiating factor when the pawn structure is symmetrical? Which side has an advantage in such a situation? Which side is better? Chess for Fun says, but it's a must win. Yeah, what to do, Chess for Fun? Maybe it's, he has to go for. By the way, this has happened on the board. Bishop e4, we have reached this position. Yes, activity. Activity is the key. Mayur Gupta, Arank Jomraj. More activity. Dhanai Doshi, Arnab Chauhan. Very good. It's not the bishop pair or space. It is generally activity. And here you will see white is slightly more active. And because of this, black has to walk a dangerous narrow path. Now, I just want to, Hikaru goes already out there and he says, I'm not interested in any slow moves like queen d1 or knight a5. I am pushing you back with f5 and get out of here. The bishop has to move out. But in return, guys, don't you think he's weakened his e6 pawn a bit? Can we not switch our bishop here and put it on a good diagonal? So what move would you play here? What move would you play as white in this position? You want to train your eyes on the e6 pawn. Yes, bishop c2, very good. You will put your bishop back to c2 and you want to put your bishop on b3 eventually. So let's say I were to play takes, you were to play takes, okay, and then you put your f rook on d8 and I play bishop to b3 attacking here. What should black do here? Now, I mean, it's not so difficult, but just so that you are... Yes, Dhanush Verma, you're right. It's like Armageddon. Yes, king f7 is absolutely right, guys. You all are... No, bishop c8, no. Vlogs of Deba, this is a passive move. Your bishop is well positioned here. Why do you want to make it passive? Chitran Sholanki. Why don't... Yes, I'll go to Nepo's game next. King f7. Defending this, there is no knight g5 business happening because the bishop controls this square. And overall, I feel like white does not have too many ways to continue. If he had this check here, or if he had this check, he would have been better. But knight e5 check is met with knight takes e5. Knight g5 check is to not even possible. So black is comfortable in this position. Okay. So I think f5 is a very, very precise move by Hikaru. It's more like, telling his opponent that you won't be able to get any advantage. And I think Ding Liren will have to fight extremely hard for the full point today. Many of you have been keen on checking out the game of Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Duda. And let's have a look at this game. E4 was played. I think the live board is not correct. Yep. So E4, E5, knight F3, knight F6. Okay, Nepo goes for his favorite Petrov. Let's see what new idea Duda has. Knight E4, D takes E5. Okay, now this is getting popular. I think we saw this in the game of Vidit versus Anton Guyaro. Do you remember the move that was played by Vidit here as black? Remember what Vidit had played in the game against Anton? No, not D5. D5 is played in this game, but Vidit had played something else. Guys, we have forgotten that game. Everyone has forgotten. No one, yeah? No one remembers. No, it's black to play. Mukul Manghani, you are right. You are the one who's got it. It was bishop c5, guys. Remember? Then bishop c4. Then knight takes f2. Then bishop f7. King f7. Queen d5 check. King g6. Queen takes c5. Knight h1. Don't you remember this? That was played. And then in the end, Vidit drew with having more time on the clock than what he began with. Okay. So, d takes e5. d5 was played in this game. More solid. Knight d2 offering a trade of knights. Queen d7. I'm very curious to see if this is already a novelty that has been played here, because it seems very interesting. Let's just have a look here. By the way, this is the game of Magnus versus Polgar versus Magnus. E4, E5, knight F3, knight F6, D4. Knight takes e4, d takes e5, d5, knight b d2. 705 games, and 27 games have continued queen d7. In fact, with black, the players who have played it are Caruana, Giri. Everywhere Anish is there. I mean, Anish has such knowledge. Every new idea he has played some point. I think he's truly one of those opening experts who plays the opening and plays it in a way where he comes up with good ideas always. So queen d7. Instead of this, the other moves are knight takes d2. The other move is also knight c5. These two are the main moves, but queen d7. The idea may be to, when you take here, then queen d8, king d8, knight g5 would create problems here. So if imagine that I play a move like knight c6, then could be possible to play bishop d5, but just for the sake of argument, I'm just showing this line: takes, and the queen gets traded on this square when potentially there can be trouble. So it is better to play queen d7. No, not yet. C triple eight, 4/8s. Tickets are not yet available for the Olympiads, unfortunately. Yes, Roshan, I understand you have to miss the death match because you are a volunteer at the Olympiad. But anyone who's interested to be at the death match, please do get your tickets from the link that is pinned in the chat. And Roshan, you can follow it on YouTube. We will be streaming it live, so you will also be enjoying that way. Vivek Aithal says, I am at the candidates right now. Met Vishy sir. It was insane. Arey Vivek, that's so nice. Beautiful. Okay, now after Queen D7, let's go back to the game and see what happened. Queen D7, BD3, Knight C5, Bishop E2, Knight E6, castles, Bishop E7, Rook E1, castles, Knight F1, all preparation, C5, Bishop D3, Rook D8, Knight G3, G6. And Nepo is taking his time. Yeah, he's not very confident. And it is very possible, guys, that today might not be something that he was hoping for. You know, last time also when he had won the candidates, he lost the final game against Ding. And today also, it is very possible. It's not that you are in bad form or something. It's just that when you have achieved your goal, it's not so easy to remain as alert as you were before. By the way, this game really reminds me of one opening in particular. Can anyone tell me what opening through these last couple of moves? This h4 and a5, like that. Yes, Carlsen versus Nepo is confirmed, Prashant. If Carlsen says that he will play, if Carlsen says he's not playing, then Nepo versus the player who finishes second here. No, not Stonewall, not Stonewall, not French. French, maybe a bit, but not really. Um, the opening that it reminds me of is the King's Indian attack. Why? Because I can just show you the moves that happen e4, e6 or c5, whichever it can transpose. c5, knight f3, knight c6, g3. This is Ulta King's Indian. White is playing the King's Indian. Castles, castles, e5, knight here, rook e1. And if you see here, b5, h4, a5. So the same kind of ideas. Black is playing on the queen side. White will play on the king side. And how does white play? White goes knight f1. He goes bishop f4. Black continues his play on the queen side. A very interesting move here is a3. But you can go knight h2. You can go h5, h6 and so on. So just so that you understand this opposite side attacks, here it's the same. It's not that black is attacking white's king is safe, but he's going to attack his queenside pawn structure with b5, b4. That is his plan. And he did not start off with b5, I believe, because a4 I thought, but I guess black can go b4. So that's not the reason why he didn't play b5. And what was the reason he began with a5? That is an interesting question actually. a5, what could be his idea? So generally when I don't understand, I get a little bit sort of serious, to try to analyze what is the reason. So let's say I play bishop e3, d4, c takes, knight takes, it looks already okay. Maybe bishop e4 attacks here, something like that. Yeah. Okay, why can't we start with d4 then? By the way, here d4. It's possible, huh? Playable. But now if bishop c2 a5, bishop e3 d4. Well, in this particular case, there will be no bishop e4 to attack here. But also, I'm still not very clear as to why a5 and why not b5. Does anyone understand? Why a5? Mohit Chess says he wants to go a5, a4, maybe. Omkar Gawandi, the main idea of this event that we have for Anish and Vidit is that everyone comes to watch the death match. So the tournament is a part of the festival. We did not want people to just come and play the tournament on 25th and not come for the main show. So just playing the tournament is not possible. You have to do both. That's how it is. That's how we structured it. Kavya's Kitchen says tickets are so costly. Yeah, maybe. I don't think it's costly. First of all, it's a very, the entire arrangement that we are going to do will be very nice. It will be a very big experience for you. Secondly, you get to play a tournament in 300 rupees, and out of which already like from 800, 18% is GST. So that is already the cost of the ticket is actually for us it is 650 plus GST, something like that. But for you it's like 300. You get to play a 9-round event. There's also prize fund. There's also a simul for the winners after that. And the next day there is also a very good nice event that is organized. So okay, a5 played in the position. I still haven't got why a5 and why not b5, but I think they can be both played. It's not like one of those moves is important here, but I feel that h5, and it seems like black's king is under some pressure. Say for example you play b5, just trying to continue. I can already attack here, and here white has a very unusual move. There are many other moves, like let's say you can play knight e2 d4. You can also develop your bishop here, but there is a very not knight d4, there is a very nice move. Can you guys think? It's a little weird move. It's a little weird. Amay Kanetkar, I got your email. I read it. I will think about it. I will talk with the arbiter who are going to be there, and I will recommend them. And I'll ask them if it's possible for you to be the arbiter there. King h2, rook h1 is a little slow, no? Because if you play king h2, he will go king g7 and he might reach there first. Not king f1. The move is very interesting because bishop f5. I don't know if anyone could guess this move. Not really. I think one person did guess it. Bishop f5. Don't see it though. Yeah. So the point is I want to play queen c2 and put more pressure here. And if you were to take, then I take with the knight. And already the attack looks very serious. The knight can go to h6 with a check. The other knight can move away. The rook can swing up. The bishop is already looking here. The queen can join in. So that way. Just an idea. Just an idea. It's not like a great idea, but it just shows the attacking possibilities here. Okay, let's quickly go and check Fabiano Caruana versus Alireza Firouzja. That's also an important game. And Alireza might be wanting to at least end this event on a solid note. So he goes e4, e5. He goes for the Berlin, d3, bishop c5, takes, knight d2, knight d7, castles, knight c4, f6, king h1, rook f7, knight to h4, bishop f8, and this is the position on the board. Generally, I feel like such positions are slightly easier for white to play because his idea is to play f4, but the long term double bishop advantage remains with black here. So bishop f8, and I think f4 is what white is angling for. You can't do it straight away because after takes, let's say bishop f4, what is the main problem, guys, here? Black to play. What is a good move for black? Yeah, well done, guys. You are very quick to find this. Anurag, Mistadam, Shesha, Dipesh, Rakshit, Mohit, Phoenix, Prashant, Rohan, Rohit Reddy. G5. Attacking here, and white is lost. Loses a piece. Guys, I have one question for all of you. For how many of you was this candidate the first time that you followed it so closely? For how many of you was it the first ever time you followed the candidates very closely? Chess for Fun, Champ TV, Traveling Doc, Seth Bhavya, Adit, Anil, Atharva. So you guys didn't follow the 2020-21 one because it was just too soon um in the lockdown. So you followed last one as well. Anish Giri. Maybe in the last one, many of you would have followed the second half because it was broken into two because of the pandemic. So you would have followed the second half where Anish was playing, and I remember there was a lot of interest in that one. Many of you are saying that you weren't very good at chess back then. So you followed chess. You are now following chess and can understand it even more. Correct. Correct. Yeah, did this commentary sessions help you that we did on ChessBase India? Were you able to understand those games better because of that? Yes, many of you have. Okay, fantastic. Great. And this was one of the things which we discussed a lot because in terms of no Indian playing, we were not very sure whether we should do the entire commentary from start until the end. But also the event is of such great importance that if it comes when it comes to building up of a chess culture, candidates has to be taken very seriously. Like you have to go deep into the games, analyze them deeply. So that's why we wanted to do that, and I hope that it was interesting. But okay, it's still not over. There's still a lot to look at in the last round. Rapport versus Radjabov. Chess for Fun says, to be honest, it is one of the best hours of the day today. I had a long exam, did not sleep last night. Exam was good. I'm tired, but I cannot skip this stream. Okay, very nice. Very nice. Thank you, Brody. That's very nice of you to say. Yes, and Sachin says every player brings their best game. Anurag says we enjoy your commentary and your questions. Yeah, that is also an added thing that I want to ask you. What are the moves here? Amruta does that as well, and so together we are able to uh, the main aim is that what I dream of is that you guys improve, and also there would be certain players who will be watching this who can understand the depth, and maybe someday they would also become strong players playing in the candidates. You never know. Akshay Nathu says, have tried all social media channels plus in-person requests for Olympiad tickets. Is there a way in which you or CBI can help us? There are many others like me. I know, Akshay. I know. And I have also been very, very hopeful that something is done about it. But at the end of the day, it is a decision of the organizing committee. You know, like for example, the death match between Anish and Vidit is organized by us. I can definitely tell you about the tickets there. But for the Olympiad, it's organized by AICF, and they have to take a call whether they want to sell tickets, they want to keep it open for people to just come there. How is it going to be? So that is something which we have to wait for instructions from their end. Now that all the teams have been confirmed, I think they will think about this for sure. But I do agree that for many people who want to travel outside of Chennai, the flight tickets are very high. They keep increasing. There's also accommodation things you have to take care of. So I completely get it that you all would be worried. Yes, there is a third team in Olympiad. I was just preparing for that video on what are Team India's chances and everything. Let you know more about it. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6. This is Richard Rapport versus Radjabov. And they also played the Berlin. I think Berlin and Petrov, these two openings have happened a lot. D takes C5, Knight D2. Bishop e6. As we already know, knight takes e5 does not work, but even for the 100th time on stream, I'm going to ask you so that it drives home the point. We need at least 50 people to tell me what's the move here. China and Russia not playing Manal. That's true. अथर्व से सागर भाई टिकट सोल्ड आउट नहीं होंगे ना 2-3 दिन में जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर कंफर्मेशन ऑफ नीट डेट सो कैन बुक विदाउट एनी वरी no it won't be out of stock. I can tell you what the numbers are like. We are looking at 1,000 people joining in for the show, and right now we have sold around 230 tickets or so. So that is one. I mean, when you're organizing an event like this death match, and by the way, this is the first time we are doing. It's a lot like organizing some sort of a very complicated thing like a wedding. You know, you have to make sure that the guests are there, like viewers, they get the best possible feel. Then you have to make sure that the stage and all is properly arranged. You have to make arrangements for the players to come, their stay, their food, everything related to it. Then also about the sound, about streaming, about so there are many aspects of it, and it gets very complicated, and you need to have the right people doing the right things. So it's a great management thing overall, organizing even tournaments in general. It's but generally when you do something for the first time, like this is the first time we want to make a boxing ring for chess and all of it, it creates uncertainty ki hoga ki nahi. Will the people who enter be able to hear the commentary? Oh, what sort of devices do we have to get for that? And will the players should not get disturbed and all of it. But okay, we are getting there step by step. But if you guys are there nearby and in Mumbai, please do think of getting the tickets. It will help very, if there are more people, it boosts the enthusiasm overall. Yeah, the move that all of you have mentioned is Queen D4. Fantastic job attacking F2 and E5. HH, Paras, Boer, Chess for Fun, Rayan, Shisha, Venkat, Rasika, Ayush, Sachin, Pranshu. Well done, all of you. Excellent. Champ TV says, imagine having a boxing match instead of Armageddon. Yeah. For the tournament, Jibitesh, we have around 100 players who have already registered. Thank you, Anurag. That's very kind of you. So queen d4 is a double attack. That did not happen. He castled. Bishop d6, now saving the pawn. Knight b3, c5, knight a5. This does remind us of game number 1 between Hikaru and Fabi. Umesh says, won't ng4 take care? Umesh, you calculated even further, yeah? Knight g4. The problem is it's a free piece, no? So it doesn't work. b3, castles, bishop b2, bishop g4, knight c4, putting more pressure here, rook e8, a4. I already think white is doing very well here. He has solidified his knight. Maybe next move he will go knight e3 is possible to attack the bishop. He may also push h3. If you go bishop h5, I have g4. h3, bishop takes f3, queen f3. So let's say, for example, just for the sake of argument, you go b6 just as a move. h3, oops, not h4, h3. If you take, I'm already very happy as white. My queen is developed, my knight is well positioned, my bishop is well positioned. But if you play bishop h5, I think g4 already, g4 it doesn't work, sorry, because of knight g4 and queen g4. Okay, got it. So we can't go g4. So bishop h5 is possible. But maybe here there is an interesting idea. I want to ask the chat, guys, what do you play here? Two ideas I want to see. How do you deal with this pin? There are two ways to deal with it as white. Try to think, what would you do as white? Yeah, of course, if the pawn is not on d3, Jibitesh, it won't work, but it is there. No, Akash, you can't play g4 because of knight takes g4. Think about something which is more active, like a plan. Soumya Agarwal, I like your idea, but what's your next move? Soumya, do you have any other move after that? Sachin, rook e1, rook e3, but still you haven't broken the pin. It is possible. Raja Narsimha Mehdi says king h2. Very nice. So here are the few possibilities. One is queen e2 to e3, breaking the pin. Queen will be well placed on e3 and my attack on e5 is recreated. The other one is king h2 with the idea of rook g1 and g4, so that my rook is better utilized. I think we discussed this idea in the game of Ali Reza versus Nepo, and I had shown you a game where king moving to the h file and rook going to the g file was played. Does anyone remember what that game was? Vaibhav Chaudhary says knight e3, knight f5, knight g3. Very interesting, Vaibhav. Very nice maneuver. Do you remember? Yes, Fisher game, Anshuman Das, Bobby Fischer. Very good. Bobby Fischer versus Ulf Anderson. And Divya was also there that day. And we had asked her for the move and she had found those ideas. Okay. By the way, bishop h5 directly played by Radjabov. I think Radjabov has to play carefully here. If he loses, anyway, for finishing second looks tough for him, but losing would not be a good end to his event. Let's go back to the most important game of today. Ding Lijian versus Hikaru, and bishop b1 is played. We were thinking of bishop c2, but Ding thinks for how much, he had 1 hour 45 minutes. He came down to 1 hour 17. He thinks for 28 minutes before deciding whether he wants to put on c2 or b1. And I'm actually a bit confused. Like if you take and then bishop a2 we played that. But I mean, same. The idea is still the same, right? Bishop a2. What are you going to get? Still the same position. Your bishop here or here. I don't see how it differs. Yes, yes. Mega, it's right. The knight in Radjabov game, the knight coming to g3 also works in Italian and Rui Lopez. Very correct. No, Titan De Burma, even if you play rook c8 when my bishop is here, I am going to put it on b3. Maybe he was worried of a5. That could be. Like, let's say his plan here could be rook c8. Rook c1, sorry. And then playing a5 does not work. Still works. I don't know. You know, one of the things which I have really appreciated about Hikaru in this event is his time management. Even though Ding took like 28 minutes for this move, Hikaru took the queen in 6 minutes. He's not like going to spend unnecessary time just because his opponent took a lot of time. And this is a very, very good thing that Hikaru is doing here. Suraj says, how much is the prize money for candidates winner? If I'm not mistaken, it was 50,000 euros, I think, at least. And then plus, I think for every point you score, you get some money. Yeah, Suyash, you're right. He, in his recap, he does mention that, you know, I just saw the right move and I played it. And I think for Hikaru, it's a lot about the process of just doing this, and he's doing it right. So let's say bishop a2, I think, will be played. I mean, why else would you put it here? Connecting the rooks, putting pressure here, and then king f7 also will be played. These two moves are going to happen. I want you to put yourself in Ding Liren's shoes here and try to think if you can come up with some move that can put some life into this position. So otherwise, I think Black's plan is pretty clear. He wants to go bishop f6, exchange another pair of bishops. Then maybe he might go knight e5, exchange another pair of knights. Yesterday we calculated it was almost 4 crore, but it was the total prize fund, not YouTuber, of the event, not for the winner only. Yes, exactly, Sachin. This was a very key point. He did once he saw a good move, he said, "I don't want to waste time on other moves." Mrudul Rao says knight d4. Well, Mrudul, after I take, you take with the bishop most likely, and I play rook c8. At least doesn't look great. Also, a5 is very powerful here. Black is already better. So knight d4 I don't like. Abhinav says knight d2. See, it's moves like this. You have a nice plan, but it seems slow. And in all variations, a5 is coming. In fact, with bishop on b3, maybe a5 was not as powerful, but with bishop on a2, it's already a5 is working out beautifully. Yeah. Suyash says, I'm simply amazed by Hikaru, how he simply comes back to his room and makes a review of his own game. I agree with you. And I see him as tremendously motivated overall. Selva Kumari says rook d c1. I mean, when your rook is on the open file, you are moving it away. Doesn't seem right again. I know your plan is to take and give knight e5 check. That's okay. Maybe this has a very concrete idea, so we need to give it more importance. I would go rook c8 defending. What's your plan next, Selva Kumari? Amruta incoming, people. Yeah. Amruta will join. She's eating right now. Then I will go for some time for having my dinner and then I'll join back. Rook AC1. Also, the idea is to take here. Again, if the bishop was on B3, you would have defended your rook. I'm a bit confused. I think Ding might do something differently here than bishop A2. But what? Okay. This does not look good. This is not looking good for Ding. I mean, draw is most likely. Hikaru will finish second. And guys, believe it or not, that could be very, very big thing that happens today. Hikaru Nakamura finishing second means it only will take a no from Magnus Carlsen to play the World Championship. I know you all have been kind of saying, most of you have been saying that Magnus is trolling, Magnus does not want to play and stuff like that. But he did say these things. He has mentioned them, so you cannot just discount them and say, oh, he was just joking. And he said it more than once. It was not just once. So that's the reason why Hikaru Nakamura versus Nepo could be a realistic World Championship match. I think Vishy Anand's tournament in Lyon starts from 8th or 9th of July, if I'm not mistaken. What do you guys feel about what would be a more interesting World Championship match for you? I'll put a poll in our chat. What would be a more exciting World Championship match for you? Carlsen Nepo, which is what should happen, or Nepo Hikaru? Let's see. It's a very interesting question, actually, I feel. What are people more interested in? Amruta nodding her head and she's feeling proud of me that I came up with such a question. She's like, okay, good job. She's the one who usually loves to give such polls. I won't be surprised if it is 50-50 here. No, but Sachin, I don't think that it's going to be one-sided again. But I do remember what happened with Vishy Anand. He lost to Magnus quite brutally in Chennai. And then he won the candidates. And then he would have prepared hard. And again he lost. But in that match, there was this key 6th game of the match. Do you guys remember that knight takes e5 moment? That was crazy one, and maybe Anand could have won that match if he had spotted that one move. Okay. Isomaniac says Sagar by Vishy is roaming everywhere. How is he able to do it? Looks like he took a lot of inspiration from Modi. Well, I think personally Anand is a very, very inspirational character. And he's definitely not someone, I mean, we all know how good he is on the chessboard. But even outside the chessboard, he has many good qualities that we all can embrace. Like, first of all, what he's doing right now for chess promotion is very interesting, very exciting. FIDE elections, I'm not sure about what will happen there. But just this torch relay, overall, just still playing at the highest level, the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy training. I think when Pragnananda was going to play in these Champion Chess Tour event where he would face guys like Carlsen, just a small chat with Vishy about what his mindset should be can be very helpful, because Anand has played them. And doing it in your mother tongue, let's say doing it in Tamil is special for Prag. So it gives a homely feeling that way. You can do it also with some other, let's say, You can discuss it with Chuchelov, you can discuss it with Tukmakov, you can discuss it with some world class other Kazimjanov, Potkin, all these world class trainers. But doing it with someone in your own country who's done it is also has its small benefits. Of course, now it's an era of globalization, so I don't give it like ultimate importance, but there is a small feeling, there. What kind of poll is this? Well, it's a realistic one, no? If Magnus says no. So the answer to the poll that has been done is 52% want Carlsen Nepo and 48% want Nepo versus Hikaru. Amruta says she wants Nepo versus Hikaru. Oh. I would still prefer Magnus playing at the top, because he's clearly the strongest player in the world and we don't want him to just vanish away like that. I mean, someone has to beat him to keep that story intact. Like, you remember, like we would say, oh, Capablanca was super strong and then Alekhine came and beat him. But then when Alekhine, no one could beat him. World War came and then he died and then there was no one to take his shoes. Then Botvinnik came. Same thing happened with Fischer. We don't want something like that to happen again where the world champion doesn't defend his crown. Okay, let's see now. This game, by the way, again, Ding is getting under pressure. I think he's taking too much time. He's not deciding on his moves. There's too much. These must-win scenarios are very, very difficult. Duda versus Nepo, just going back there, I think that's the most exciting game of the day because after h5, oh, rook a6 was his plan. That's, see, now you get it, a5. His plan was to activate his rook this way. And I think now if take, bishop f5, this won't work anymore. And it could be because of this rook being here. Could be. In some दूर के रिश्ते में दूर के, because what we had analyzed was rook in a position like this, h5 b5 takes bishop f5. Here it was working, so after bishop f8 because of knight h4, and maybe here knight, I don't know, knight g7 is a move. But then they go knight h6 check. And somehow this rook can come in handy, I'm thinking now. Knight h4, knight e7. Gary recently mentioned in an interview of St. Louis that it will be Magnus versus Nepo. Abhinav says Carlsen and Anand are talking and analyzing games at the candidates in a candid conversation. Just saw this video. What a treat. Areva, where is it, Abhinav? People can go and check it out. It would be good fun to see both the legends. Which channel is it? Yes, I think Rachit, it will be more difficult for Carlsen in general than last time because Nepo already has experience on his side, so he won't collapse in the way he did this time. Chess 24, it's happening. Okay, got it, guys. You can check Chess 24 channel where Carlsen and Anand are analyzing. It's not very common to see them both. Acha, it's not today. Maybe Chess 24.5 channel. It's already done. So there's a clip of it. Okay, get it. Fabiano Caruana versus Alireza Firouzja. There is we saw till bishop f8. Then the knight went to f5. Knight to c5. Queen h5. Ooh. Fabi going in, yeah, all in. Can we not attack this with g6? But then knight h6 check. If you go king h8, I have knight f7 check and winning the queen. So king g7 is one possibility. But I still have knight f7 because gh5 I can take your queen. So you have to take this with the bishop now. And then after queen h6, white is doing well. b3, bishop e6, b3 was played and queen d7. Okay, it was also possible to go knight e6 here, because knight on e6, then you are looking at d4 square, f4 square and so on. But even bishop e6 and queen d7, bishop e3. I don't know if this attack will be successful, but as of now it looks pretty good. Okay, instead of bishop e3, maybe he could have first gone knight. Actually, this e3 and e6 squares are very interesting here. The bishop has taken that square, and here white is also taking this square with his bishop. But actually, the knight going back could have been better, and also this knight going back could have been better. Now with this, let's say I imagine a move like bishop c4, b takes c4, knight e6. f4 becomes difficult, and the knight is perfectly positioned. I think for Firouzja to play bishop c4 might not be so easy, because, you know, on one hand, black, in return for his doubled pawns and sort of mangled structure, he has the bishop pair here. But when you give up the bishop pair, you are mangling up your opponent's structure as well. But more importantly, you're getting your knight to e6. This is a great square for the knight, stopping the potential pawn break f4. Well, you can still play f4. It's not like it's impossible. But after I take, the knight is well positioned and I can exchange this. And okay, this resulting position is also something interesting and can be analyzed. Going back to the game of Ding versus Hikaru, he did play, okay, bishop a2 happened, king f7, and now h4 did happen. So here is Ding trying for knight g5 check, because then he would get the bishop pair. So let's say if bishop f6, his plan would be knight g5, you must take now, hg, and with bishop pair, you can sort of massage the position for many hours. You can hope to, so let's say if I take here, rook d8, knight d8. Now a position like this, I would say, is a very long term play for white. Although it should be a draw, because black will try to exchange one of the bishops with bishop d5. But still, there's something to play. So Hikaru denies this opportunity with h6. He's like, sorry, Ding, you are not getting your knight here. You can't get your knight to g5. You want to get it to e5, but my knight is looking here for now. Chessbase India, when asked about playing the match, he smiled and says, we will see. So he's probably gonna play. Yash says, okay, this is new, right? When did this happen? When he smiled and said, we will see. I'm telling you guys, I get some feeling that something is cooking here. With all my journalistic experience of last 5-6 years, whatever I've seen in chess, I do get a feeling that Carlsen has something deeper on his mind than just this World Championship match. You know, there's something that he's thinking. I said yesterday. Okay. And Amruta is here. Hello, Amruta. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Very good.
Welcome.
Welcome. Hi, all in the chat. Last day today for candidates. So definitely we are gonna miss this.
Yeah. Yes, can Magnus decide the structure of the championship? He can if He can if
He's the
FIDE
president.
if FIDE listens to him. So that is a possibility. For now, I think FIDE has a structure in place and they want to stick to it.
Yes.
And that's why there is a FIDE election coming up. So it's all,
Yes.
like building up, like a story.
I know. It's a nice thing. And until, Magnus thinks that bullet chess can never be a part of World Championship,
Hey,
we have to wait.
Amruta's question of bullet chess, she's taking it very seriously. And that's why we also put over the board bullet in Anish versus Vidit in the death match. But it's not 100% bullet, it's 1 plus 2. 1 minute plus 2 second increment.
Thoda bullet.
Okay, guys, I am closing down the vote because 55% people said Carlsen Nepo and 45% said Hikaru Nepo. So I will get the kind of feel. It's around even. Both matches look interesting. But I think mainly people want Carlsen to continue his...
But very close, Sagar. Like 45 and 55 is very close. So it could be also interesting that Hikaru versus Nepo happens and Hikaru, if Hikaru wins, then Magnus gets to play a new challenge.
Yes.
But of course, it's very hard. And everything is a lot of ifs and buts. Mega says, ma'am, we want bullet from you today. Mega, yesterday I have lost too many games from subscribers. So I am planning that, my bullet, I think during candidates when I play, somehow I'm not able to play well.
Today I played, on Lee Chess.
Yeah.
I was very upset, I think, in the afternoon somehow. Not very upset, but I was not feeling very well. So I played 10 bullet games and I won 10, like, in a row.
Wow. Yeah. That's why, like, you had fever, no, in the afternoon. You were very feverish.
I don't know.
What happened?
Bullet fever.
Awesome. But whenever you guys get depressed and you want to beat somebody, I'm going to be doing the bullet streams. Sagar, before you leave, just can you give a roundup?
Yeah, let me give
all the games are going. I was not expecting this. I was like, so at least
सब लोग अभी ऐसे वो रहता है ना, जैसे आज many people are saying, sir, we'll miss the streams tomorrow, do keep streaming and so on. It's like that the players will also miss playing the candidates from tomorrow.
No, players will be happy to sleep. Like, they would just want to sleep.
Possible. But okay.
At least Nepo would not want to play more.
Okay, Amruta, first let me tell you.
Yes, Naka versus Ding.
First, let me tell you the standings, how it is. Nepo has won, Nakamura is on sole second, and Ding is on third. So, for second spot, it's a fight between these two only. Let's say if the game ends in draw, Nakamura becomes number 2.
Yes.
If Ding wins, Ding becomes number 2. If Nakamura wins, he's number 2. No one else has a chance.
Correct.
Okay, going to the game now, it was a Queen's Gambit accepted. It started as Tarash, but it went to Queen's Gambit accepted, and we reached this position. And I think at this point, Ding went a little too soft. I think he had to maybe play like Queen C2 or Queen E2, keeping the queens. But he went here, and now F5 came, which was a very nice move by Hikaru. And we were thinking that Ding will play Bishop C2 to B3. But the line that we were all expecting is take, Rook D8, Bishop B3 and King F7. And nothing bad is going to happen to Black. But he, after 28 minutes of thought, went Bishop B1. Okay.
Already
after
opening choice is not
this is not so good.
Queen's Gambit.
And now, he is already 43 minutes behind on time. Secondly, he also has no advantage in the position.
Yeah.
There is no knight g5 coming in. Nothing of that sort is happening. And so, for Ding, in order to win this position is not easy.
Correct. In fact, I will ask you because you know.
Oh, look, this is the move we were discussing. He wanted to play this. No, the idea is now, okay, I'm going to ask the chat and also Amruta. Suppose he says,
सत्यानाश कर दिया सवाल का.
Now what did you get?
No, I didn't see bishop.
Okay.
मेरा ही
Bishop
question.
f6 is a decent move. The move that, and Amruta was right, she got it. If I go g5, why is this a bad move? And what should white play here? Guys, in the chat, very quickly, let us know your move. By the way, guys, today do check out this video I've posted of Samay's stand-up show where he took on a not a subscriber but a fan who had come there to watch the show and then played chess with him.
Yeah.
And then I will upload tomorrow or so my game with him. It was very nice.
Nice, matlab, did you crush him?
It was very nice.
No, but did you crush him?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Then it
I
was
mean-
nice.
Yes, guys, you are all correct. Rook takes c6, bishop takes c6, knight e5 check, and then picking up this bishop. The right move has been given by Titan, Traveling, Rutvik, Tavish, Syamala, Ron, Prashant, Dynamic Chess, Rasika, Mohammad Shamil.
Rasika today is for the first time.
So, yes, Amruta, a lot of people are asking, is there an Indian team, another Indian team in the...
Yes. What?
There is another team, and I just want to show you this because I had done this, that this is the Indian team that will play, and I think one of the members of this team will join us today. I will let you know at what time because I have to go somewhere, and then when I come back I will ask him if he can join. Surya was already there once, but Karthikeyan, Sethuraman, Abhijit and Abhimanyu, these are the 5 players in the team. And also we have this is the team list, Amruta. So India 2 is the 11th seed, but I feel India 3 should also have been there in this list, no?
Yeah, it's not updated yet.
Are you
For
sure?
No, I'm not sure.
So how can you just
But
say?
with intuition, you can understand the rating ka average.
No, I think they might be 25, 60 also, it's possible, but yeah, but you are right. I think it's not updated.
Yeah. If it was calculation, then I might be wrong. But when it is intuition, I'm right. ठीक है, don't worry, they'll add. You go right now, you don't worry, they will add.
Okay. So no, I had to give you a roundup. No, I gave off the Nepo
No.
game.
Ding is game I
Sorry, Ding game. Let
I
me
got
do.
it.
But by the way, this move now is an interesting way to keep the fight going.
My only last question, very quickly, if you can answer. When he played DC5, that already 9th move, he entered into a, what to say, more symmetrical kind of structure, which is like a compulsory thing here to continue with.
No, he
Because
can.
it's not a good choice.
He can
otherwise.
also castle.
Yeah, so he needs to fight, right? If he wants to fight with white, he cannot take on c5.
But DC5 is not just an equal move. He felt that he had a small edge in this position because of 2 reasons. In this fully symmetrical position, he has the move.
Yes.
Plus, he has a slightly more active bishop.
Got it. ठीक है.
Okay, going to the second game here, Caruana versus Alireza Firouzja. Here, this game, Amruta, we have a feeling that Caruana has had some chances, but Alireza is defending pretty well. So I think it's around equal. It started as a anti-Berlin.
Oh, but they are just on move number 16, that too in Berlin.
No, it's an interesting position. I wouldn't say this is a dull one, but
No, it's not
because
dull
F4
one.
is the
What I was thinking is at which point maybe Alireza is going to think, have a long think, which may turn into advantage for Caruana, or he won't be needing to.
okay, let's
Okay,
go
let's
to
go to the Rapport
this is
Raja game.
no
this
Duda
one.
versus Yan is the
Ah.
most
Oh.
exciting game, I would say.
Wow, such an unusually placed.
Tell me which
Bro.
opening is this. Don't look at the moves.
Okay.
Which opening?
C pawn तो दिख रहा है उधर. Sicilian लग नहीं रहा है, पर D takes C4 आया तो I don't know.
Come on, Sicilian नहीं है ये.
It should be French. नहीं, French भी नहीं हो सकता यार. ये कौन सा ओपनिंग? D4 से आया रहेगा तो मुझे नहीं पता. D4 से आया या E4 से बता दो बस. कारू का सेंटर काउंटर French.
Petrov. This came from Petrov, which is very surprising. But Duda found the most exciting line, I feel, in the Petrov for white.
Ooh.
So K6 idea was nice to bring the rook this side.
Nice. Amazing. Amazing. Wow, this is really exciting. I'm so glad that Nepo is playing and it's not a draw. In fact,
I think
Duda is a
Duda
fighter.
is
Duda
playing.
is, yeah, Duda is
Nepo
fighting.
would, if
Because for
Nepo got a
Duda,
draw, he would be taking it at any moment and just running
Right.
away from there, partying with his friends.
no, Sagar, for Duda, imagine if he beats Nepo here, last game. It's like a beautiful end to a tournament. Forget about your ranking. You got to beat the winner. That's always always an achievement. So, yeah, this is exciting. So, it is not at all a dull day today.
No.
Not at
And
all.
let's go.
Okay.
And by the way, Richard Rapport, again, this was an anti-Berlin, played with D3. And I think Richard has a small edge here. He's brought, by the way, this pin, which is slightly irritating here, he has killed it with a nice maneuver.
Queen.
Bishop h5, queen e2, queen e3.
Ah, nice.
So this is again, so we have like Richard pressing against Radjabov, Caruana Alireza is well balanced, Ding Hikaru is well balanced, and Duda Yan is also quite okay balanced.
Yes, and before you leave, very quickly, predictions bata do. What are your predictions? Richard versus Raja?
Richard might win
Hmm?
with a nice position here he has.
Caruana versus Ali?
Caruana versus Alireza, I think Caruana might, no, it will be a draw.
Ding versus Nakamura?
Draw.
Draw. And Duda versus Nepo?
I think Duda might win.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I feel Duda might win for a couple of reasons. One is that there is a good attacking opportunities here in this position. And secondly, like knight e4, like when you put your knight here, the first move that comes to mind is I can take the bishop. But when you take the bishop, then all of a sudden white is better.
Rook d1.
Pressure on c4
yeah.
here. So
Got it. ठीक है. Nice. Same na 1 2 3 4 reference.
this is Ding,
Same.
Caruana,
That I can find.
Nepo. And okay, guys, I'll be back in some time after my dinner.
Let me try. Okay. So abhi ke liye we are at this position. Right, guys, which game should we see? Super chat missed. Let me check. Okay. Oh, Magnus Carlsen, Norway वाले बोलते हैं. Congrats Nepo on winning runner-up spot at World Championship again. Good one, Magnus Carlsen, Norway वाले. So you're going to play, Magnus Carlsen, Norway वाले. Nice. Hikaru's game. Hikaru versus Ding. Duda. Chalo, Hikaru versus Ding. That's the first game we'll check. Because today everything depends. The runner-up spot depends on that. And as Sagar said, Rook d c1 was an idea with takes here. So for black to defend, he was showing this move bishop f6. Because now this idea is defended. And what are the moves which come to your mind, guys? You can take your... Huh? Look out. So the bishop takes f6 is possible. I'll just give you some suggestions maybe, and you can let me know what would you like to play. Oh, actually, it's not easy to think of moves for white. Knight d4 says Arana. That's a really cool move there. The point being, if you see, there are two attackers, two defenders, but three attackers already. Then how does this move work? So my question to all of you in the chat is, what happens to knight takes d4? What happens to knight takes d4? We are going to make it tough. We are not going to make each move on the board today while thinking. Magnus Carlsen Norway wale super chats again and says, I will play Nepo queen odds only, otherwise no chance. Acha, itna confidence. Then why did you, Magnus Carlsen Norway wale, say that you don't want to play World Championship and all that? क्या बात है guys, क्या बात है? Okay, so first thing is, let me show you. CCM, Rook C7 is the right move. Ashutosh Dhamale, then Adit Bansal, Pranshu Kumar, Venkatesh Chengalwala, Yashad, Mohammad Shamil, Shriyana Malya, Prahlad Sen, and Anamika Das Chaudhary. Well done, guys. The move is Rook C7 check. You have a check here, which is an intermezzo. And for King G6, now this is hanging anyway, but that was an important move. Bishop D4, Bishop D4, E takes D4. This is hanging, so he cannot take on D4 yet. This bishop has to move, and you don't lose a pawn. That's the whole point. Whereas if you play E takes D4, maybe still the same thing should work, or no? No, guys. If you take E takes D4, the point is, पहले तो ये pawn is a weakness right now where you have retained this bishop. Rook a C8 is a great move, defending this C7 square, and now you are reviving the threat of taking on D4. So if I try to, let's say, defend the D4 pawn by Rook D1, then black gets his Rook to C2 with problems here. If I try to counter attack with Rook E1, threatening bishop takes C6, then black can go bishop D5, saving the threat, but still reviving his own threat by takes, Rook takes, and bishop D4. So that's the reason you're gonna lose this pawn. You cannot go Rook D1 and defend because this is hanging. And if you take here on D5, after takes, if now you want to defend the D4 pawn, in any case, let's not forget this is there hanging, but you would first like to go Rook C2, and black's pieces are super active. So that would be interesting calculation, that if bishop F6, knight D4, what all things are happening. Yep. Rook C7 and bishop hangs. After Rook C8, what if Rook C8, Rook C8, Rook C1, Rook C1, Bishop D4? Is that pawn ending easy to win? Okay, that's the question by Dynamic Chess. So in this position, acha, here. Are you asking here? Bishop D4? No, here. After Rook C8, I think Rook E1, instead of Rook E1, what he asked was Rook C8, Rook C8, Rook C1, Rook C1, Bishop C1, and Bishop D4. Yeah, this should not be very difficult because bishops are strong and it's like slowly converting your edge. There's nothing like a compensation which is there with white. It's not like this king is blocked, cannot come out. It's not like the pawns cannot move. So this is just slowly you improve your position and black is winning. So it's not very difficult. Dynamic chess. Let's go back. Let's go back to this position again. And for bishop f6, the other possibility was a capturing on f6. But then the question to you guys is, black has two options. King takes f6 and g takes f6. With what would you like to capture? सोचो थोड़ा गाइस, दोनों में से एक ही मूव अच्छी है. Venkata Chengalwala says, I feel that Hikaru is pressing here even though he is black. रक्षित देखो, आज आफ्टर स्ट्रीम बुलेट होगा क्या? नया बुलेट स्ट्रीम आज आफ्टर स्ट्रीम ट्राई करेंगे. Hoping that nobody plays for 7 hours. That would be completely dead. King f6 getting out of the e6 pawn. Okay, let's see. It's interesting. I'm going to show you the answers. Okay, guys. So, I have got 16 people for king f6. And I have got 2 for gf6. Very nice. That's cool. Cham TV, Anurag MS, Surya Thangavel, Chandan Nagar, Adit, Shriyana, Dan, Chess for One, Ameya Kanetkar, and Arnav Kadam. Now going back here, king f6 is a good move. That's the right way here to go about. Though this looks exciting for a moment. G takes f6. ऐसा लग रहा है कि you're capturing towards the center and in the future this pawn is going to come to e5 and all of that. But again, the problem is knight goes to d4. A very strong move. You see the e6 point is weak here. And c6 is as well attacked. You cannot play any move like this because e6 is hanging. And if you take on d4, the same idea. Rook c7 check. If king goes to g6 or something, this time I'm not going to take here. I am going to take on b7. With this, when you move the knight, you lose the e6 pawn. So gf6 is a clear-cut blunder. Complete blunder. That's why king f6 is the right move. I think what we forgot in the last calculation, when we were checking out for bishop f6, we were checking out knight d4 and we were thinking of this move knight d4. What we forgot was, after check, if this king goes to g6, what happens if you capture on b7? Guys, what happens if you take on b7? Very quickly, very fast. I would love to get your answers super fast. Let's see who is the fastest here. Okay, cool. Awesome, I'm getting answers. Surya, Prashant, Dan, Adit, Chess for Fun, Shriyana, Titan, Rasika, Muhammad, and Jeevan George. Absolutely. Hey, who said knight f3? Ameya Kanetkar. No, not knight f3, because then you are also giving your piece and then you are capturing this. So ye tumhara piece to mar gaya. So knight e2 check is the right move, and for king f1 there is bishop b2 attacks the rook. If you go rook b1 or something, then there is knight c3. And one last time, guys, what happens if white captures the bishop on b2? What happens if you take on b2? Oops, इधर आंसर दिख रहे हैं. Let me just go here. क्या बात है. Awesome. Again, the move is rook d1. It's a one move checkmate, guys, if you take on b2. So Dan, Surya, Neeraj, Prashant, Arnav, Chess for Fun, Poonam, Anurag MS, Patrick Bro, and Muhammad. Well done. You cannot take here on b2 because it's a back rank mate. Very nice. Going back, let's go to the game. He has played the move bishop d6. He did not play bishop f6. इतना सारा analysis अपना था. हाँ. चलो, bishop d6. We now know a lot of ideas, but very important idea which black prevented was this rook c7 check with all the pins. He did not want to get into all of that. So Naka played bishop d6. And now rook c2 has been played. clear plans of doubling the rook, or yeah, doubling the rook actually. Can we shift to the other game as well? Oops, what did I do? Yeah, let's go to Nepo's game because that's very, very interesting. And I don't know where it is. It was 94. 94 was there. He took on f3. He did not take on c2. Queen takes f3. And now he gets his other knight to d4. This rook is free in the future to come to e6 as well. This is hanging now, and you don't have a good square to defend this bishop. Of course, I think the only move is to take here because it's a bad situation. You would not want to go queen d1, knight takes c2, queen takes c2. Yeah, this seems like this is playable. It's not like really bad or something like that. The other way is to take on d4 because that knight is a little bit of a monster, and the choice was between either of the bishop, whether you want to retain the light square bishop or whether you want to retain the dark square bishop. Here, this bishop looks very promising. Also, this bishop looks very promising because the dark squares are weak. So, this decision is quite a tough one. Quite a tough one. Let's not forget, if you lose this bishop, I mean, after this exchange, the queen is shifted to c2. Oops, c2. Whereas if you take here, your queen is on a stronger square. So that's why let's consider bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, and here you can go ahead with another tempo, rook d1, and it's gonna get crazy, guys. He can take here on b2, and there is takes, and the knight can jump to f6, the knight can jump to d6. It's pretty complicated. In fact, if you want to continue with a forcing nice calculation, you can still attack this bishop. This would be crazy because rook d8 check and some threats here. So I think this is possible for white to play after knight d4. Let's see if he is going to take on d4. Bishop takes d4. Patrick Bro says, looks scary for black with that knight on e4, looking at f6. Also, that h5 pawn is coming to h6. Absolutely. I think this, and this. And in fact, the rooks also, at some point, the last rank, if you see, is slightly weak because usually you have two rooks to defend. So even when one rook gets exchanged, the other rook is there. That's why when we saw this variation here, not this, bishop d4, queen d4, rook d1, the interesting idea was white was exchanging one rook and bringing his other rook, always eyeing on this last rank. So that was interesting. Yes, so this is the position here. Bishop d4, I think Duda is going to continue playing. Queen d1 is the other choice, which is also playable, but this is stronger for white. Let's go to Ali Reza's game. Ali Reza, queen e2, I think knight h4. Did we leave at? नहीं, ये हुआ था. This, bishop e3, king h8. Knight went to h4. There's a check coming here. So king goes to g8 and queen goes back to e2. So he went back with his queen, yeah, right now, because, oops, did Sagar show or not? I do not know yet, but if it was black to play here, let's say if white makes a move like just a random move, for example, then what should black play here, guys? What should black play? Oh, Cham TV says, imagine if Duda wins this, then he defeated a Fabi and Nepo in candidates. That's insane. Oh, that's an interesting point. Nice. I'm not changing photos. Yes. Guys, you are right. All of you are right. Titan, Surya, Arnav, Venkata, Arvind, Adit, Chandan Nagar, Mukul. Cool ideas. And Prashant Tiwari. So, that's the move there. Bishop g4 and the queen gets trapped. So that's why he got his queen back to e2. And now maybe I'll go to... This is Nakamura's game, which we saw. This is Ali Reza's game. Actually, this is Ali Reza's game. And let's go to... Duda also we saw. Let's go to Raja's game now. Raja. Okay, last he got his queen to e3. And a few moves have happened. After that, black went queen d8. I think it's feeling very congested here, so he went queen d8. King h1. Rapport is maybe planning some kind of an attack, it seems now. f6 was played. Oh, rook g1. Wow, this is so interesting. King h1 and rook g1, and he wants to go g4. That's some real creativity there. The other way he could have thought was, no, he doesn't have any ideas of knight h4 because this queen went to d8 and controlled h4 square. Yeah, but when f6 is played, then definitely knight h4 was a strong possibility because there is no more queen h4. And how is knight f5 going to be stopped? In fact, knight f5, queen g3, it's very solid. Also, d6 is being attacked. So it's... how will black continue? How will black continue? Maybe he goes knight f8 here, trying to get his knight to e6, eyeing for the squares. But then white can go knight f5. And it's a very powerful knight. So this was a good option with white. What he played was rook g1 because here he has a clear plan. Yeah, g4, g5. Raja went back, bishop f7. Now, I think Rapport will continue with his idea of playing g4. This is gonna be epic, guys. Epic. Nice. Awesome. Let's go to the next game. Nepo, what's up there? Is there any... yes, he played. He played bishop d4. That's a good move. Duda continues with that. Queen takes d4 and rook d1. Now we will analyze a bit because this is actually happening on the board. Oh my god. Queen takes b2. He's going to play rook d8, bishop d8. It's all a forcing calculation. Here we had left it. We didn't look any deeper. But now that we should, let's say bishop e7 is played. How will you continue here with white? Guys, what do you suggest some moves here for with white? This is again that bishop, right? Which is not moved at all. You remember there was a game, it was maybe more than 55 moves that the c8 bishop did not move. Ding's game. Ding was black, correct. And he was defending. Nepo's bishop is inspired by Ding's bishop. Rakshit says increase 200 bullet rating in 2 days. ठीक है, आज तो खेलेंगे ही Rakshit. That's really interesting. Oops. So quite a few suggestions here. Knight f6, the knight d6, bishop b1 trying to save. जो लोग bishop g1 बोले वो कहना भी यही चाह रहे bishop b1. So basically these three suggestions. Let's say if you go move like bishop g1, the problem is you're forgetting something which is hanging in white's position. That's the pawn here. Important pawn which was giving all the support to the important squares. So ऐसे नहीं जाने दे सकते हैं. That's why that's not possible. Let's check knight d6 because it is really tempting. It attacks the bishop. It attacks the f7 pawn. So in a way it is like a double attack. But we also know there is something like a double defense. And hence this bishop can develop to e6. It's no more inspired by Ding's bishop. It develops itself, defends f7. And now what threat does white have? Because c2 is hanging and d5 is hanging. So it's a double attack which again white needs to find a defensive move. Guys, if you are thinking when I'm saying with these hints, what move comes to your mind with white? Queen e2 says Sachin, queen e4, queen e2, queen e4. Okay, so the fight is between queen e2 and queen e4, guys. One of the move, queen e2, is not the best move, but ऐसा नहीं कि something very immediate is happening. Just that this square is less active than this square. Also, there is pin. So, if you see, this bishop cannot really move anywhere except for d3 because you cannot take here because that's the reason you don't want to be tied down. And queen e4 is a better square. Defense c2 keeps the pressure on b7. Also keeps some pressure on this point. Of course, also on c4. So that way, queen on e4 is better. So knight d6 we saw right now. So maybe what the way we are calculating is, now we'll consider the move knight f6, which also was one of the suggestions. Now it's forcing, it's a check. If you play something like king g7 or something, oh look at the bar, बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हो चुका है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा. Guys, the question to you is, you don't have to find a move for white. You just have to tell why is the bar so happy. Why is the bar so happy for white? Okay, everybody is telling me the same move. Kavnoor, Amol, Shriyana, Dan, Sarfaraj, Varad, Adit, Surya, Cool Ideas, and Parithi Narayan. Yes, h6 is the right move. You cannot take here because there is this check anyway, and you can take the bishop nevertheless. But if black goes king f8, of course, look at this king, एक check पे mate है अभी के लिए. So, what should white play? एक check पे mate है guys. यार चैट तुम लोग बहुत स्ट्रांग हो यार. अमेजिंग अमेजिंग अमेजिंग. पारस भोईर, परिथी नारायण, Dan, Adit Bansal, Cool Ideas, Anurag MS, Chandan Nagar SDU, Abhay Man, and Patrick Bro, Shriyana Malya. Absolutely right. Queen d5 is a very strong move, and it's such a beautiful idea. Like, let's say I just make a random move here. Queen d8 is not a mate immediately. There is no back rank also after rook e8. But this pattern, rook e8 check mate, the pawn controls both the squares, and this is being controlled by the rook. This pattern is very common, very, very common. So have to be alert there, and solving a lot of tactics definitely helps to make such moves very quickly. Queen e5 would be a very beautiful move here. You're right. So knight f6 ko king g7 is of course a bad idea. If black goes directly king f8 or something, then also white has a very strong move. The queen shifts to a place where it can give this check. That idea would be really strong. And you really don't need to worry about this because it's a mate. One more mate again. That is how you defend your bishop by counter attacking. He cannot really save this directly. Can take here, take here. Again, the threat is queen h6, rook d8 mate. So, lot of ideas you cannot easily take here. So, this will go very difficult for black, and hence it's clear that he will have to take the knight on f6. You cannot tolerate such a piece. Let me ask you a question. Final question for this position, guys. What should black play here? What should black play here? पैट्रिक ब्रो से चेसबीज इंडिया पे सीखा है तो स्ट्रॉन्ग ही होंगे ना. Yes, that's true, Patrick bro. Yes, I'll move to Ding's game as well after this last question. Ah, nice. I am super happy. When all of you give a wrong answer, I am very happy. So, bishop f6 have been suggested by most of you, but the right move is rook f6 by Surya, Shriyana, Sachin Ranade, Pariti Narayan, Prahlad Sen. Cool idea. Surya Thangavel and Shriyana Malya. So, going back to the position, guys, rook f6 is an important move. You have to give back the exchange. De do bindas exchange. It's fine to defend. Just count the material. You're an exchange down here. But for how many pawns? 4 pawns with white and 6 pawns with black. So you have a bishop. You have a bishop and 2 pawns, which is actually equal to a rook. So materially you are not any exchange down as well. This is fine. Only thing about the king safety or something if there would be a problem. But even if I play h6, there's no real threat because I have the bishop here saving this. Very interesting. If you play h6 and if I take on c2 and if I take on f6 here, there is queen d1 check, king h2, and this is guarded. Anyway, so queen h5 check, queen h6 is lost. Doesn't work at all. So rook f6 is a great idea, great defensive idea for all those who said bishop f6 here. The problem is after ef6, firstly there is this mate threat. And what is your plan to defend? There is nothing which can really stop there. No, there is queen b6 for the moment. And then you go h6. Are. Guys, can you describe this king? Please, a nice analogy for the king. I'm sure you guys are creative. If Sagar would be there, उसको बहुत मजा आता था to comment on this king. So finally, नॉट यूट्यूबर बोल रहा है फिर से गलत जवाब दिया मैं तो. हाँ, the questions are a little bit tricky, guys. Jinxed it, Patrick bro. Suffocating king. King in the jail. हाँ, Shriyana says king in the jail. That definitely. ये jail में भी you know there is a room where actually you cannot even see outside. वो वाला एक रहता है. वो हेल्पलेस किंग फंस गया अपने ही घर में. King in jail. Yes, I think king in jail is perfect. This is the perfect jail here. So that's the reason this would be really bad. Bishop f6. Okay, I think we have understood the absolute depth of tactics in this game. Duda versus Nepo. He will be playing this. I am sure that Duda is tactically super strong and this is what he's going to continue. We are going to reach all our analysis. Let's go to Ding's game now because yep. ठीक है, we left it rook c2 last. काफी moves हुआ उसके बाद. Oh, he went knight e7. He went knight e7, tried to maneuver the... Oh, immediately, as soon as the knight left the control of d4, white jumped to d4. He's very happy to attack this pawn. Bishop d5. Now he took here. Knight takes d5 and rook c1. So white being his having control of the c file, rook c8 cannot be challenged yet. There is pressure here, so you cannot think of kicking the d4 knight away because f5 would be weak. The king cannot move forward because there it will be under a discovered attack. So overall, Ding's position seems good. If it was white to play, I would definitely consider a move like h5. But it is black to play, and he played rook d7. An interesting idea could have been g6, so that you also defend this, and in future you also have ideas of e5, and maybe h5 is not so easy. What Nakamura played was rook d7. He played rook d7 here. Maybe he's planning to double his rooks. And Ding played knight b3. Wow, that's such a cool maneuver. He's now actually eyeing which square, guys? c5 or a5? It's a question. Do you think he wants to go to c5 or a5? Let me ask you in the chat. Amrit Singh says that, oh, that king is like CBI clips edited. Yeah, during tournaments. Funny. Quarantine king. काफी कंफ्यूजन चल रहा है c5 बोल रहे हैं a lot of you think c5 in fact majority of you are wanting to go to c5 here so let's suggest a move for black. Let's go with a simple move like rook d8 though I don't like this move very much. Let's try to consider knight goes to c5 now. It's attacking d7. Now it's even attacking a6. And you don't want to take here because after bc5 there is a pass pawn and you have got enough play there. Bishop will sit on a5, e5, and yes, white definitely gets that slight edge. Sure. At least in this scenario when the rook moves from a8, you would like to go to c6. Now let's say if I go g6 again in the same scenario. Knight c5, is it going to be that strong? Because a6 is defended. So I don't have to really take here. And if I go rook c7 or something, looks fine. I can now go rook c8, which otherwise doubling of black's rook was not possible there. It wasn't possible. So here, that is what black gets. If I would go more like knight a5 here. Oh, anyway, there is rook c7. Okay, guys. The idea of rook d7 is, I got it a bit too late actually, but his idea is to go rook c7 and challenge. He has two defenders, see? So knight b3, rook c7 is the move to consider now, but if he plays rook c7, takes bishop c7, then the problem is, that's why he's got this knight here. This rook will go to c6 and then the knight will go to c5. Okay, that's a deep idea. So the knight can actually jump to a5 also if the situation requires. So the b3 knight is really good. It's a great move Ding has found to keep that pressure, that initiative on black. Amazing. We have to see what Nakamura, how he's going to play. He's not considering moving the g pawn. There are ideas with g5 and g6. And knight b3 has also stopped the ideas of a5. Any ideas of a5? So overall, it's a very, very solid move. Wonderful. Okay, shall we check what happened in Nepo's game, because no, he's thinking. Acha, he played hg6. Oh, why did he play hg6? I'm very surprised because his pawn on h5 is. Oh, I mean, it's always giving threats on h6. Super surprising that he wants to take. He has some other idea in mind, most probably. He has some other idea. So, what idea does he have? Fg and He, both the moves are possible here. If you play Fg, oh, look at the bar. This king becomes even more weak because F7 was some kind of a shelter here. Now there is knight F6 check, bishop F6, same idea. No, now if you go rook F6, rook D8, bishop D8, EF6. Rook E8 check. So that's why it's a lot of tactics. Anyway, Fg6 doesn't even look good. Like, you want the king to be safe, so intuitively also you will go Hg6. Just this pawn looks like a good bodyguard to have. So Hg6 is a good move. And now the whole thing which we saw, guys, after takes, what we are looking at was knight F6 check. If you remember, no, first we saw rook D1, bishop E7, and then knight F6 check. Yeah, the whole idea with knight F6, earlier he could not take on F6. Now, firstly, he can think of king G7 because there is no H6. With the two pawns, it's way different. There is no H6. Knight E8 check, king can go back. He can even take here because after takes, yeah, there is rook F6. So, Hg6 is not the best idea. It's not in the spirit of the game. We will see. I am very surprised. Alu Ka Paratha asks, what's the best chess books for beginners? Praful Zaveri's chess course is very good. आलू का ये क्या नाम लेके आया है आलू का पराठा? कल ही खाया बाय द वे आलू का पराठा. So rook d8 has been played. He's thinking. Yeah, Praful Zaveri's books are good. Silman's Endgame for improving Endgame is really good. It has rating wise, level wise, जैसे 0 to some level, then 500 to this level, that kind of a thing. So it's a heavy book and it's a lifetime you can have that book. It's a good book. Apart from that, yeah, these two are, if you're an absolute beginner, then definitely these two are the way to begin with. Knight d6 now. Okay, so we'll look at this game again. Let's have a look at Raja's game. He played g4 for bishop f7. He went g4 and h6 has been played. Of course, g5 looks very scary, so he played h6. And most natural which comes to the mind is h4 because you want to go g5 here. Yeah, I think it's possible to play h4 with some complications. Definitely possible. And it's in continuation with your idea. So that's one move to play. The other move which we have been considering again and again is knight goes to h4, knight goes to f5. And I think this is definitely way better because once your knight is on f5, then you can go h4. It's very solid. This knight putting pressure on these pawns, then it's going to be all sacrifices here and there and g5. Oh, it's going to be a bloodbath. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. So this, I am feeling that Rapport is going to continue with knight h4 here first. He will take his knight to f5. What else? Who else is playing? Yeah. Any moves have happened in Ding versus? Yes. For knight b3, Nakamura went bishop e7. He attacked this pawn again. H5. Nice. So I think white has got a good bind here. This is a little bit of a pressure for the moment. Bishop f6. And he goes bishop d4. Oh, a lot of simplifications, are happening. If he takes on d4, then knight d4, and can black play a5 here? Can black play a5 here? Because see, if you take on b5, then there is simply AB, knight b4, and this is a draw, yeah? Nakamura will be very happy. So, a5 ko you cannot go knight b5. If you cannot go knight b5, then what is the problem? Oh, you want to play takes? Takes. Wow. And guys, I'm going to ask you to find a move for white here. Find a good move for white. Let's see. If you... Oh, Sachin. क्या ही speed. क्या बात है. Naman, Venkata, Ishu, Surya, Adit, Jerush, Dheeraj, Said. Yes, guys. The right move is knight c6 because you attack the rook, and once the rook moves, then there is check. Knights are very dangerous fort givers. So this would be a great advantage for white. Yeah, this should be a great advantage. Definitely. With the double rooks, and also the g7 is a fixed weakness. So some trick there. That's why if I would not be possible here. He's played bishop d4 and Nakamura is thinking. I think Nakamura can take here one option. The other option is he can go e5. Finally, he has these central pawns rolling when the bishop goes back. Then, following white's idea, like exactly following white's idea, he could also go knight b6 trying to go for c4 square. It would be interesting. But if Nakamura wants a more interesting game, he will go for e5. If he wants to simplify, he'll go for bishop d4. Bishop d4 is safer for him. So practical decision would be to go bishop d4. Though e5, if it puts pressure on white, then who knows, Nakamura may even try to, push Ding into a difficult situation. Let's see. Sachin Ranade says, board पे नाम दिखाओ. Ranade family will be proud. हाँ, अच्छा चलो. Definitely दिखाना तो है ही. ये देखो सचिन रानडे, नमन खंडेलवाल, सौमित्र जोशी. Actually, I had not taken a lot of names. Venkat Chengelwala, Ishu Jain, Adit Bansal, Jerush Vijay, Dheeraj, Said Vasil, Aloo ka paratha. Aloo ka paratha is really funny. Okay, so this game, Ding versus Hikaru, it's still a little bit dicey. कुछ भी हो सकता है. They're fighting. I am very keen to see this game, Duda versus Nepo. Very keen to see this. Some moves have happened after g6, g6. They played rook d8, bishop d8, and now knight d6 has been played. So earlier with this pawns, it was different. Now knight d6, this is attacked, c8 is attacked, and we had seen, if you remember, double defense idea of going bishop e6. The difference here, instead of that earlier h7 and h6, h5 pawns, we were looking at queen e4 move. Queen e4. But in this same situation after queen e4, black gets a lot of play. In fact, he can now bring his rook also to the game. Rook b6 can happen. You can take on c4, but then bishop c4, queen c4, and rook c6 with the idea of rook c2. Hence, you will have to go for counter attacking this bishop. And this bishop comes on b6, and this is super dangerous. a2 is hanging, c2 is hanging. it will become very dangerous. So it seems very good for black. You cannot play queen e4. Here white has to make a move which is I don't know how easy or difficult it is to find. That's why I'll ask you, what is the move for white you want to consider, guys? It's very interesting. Rachit says, imagine everyone's discussing whether Hikaru versus Nepo happens and then Ding wins. Yeah. Update live game. Okay. Let me update live game. Yes. So the move, guys, what you have suggested, let's have a look. We have got a lot of moves, in fact. We've got a lot of moves. Queen b7, bishop b1, queen b7 है, bishop b1 है, bishop e4 है, knight e8, rook e4. This position is really something where it's not clear. नहीं तो बहुत बार you can see the first 2 or 3 moves obviously काफी ये रहता है, much easier to think. But right now so many moves. If you play queen b7, which is like the most of you want to do, queen takes b7, knight takes b7, and you think white is a pawn up, but the whole point is that black has double bishop and you might have recovered the pawn. It's not like you have won the pawn, the material is still equal, double bishop, but this knight, it cannot go anywhere. Here it can go, but it will lose the pawn. So it's a bit in trouble in this position. That's why it's clearly better with this double bishop. Bishop will sit on b4, king is coming, e5 is also going to be weak. So queen b7 doesn't work that way. The other move was bishop e1, which was suggested. Let's go to the board firstly. Yeah, bishop b1 was the other move. यहाँ पे भी once bishop e7, the main point of this position was that white had a lot of play because he was constantly attacking and there were a lot of precise tactics happening on the king, for which this h5 pawn was a critical element. Most of the time h6 was happening at the right moment. यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है, without the h5 pawn suddenly he's released the tension and really it's a big relief for Nepo now. Oh, but white had to find this move to stay in the game, which he has found, which is bishop takes g6. I don't know if anybody had found. Let me just check. No, nobody even considered it, right? It's not so easy to think of it at this point because it's not like you're removing any defender. ये bishop attacked है, ये मारा तो ये मरेगा, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. Then why this move is fine? That is an important question. If f takes g6, what is that white wants to play? Again, not at all easy. Not at all easy. What should white play here? Very important move. Surya Thangavel says, I saw that, but not able to continue, ma'am. Exactly. You saw bishop g6. हाँ, ठीक है, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है. Discard. Yes, I mean, it was logical, right? Because it's not easy to find what is happening. Even now when I'm getting the answers, it's oh, not it's people are thinking. It's not even an easy position. You guys are thinking. जब मैं वन मूव मेट पूछती हूँ तो खट 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 ऐसे आंसर्स आते हैं. इधर ऐसे बहुत ही सोच के समझ के ब्लैक लोटस जैसे आंसर्स आ रहे. Sachin says past e-pawn. Okay. So I'm going to, oh, this is maybe the most variable answers I've got again. Like, just look at the number of variations. Queen e4, 98, queen b7, queen g3, queen, baap re, kitne sare hai. So, yes, queen e4 is the right move. Drawn Pandey, Sachin Ranade, cool idea. Siddharth Joshi, not YouTuber, Chessbase online, and Sangeet Dabi. Absolutely right, you guys are. Queen e4 is the only move here. Because you've given a piece, you have to do something. Queen e4 attacks the g6 point. If, let's say, black defends with king g7, not easy to guess the next move for white. Very difficult. Rook b1. कहाँ से आ गया ये rook? Where was this rook? Look at this. It's crazy, yeah. Still, bishop g6 is super creative. You can't move. Let's say you go queen. Where? Let's say you go queen d2. Rook b7 check. Oh no, rook b7 is lost. Wait, I am missing something. King h6 जा रहा है. And then there is no check. Oh, there is no check. Rook b7 is not the move, guys. Queen b7 check. अच्छा, you two don't care about the king. देखा, मैंने भी मिस कर दिया. Queen takes a6, you win the rook. That's the idea here. So good. So good. King g7 अगर नहीं खेला, then how do you defend this? Actually, you cannot defend this. So, can you go bishop f7? Trying to defend it. But then knight f7, king f7. Again the same thing, rook b1. So, this is the idea. Yeah, after bishop g6. The real idea is पूरा अप्रैल फूल बनाया है कि इधर मेट वेट होगा. ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. It's simply to take this rook. That too, to think that when it is defended, you are going to remove this defender and the rook on a6 is going to be in a problem. Whatever the evaluation is after bishop g6, even though black is, black has ways to defend, just the idea is so creative and so different. I'm amazed. Dynamic chess says, and funny part, engine says equal after rook b1, brutal engines. Yeah, this is just brilliant creativity what we are seeing. And also brilliant alertness by Duda. To just, like, कहाँ से समझ में आ रहा है यार, this a6 rook is going to be the weakness. Crazy. He played fg6. Of course, if you play bishop g6, then Duda is going to play queen e4. There's no doubt. We have seen king g6 and all. A random move like queen d2, is it a perpetual here? Queen g6 check. Okay, let me, oops. This king has two options, king h8 and king f8. What will you play with? नहीं, ये मुझे लगता है obvious है. What will you play with? Black. Oops. What will you play with black? King h8 or king f8? First question is for this variation. Will you play king h8 or will you play king f8? काफी कंफ्यूजन चैट में. कंफ्यूज तो बहुत कर रही हूं मैं. Does Sagar confuse you all, guys? Or am I the one torturing everybody here? काफी कंपटीशन चल रही किंग h8 और किंग f8 के बीच में, और f8 और h8 के बीच में भी. कौन ये इंसान है जो f8 और h8 के पहले एक के डालने के लिए भी आलसीगिरी दिखा रहे? कौन है वो? भाई f8 के पहले एक के डाल दो, बस एक कैपिटल के, कुछ नहीं है. और वो भी टाइप करना है, पेन से लिखना भी नहीं है. Okay, let's check. So the maximum people have said king f8, but the second very closely joining king h8. has been suggested by Surya Sachin, Champ, Praful, Sarfaraj, Morning, Samartha, Cool Ideas, Gaurav, Kishan. I did take your names, but sorry guys, that's not the right answer. King of Fate is the right answer. Usual, Dynamic, Cool Ideas. Hey, Cool Ideas, dono. Hey, Cool Ideas. This, now I'm banning from reading your name for, look at this trick. ऐसे नहीं चलेगा. ऐसे और कोई किया है क्या? नहीं ऐसे और कोई नहीं किया. Cool Ideas, you're banned. Next three times I'm not reading your name. हाँ, वेंकट चेंगलवा, नीत हलवा, गौरव आचार्य, फिनिक्स असीमो, अरुण वर्मा, आई एम सिडमैन एंड आलू का पराठा. Yes, guys, you're right. King F8, not King H8. King H8 is super lost. थोड़ा lost भी नहीं, super lost because of there is rook e4, rook a, oh, but both the squares are controlled. It's a good question. How is this winning? Rook e3. Why is this move winning? कुछ भी खेला, suppose rook d6 type. The problem is queen h6 check, king g8, rook g3 check, king f8, king f7, whatever you go, rook g7 and queen h8 would be winning. So mate is inevitable here. That's what is happening. If you go queen d1 check, king h2, maybe, no, this is still lost. Come on, that king is super exposed. But how is king f8 saving itself? King f8, now you don't have time to play rook e3 or something like that, because after queen d1, king h2, rook d6, is there a mating idea? If you go rook f3 check, look at this, guys. Wow, what a defense. You sacrifice your queen for the rook and just look at the material. Just have a look at the material. I should have asked this question. Black has rook and 2 bishops for the queen. Okay. So materially already, if you just want to count the points, 5, 3, 3, must 11 ho gaye. Now look at the pawns. 4 pawns. 5, 4 plus 1, 5. Black has 3 pawns. Position काफी complicated, but ये pawn देखो, ये pawn तो completely like a monster. This king is weak, but white does not even have a perpetual because the king can escape. Let's say if I go this check, this king will go to e8. Best part is everything is defended. सब family जैसे है, पूरे एक दूसरे के लिए है. Brilliant. This is such a brilliant defense. Very important is to one last time consider for king h8, rook e3, the same idea after king h2 if rook d6 is played in the same position, queen h6, king g8. इधर rook f3 का सवाल ही नहीं है. Black does not get a chance to give material and stop the mate. That's not a possibility. So this is how white this is how it's going to happen, and it's going to be a perpetual there. Let's see. But if Nepo misses anything, then gone, completely gone. Can we now go to some other game? Oh, lot of interesting things, and एक position पे कितना कुछ हो रहा है यार. We have to see so much. Ding and Nepo में कुछ भी हो रहा है नया. Let's have a look at it. Ding versus Nepo. Oops, sorry. I made some error. Ding versus Nakamura, of course. He continued bishop d4 ko e5. Guys, Nakamura has played e5. It means bishop c5 has happened and Nakamura feels comfortable with retaining his bishop. Who knows? I think he's slowly going to press in this position. Wow, anything is possible. कुछ भी हो सकता है ठीक है. बट फिर भी इधर थोड़ा स्लो चल रहा है. He's gone bishop d8 right now. He's vacated the square. Most probably he wants to go back with his knight. So he wants to go knight f6 and he wants to go knight e4. He wants to attack this pawn. h5 can soon become a weakness, so bishop d8 is a very elegant move. Actually कैसे defend करोगे? How will you defend h5? Oh my god. Let's say if you make a move like g3, Oh, knight f6 and you lose a pawn. You cannot allow knight f6. You have to find a move like rook d1 or rook d2 so that there is a pin there. And if knight f6 happens, then you can take, go this rook d2. And if knight f6 is played again, not so easy, but you will have to give this pawn for some compensation. Wow, I think Nakamura is going to slowly start pressing. It's going to be difficult for him. Going to board number 2. Let's go to board number 2. Oops. हाँ ठीक है. Ali Reza's game. क्या हुआ है आगे? Knight h4 we saw. Yeah, queen went back because वो trap हो रहा था. He went a4, b6, rook g1, a5, knight d2, f5. Weren't we seeing after rook g1 knight f g4 खेलना था ना? White had to play g4, or is it the other game which is very similar? So dynamic chess says so Naka versus Ding is a do or die encounter. Looks like that. Looks like that. Aloo ka paratha says, ma'am, your number of oops per minute are equal to my number of blunders per game. Yeah. हाँ वो ऑफलाइन ब्लंडर्स है. That's true. That's true. ठीक है. a5 just for me to understand that ये वही गेम था रुक जीवन वाला या ये और कोई गेम था? नहीं, सेम ही गेम है. ठीक है, गॉट इट. It's the same game. a5, knight d2 has been played. f5. Oh, this. So after this king h1 and rook g1, he neither got g4, but he got his knight to h4. That's a good thing. And black actually stopped the knight from coming to f5. So he got f5, takes, bishop takes, and knight takes. That's a good development for Caruana. Very good development, because whatever you take with queen takes or rook takes, the main thing is that you have exchanged this good bishop with the knight. And now the pawn structure, if you look at it, e5 is isolated. This structure is already slightly weak. And it's interesting that after bishop c5, if you look at the imbalances, this knight could be a better piece than this bishop, because this knight sits on e4, it cannot be kicked away, and the bishop has to decide either of the square, but it's not permanent because at any time in the future it can be kicked away. But let's say it sits on center. Yeah, it sits in the center because that's here it defends as well, here it's attacking the a1 rook as well. It sits in the center. Maybe you can go back immediately, you can play c3 immediately, and this position is important to assess. It's all about pawn structure here, and this knight versus bishop. Pretty interesting. How do you like this, guys? Would you like to play bishop c5 here? The question to all of you. After queen takes f5, would you like to go bishop c5, or would you like to retain this bishop on e3? I would give it a long thought whether I want to take or not. So queen f5 has been taken and Caruana is thinking he has 40 minutes. Shriyana says no. Ujjwal says no. Aradhya says take. Supercom says take. Cool bet says take. Okay. Venkata Chengalwal is saying in OTP I would retain it. Matlab rapid में will not. क्या? ऐसा नहीं. Best move has to be best move. Knight is very strong, so I'll exchange it. Very interesting. So we have 50-50. It's clearly the perception of whether you like the knights more or bishops more, or you know what comfort level you have. But both the ways is very much possible to play. Like if you want to take, it's very fine. If you don't want to take, even retaining it for now is fine. But Eventually, I think white has to consider this bishop takes c5 move and put pressure on this pawn structure. Get c3. He'll have his knight on e4, and maybe he should try b4 with the idea of if there is takes, then he can create a passer there, and if not, then after ideas like BA, these two become another isolated double pawns. So which would be, oh, look at this. Caruana thinks only for 2 minutes. Not even two, 1.5 almost. That is the understanding of exchanges and of minor pieces which he has, which was confusing us. Nice. It's important. Not YouTuber says, भाई एक आंसर सही दिया मैं चलो नाचो. Yes, yeah, absolutely, because you have played what Caruana played. And very quickly he's playing. This is a beautiful understanding of the position that white has this initiative in this imbalanced position. Not just about knight versus bishop. You can see the central pawn is fixed right now on the dark squares. This structure is on the dark square, so the mobility of this bishop is not so great. Yes, f2 is in the open file and it's a pressure for now, but white has choices for that as well soon. Also, the knight on e4 beautifully defends this. Question is, can you play bishop takes f2? It's a blunder. क्या हो रहा है guys? Oops. Let me clear it. Yeah, can you play bishop f2? ओके, बॉटल गिर गया. ठीक है, बाद में उठा लेंगे. रुक f1, मार्क रेजेव, ऋतिक लखानी, सुग्रीव कटारिया, वेंकट चेंगलवाला, यश शुक्ला, भय मन, श्रियाना मल्ल्या, उज्जवल गुप्ता, कबीर सरपल, कुमारन सुब्रमणी. Nice guys. Rook f1. In fact, rook g f1 also. Real Sagar Shah, Sarvendran, Rohan, Ujjwal. भाई कितने लोग नए आ गए. Lot of new people now in the names in giving answers. So let's go to the game. Rook f1 is the right move. Rook g f1, and there is a pin here, so you will lose your piece. That's why f2 you cannot take on f2. Ali Reza can go back bishop d6. That's what HRT says. Bishop d6. Yes, you can go back with the bishop, but it's a very passive bishop. As you can see, blocked by its own pawns. I have no intention to move this knight soon, because I know in future you will get this e4 pawn sacrifice and some player. So at the right time I will move my knight when you won't get e4. Until that point of time, white will bring his rook to e1, put more pressure here. In fact, could be a possibility. Queen moves, rook e3. Quite a rich position where white will strategize, get his pieces slowly improving, because what will be black's plan? Like if he has to take a pawn break, which is an important thing. Which pawn break can you see? He cannot play c5, c4. b5 is a possibility. Giving up completely on the c5. White is not going to take this. I mean, of course, until the rook exists, yes, he wins the pawn. So in order to go b5, this rook will need to go to a passive place of rook 8. And then when he plays b5, white is going to ignore. Like solid ignore marega. So yeah, okay, what has happened is bishop b4 and he played rook g f1. So he is now remaneuvering his pieces. Maybe he'll bring his king to g1. King also becomes one of the good defenders. I like Caruana's position. Chalo, let's go to the next game. Board number. He played queen g6 by the way. अच्छा. Oh, ये तो Duda versus Nepo है. Yeah, what happened after bishop g6, fg6? He played queen e4, right? How long did he take? No, he played very quickly. So Nepo is thinking. Nepo's last move was 7 minutes before. So he's thought for 7 minutes. Now I think Ding versus Nakaya. That's still the most interesting result. Curiosity generating result here. We have to see. He went bishop d8. Rook d2 was played as we saw. Knight f6. Same thing has happened. Takes rook d1. In fact, it is going into a lot of complications. Black can take on c5 and black can go knight f6. Knight f6 is of course more natural. You want to win the pawn. But in case you play knight c5, this knight on c5, can you go a5? Oh, guys, if a5, then white has a nice strong move. What should white play? Hello, Shashank. I'm good. You have to be giving a lot of answers today because there have been a lot of questions. As someone mentioned, it's like a school year happening. So, काफी tough job today, guys. Okay, so Rook d7 has been suggested by many of you. It is definitely a good move. But and now Rook b7, where you are attacking this b5 pawn. So this AB would lead to king h2 is forced here, and now you lose the b5 pawn. So this is one thing which will give some initiative for a white. I don't think it will be good enough though. But the move which was being considered was knight b7. You attack this bishop here and there is pressure here. You cannot go bishop c7 because there is rook d7 check. And if you go bishop b6, still there is rook d7 check. The point is, if you go king e6, I'll take on g7. No, sorry. No. You give rook d6 check. And if you go king f8 here, then you can take on a5. And this brings some play for white here after knight e6 check and g7 is hanging. So this will give exactly what Ding wants, that chance to fight. But Nakamura played knight f6 and now Ding played bishop d6. Knight g4 he played. Because if he takes on h5, then Ding is happy to take here on e5. So knight g4 he played. Ding is thinking. Yes, Ding is thinking. Let's move. See the other game. Ali Reza Caruana तो अभी देख लिया अपन ने. Queen g6. We are still at that position. Board number 3. Nepo Mniachi's game. I think has he played? Oh, he played king g7. Oh, he played king g7 here. Oh, and Duda played rook b1. Oh man, guys, there is a very interesting intermezzo. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What should black play? There are, of course, a few possibilities, but I asked, but he played already. What should black play? Okay, so your chance to answer. In case you guys are not aware of the move, let's see. C3 नहीं guys, C3 नहीं. C3 नहीं, C3 में you will just lose the queen. Nice. Real Sagar Shah has got it. A lot of people have suggested bishop f5. That could be a possibility, but a nice move would be queen takes f5. And when you take the queen, rook takes b2. So this rook knight versus rook bishop में चला जाता था, where the pawns are equal. This knight quite an imbalanced position, and यहाँ पे थोड़ा weak है. It would be a possibility for sure. But bishop d5 is a very cool move, because you cannot do anything else. If you play anything else, then takes and you're a rook down, tata, bye bye. So you have to take on b2, and after takes you have to take the bishop on e4. So a knight has to go back, and black can challenge the exchange of this rook and defend a b7 pawn as well. If you attack my c4, I go rook c6, and this is equal. Yeah, so that's a very cool move by Nepo, and I think Duda would now be a little bit, I don't know, because the whole g6 he started at this point of time was maybe had this calculation involved, where he would have thought after bishop g6 he might even have considered a certain lines where he gets the initiative, and maybe he would have tried to retain the pawn like we saw in other variations where it was a very critical element of attack. Now it will really make him feel a little sad. Okay, by the way, let's go back to the game. Board number 4, Raja's game. Oops, yes, some things have happened. Oh, this is Raja's game, na? Yeah, g4, h6. So they had a very similar pattern, no? Raja and Alireza's Caruana's game, because he also had king on h1, he also had rook g1. Exactly, I got super confused there. Right, they had so similar pattern. Wow, look at this. h6, he went g5. What is this move? We had seen here knight h4 first with the idea of knight f5, and then going h4, g5. Those ideas existed. He went directly g5, just gave up the pawn. In fact, Raja took with the f pawn. He had to take with the h pawn at g5. But what is happening? Is white gaining any material back, or is it an idea like h4? Wow, this would be a nice pawn sacrifice, and the position would be crazy. Definitely crazy, as we predicted it. Maybe white could also take on d6. Yes, that's a very ugly bishop, but this also could be a possibility, though I would prefer direct h4. Instead, he went g5. Raja took with f pawn. He played knight g5. Not, he's missed something. Rapport has missed something. He had to make the move h4 here. In fact, it was very good for him. After f pawn took on g5, this is very good, because if you take on h4, if you take g takes h4, white can play a lot of moves, like queen h6 is possible, knight e5 is possible, a lot of moves are possible. But he played knight g5, hg5. Oh, this game is so crazy. This game is so crazy. Why was black better here? Let me ask all of you, what should have Raja played? Raja had to play the only move. Very important move. Just getting water bottle. Yes, exactly, guys. Exactly. Bishop c4 was an important move. Real Sagar Shah, Dilli Babu, Rishil Shah, Shriyana Malya, Himanshu B, Goenka, Abhay Man, Madhusudan Vegi, Chess Brain, and Mithil Sam's channel. Okay, going back to the game, actually, bishop c4 had to be inserted here so that if you take here, then you take the knight, and if you take with the rook, the point is again a critical move. Why bishop c4 was important? We'll compare it with the game in anyway, but I want you to. Acha, that is happening in the game? No, no, no. What should black play here? How should black defend? What is the best way to defend? सब लोग attack सीखते हैं, defense सीखते हैं now. Let's learn some defense. Oops. Not easy, yeah. In the chat, people are struggling. I really like it. Pretty interesting. Not an easy idea, of course. Guys, so the question is, what is a weak point in black's position here? You need to find this move, okay? But how do you think? Because you want to find this move, how do you think? So many of you have very well suggested this idea of bishop f8 because you want to save the g7 pawn, which is a right way to think because this bishop defends here. But is there any active way to do that? So there is bishop e7, which is suggested by Urmi123, Noob Gamer, Sankalp Dikshit, Moses Jivanatham, and Selva Kumari. So the move bishop e7 first attacks the bishop, and let's say you keep it on g4, yeah? Then bishop goes to f6. The bishop defends via f6, so the king is, safer, a little bit safer because there is a defense on the f file as well. Then the queen is going to develop here. It's not like bishop is on f8 and queen is in front of that bishop. So it's just more spacious in that sense. Queen e7, queen f7. So bishop e7 is an active defense. Okay, that's the best idea. In the game, what happened was, if knight g5 was played, when knight g5 was played, h takes g5 he played directly, rook g5, again bishop c4 he could have taken, he went queen f6 directly, which is a fine thing, but that would have clearly given him a better position. Rook g1, and now he goes bishop f8. So here white, if you see materially, white is a complete piece down, a full piece down, yet he's not lost or anything. That is the most surprising thing about this position, but it also means that white at every junction has to find good moves. The moment he misses it, it is only going to be, he's going to be a piece down and lost. So find good moves, guys. What is the good move here for white if you want to consider? How are you going to think? आलू का पराठे से बिशप e7 में टेम्पो पे मिल जाता है, राइट? How you going to think, guys? So h4 सोच रहे हो, रुक f5 सोच रहे हो, रुक g3 सोच रहे हो, queen h3 सोच रहे हो. Nice. Not many of Shashank, yeah, I just gonna say not many of you suggested f4, but yes, f4 has been suggested by Mridul, Shriyana, Goenka, a few people. The whole point is, for moves like, let's say, rook g3 here, as we said, white has to make good moves. ये मार दिया, bishop takes c4, rook takes b takes c4, and slowly black is going to regroup his pieces in such a way where at some point he will be free from defending this pawn. You can see this is also a weakness here. मतलब ये दोनों इधर attack कर रहे हैं. So important is to continue in the spirit of the game, and f4 is one good idea. The other option which was suggested, which was queen h3, is also pretty strong because you attack the d7 knight, and some threats here. How will you defend? Bishop e6 खेला तो queen g2, but overall it's very hard to play just simply a piece down position. Very hard. I think Raja is going to win this. This game is going to go in his bag. Just don't know what courage, yeah, this Rapport has to simply play knight g5. It's that emotion on the board. It's the last round. You want to have a fight. Just amazed by his brilliant courage. Okay. No, Rook G3 has not happened. We'll leave this game at this point. I think important is to catch up on the other games now a little quickly. Going to Nakamura's game. आगे क्या हुआ है? आगे क्या हुआ? Yeah, Bishop C5, Bishop H4. Oh, कहाँ से कहाँ तक? ये move suddenly, attacking F2. Superb. Bishop H4, Rook D7 check. King went back to G8. थोड़ा complicated है, so we cannot really say कि this is plain draw, equal, anything. I think there are good chances for Ding to fight this position. He's got the rook on 7th rank. He has got the active pieces, but ये knight कैसे, तो he has to bring it to E6. ये है, but it's, they are fighting for one square. It's like घर पे एक साइकिल खरीदा है, दो भाई है, एक भाई एक बहन है, एंड वो साइकिल के लिए झगड़ा चल रहा है. दोनों को साइकिल चाहिए, दोनों को जाना है स्कूल, पर साइकिल एक ही है, सो वो झगड़ा चल रहा है. G3, Bishop G5. बाय द वे, याद आया साइकिल की वजह से, कंप्लीटली इररेलेवेंट, बट आई वॉज द वन जो साइकिल सीख ही नहीं पा रही थी. इट टुक मी मैनी ईयर्स. आई फेल नंबर ऑफ टाइम्स, banged my knees completely. So I learned cycle at a very late age. I think I learned it when I was in 7th. What about you guys? I think most of the people would have learned riding a bicycle when you would be 6 or 7. Rising Nova says my sister is the bishop. What a story. 4 years. बाप रे. श्रियाना मल्ल्या, that's the two. नहीं, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट साइकिल है जो दोनों साइड पे व्हील्स है, वैसी वाली नहीं, प्रॉपर साइकिल. 3rd standard. Rook d8 b4, it's too late. Get rid of the rook on 7th rank basically. So we are at this position and we'll come to it. Going to board number 2. By the time until I hear at what age did you all learn riding a bicycle, let me quickly go to board number 2, Ali Reza's game. अच्छा, सी आई वाज सो स्टूपिड. अली रेजा और इसका कितना सिमिलर था. माय गुडनेस, रैपोर्ट एंड अली रेजा, दैट्स व्हाट, लाइक इतना चेंज कैसे हो गया. कंप्लीटली मैड. Let me quickly go through the, bishop b4, rook d1 we had seen, rook f8, d4. Oh, he goes for d4 directly, doesn't wait. But could he not have prepared a little bit first, maybe with f3, ये pawn इधर something, or
हेलो,
एक सेकेंड, दिख रहे हो?
हेलो गाइस,
दिख रहे हो?
वेलकम बैक.
आ जाओ.
वेलकम बैक तुमको बोलना है अमृता.
Oh, welcome back. We just have Sagar Shah right now, who joined us. And Sagar Shah, when did you learn to ride a bicycle?
I learned it at the age of, I think, 10.
10?
Yeah.
So in, okay. Ravi Kulkarni says, same year. Learned when I was 12 and fell many times. Even ruined a friend's cycle. So I taught both of my
All
children.
games are going on.
Yes, and they learned it. And crazy, yaar. It's crazy, Sagar. Not sure about bicycle, but I'm 18 and I don't know how to ride a scooty though. Arey, you know how to ride a cycle, but you don't know how to ride a bike. So no, I'll tell you why
Guys,
I was telling about
I'll
the
tell you
cycle.
one thing in life. You can't learn everything. So you have to choose. Either you learn bike, or you learn car.
जैसे कि कार बहुत बढ़िया चलाते हो. शशांक से अराउंड 7 और 8 याद नहीं, बहुत साल हो गए. आई थिंक बहुत लोग भूल भी गए रहेंगे साइकिल कैसे चलाते हैं. बट एनीवे, व्हाई वाज द साइकिल स्टोरी, सागर? बिकॉज व्हेन यू गो टू डिंग एंड नाकामुरा's गेम on board number 1, the point is, करो क्लिक.
हाँ. Oh, इतना complex.
इतना complex, and the point is this knight would love to be on e6, but the route is the same. मतलब साइकिल एक ही है, तो बिशप चला रहा है साइकिल.
I should have tried to guess your analogy before getting in, but okay. So knight wants a cycle. Can he not go here and take some cycle like this?
नहीं, e6 पे जाना है ना.
पर क्यों?
क्यों
अच्छा,
मतलब
it's a good
अब
square,
important
correct.
square है.
So can we give up this cycle like this?
नहीं,
Okay, so my
don't
question
go
is,
ask.
Amruta, I left here at Rook D C1.
No, 1 second, I'll tell you everything, but right now very important, I'm at an important junction, so you please follow what I am telling you. 1 second.
Like normal. Like usual.
Exactly. You can look at the chat, change your roles. Acha, so d4 takes, and this thing is the major I should ask, the major imbalance is 4 versus 3 on queen side and 3 versus 2 on king side, and there is knight versus bishop. The position is pretty, like, how will you assess this position, Sagar?
I would say that white should be slightly better.
Why?
Because firstly, I have an extra pawn here, which is easier to kind of, because it's straightened pawns. Black's extra pawn is doubled, and my knight on e4 is immovable. Like if I put f3, then the knight is like an outpost. So right now it is slightly stronger than the bishop for the time being. Although somewhere I think that if you play f3, then this structure gets a little weaker and also double rook. So that's why it's not a huge advantage. I think it's a small one.
Acha, yeah, I also think, because thoda risky hai, because this h4 and all of it is coming.
Yeah,
So
white's king is slightly weak.
yes.
That is the problem.
Now I'll go to the next game, which is board number 3. Duda versus Nepo. Very crazy it was. I want to just show you a few moves. You had left at knight d4.
Yeah.
And here knight d4, bishop d4 was amazing. He had a choice to give either of the bishop with queen d1.
I think take.
But he took on d4, was very nice. Rook d1. Everything was
He gave up
happening
on.
Beautiful, Sagar. But
H6 makes sense.
g6 absolutely did not make sense. He had to be precise to keep chances.
Okay, let me think. He should
Okay,
take.
but after that also, here it is important, and all those who have joined new, wait, this, and it is important that what will you play. It is not about big advantage or small advantage, but how will you continue here was the question.
So if I go knight f6, then bishop f6, ef6. If you play rook f6, because if you play queen f6, then I have queen f6, rook f6, rook d8, and you win the c8 bishop.
So what Sagar
So
is
knight
saying is
f6,
knight f6,
bishop
bishop f6,
f6, ef6.
if queen f6, then he has rook d8.
Yeah. So you must play.
And you win this bishop.
You must play rook f6. But to rook f6, I was thinking, do we have h6?
ये मर रहा है, अच्छा.
Rook f3, rook d8 mate.
नहीं, but you are saying knight f6, bishop f6, ef6, rook f6,
h6.
h6. Okay, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I was just thinking that way. But maybe something I'm missing. So
You're missing trust on yourself.
yeah, maybe that's the right thing, no?
So knight f6, no, but there is something you're missing. Yes, knight f6 is a definitely good move, and you calculated very well for bishop f6, ef6, if rook f6. Exactly, the point is h6 is there. There is even rook d8. I mean, other ways are also there. Queen, rook d8, king g7, queen e3. If queen f6, here after ef6, Then
Then
yes,
queen
you
f6.
take on f6, rook f6, and there is rook d8. No, first there is h6. So this is also there. So always this h5 pawn is becoming important. But the problem is how will you defend for knight f6?
Yeah, knight f6, you have to go king h8. Because I think king g7, you get h6.
King g7, yes. h6 is just lost completely beautifully.
So
So
king
if you go
h8.
king h8, it is also kind of lost. I have not checked this variation, but
Knight
in
d5 looks strong.
yes, 95 is also very strong, and most of the times this queen transfers itself to h6 where you don't have time.
But yeah, I mean, what I get that you are trying to say that hg6 releasing the tension was not good.
Exactly, releases tension. No, but one second, the last move to show you was for knight f6, black's defense important was to go rook f6. It was very important to take and go bishop f6. Though it's still white still has the initiative.
h6 queen c2 mar raha
Yeah,
hai.
now there
नहीं,
is
queen c2 mar raha hai.
correct because queen d1 check bhi aa raha hai. So this is what he was the defense. But this is something which we thought that he will play knight f6 because it is very natural. He played hg6.
He took.
And 1 minute. हाँ go आगे हाँ इधर bishop e6. Now very quickly what will you play?
First thought definitely goes to bishop takes g6, fg6 idea, but then what's the next move? Queen g3 maybe? No, but then there's queen c2. No, queen b7 is there. So bishop g6, fg6, queen b7 definitely looks good.
Bishop g6,
fg,
queen
b7.
queen.
Oh, sorry.
But just this is important, this is beautiful because queen e4 and the idea is rook b1 and this if king g7 and all, and the idea is no if king g7 then queen b7 check and takes after rook b1. So this was very creative of Duda to find this. But bishop d5, what a defense by Nepo. Nice.
Nepo is of course the challenger, so
this has happened.
okay, this endgame, if I have to just assess, I think it will be a draw.
Yeah, this is
because there's too less material.
correct. This will be a draw. So I think we are kind of simplifying here. Going to board number 4, Raja's game is crazy. Sagar, it's
Oh, how did Raja become better? I thought he was going to be worse.
Can you bring water?
Yeah.
Sorry. Take care. Raja's game is super interesting. The eval bar is suggesting a huge advantage for Raja and pretty significant edge for Ding. अच्छा Ding का भी change हो गया. Oh, let's just look at Ding's position first. Then we will come to Raja's game. Last we left at this move. He played g3, bishop g5. We had left at this point. King f1 Ding played. Bishop went to d8. Oh, that is a horrible move as being shown. Sagar, in Ding's game.
Oh.
Look at it.
Oh my god.
It's all changing.
Can I go back and I'm really curious to see
please, wherever you want to go.
So rook d1. He went bd6. Okay, why didn't he play rook a c8? What was so bad about rook a c8? Oh, still rook c6 was there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Knight e5 and basically e6 is for... Oh, that was Ding's idea. Because you know, Amruta, I was thinking in this position without inclusion, if I do this. Now if I go rook a c8, this is now playable because now if you take, bishop takes, knight e5 check, king e8. I think the inclusion of h4 and h6 really makes a huge difference.
Wow, I did not see that.
Rook c7, and I don't know why. Now if suppose h4 h6 है तो क्या फर्क पड़ेगा?
g6 square पे कुछ तो फर्क पड़ रहा है. But still, what? That's a good question. What?
I understand. Maybe there is bishop f7, king here, and then bishop could come out here. That's what I think.
And then you win the f5 pawn. Yeah.
So with this, rook d c1. My god, Ding ran, guys. यही तो बात है दिंग लिरेन की, निराली बात है. Bishop e6, rook c7. Bishop f5. I'm still a bit confused, but I'm sure that this g6 point is playing an important role.
No, if you win the f5 pawn, then it, just as a, like a
But
compensation,
you
you
are
can
winning.
continue.
You
No,
are winning
exchange up.
f5
It's
anyway.
a positional exchange up. No, with the pawn on h7, how will you win the
Why?
f5 pawn,
Why?
Sagar?
You can win, no?
कैसे दिखाओ? हाँ.
Knight e5, king e8, bishop e6.
जो f5 डायरेक्टली बोल रहे हो तुम?
हाँ.
क्या हो रहा है? रुक d5 क्या? Is the threat?
I think generally g6 can come at some point.
Oh, it's too
No,
tough.
this is
It's
too deep. I
tough.
need to think a little bit deeper here, but this has made a difference.
Yes.
And so now after bishop, okay, amazing by the way,
Yes.
h4 move.
Completely.
Ding showing his class, bd6. So now this was, and
This is
Nakamura here had to go a5.
हाँ यहाँ पे ही a5 ना.
a5. But the thing is a5. If I went rook here, no, I think ab4 is your counterplay. Rook c6 takes, rook c6 and takes, and this is where you get 2 pawns. So he had
There's so much calculation because we can analyze so much, but all the games were interesting, Sagar. Every game is interesting, so it was.
But Amruta,
very difficult
imagine
to
when we
cover.
are going to Olympiad and we have एक टीम का 4 गेम, ऐसे अपने 5 टीम्स, मतलब we have to do
What
5
a
times more analysis.
challenge. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Maybe over, but in Olympiad, maybe the people who are watching also would be a lot of new people. So, little bit not going deep could be a possibility.
Possible.
Chess says, by the way, Sagar sir, Gukesh is now junior number 2 only behind Ali Reza. He will most probably cross 2690 today.
What? Where is he playing?
Yes, chess D. Please
What?
give more details.
AG versus AD, all tickets sold.
No. That's not true. No tickets seem to be available.
Then?
What then?
No tickets seem to be available though.
No. Tickets still seem to be available. No, मतलब he's telling him no, not
हाँ दोस्तों,
sold.
tickets are available. ऐसा मत डराओ यार. इतना डराओ नहीं, मतलब इतना खुशी भी नहीं होना चाहिए. It means that we have sold everything.
डर इस बात का कि
दोस्तों, we are at 246 tickets. If you buy 4 more, we'll reach 250. But anyway, that's not. I mean, you guys should make a decision because it's finally you have to pay. It's not for free. E5, bishop c5, bishop d8, rook d2, knight f6, takes, rook d1, knight f6, bd6. थोड़ा प्रेशर डाला है.
Knight b3 was a very good move by Ding, Sagar. It was a very, very good move.
This knight is much
It
better.
stopped a5. It always were giving threats on c5. It was a very smart idea. ठीक है. So let's look at it because they are playing under time pressure and. Oh, are they repeating?
He had to go bd8, rook d8, but he went bd8, rook d7.
Oh, now Ding found this move, rook b7. Now a5 is stopped, f4.
Actually, if it was just Ding's move, like let's say if I make a waiting move, what move can I
King
make?
d2.
No.
You mean black's
Let's
move.
say if I go knight f6, I think bd6 is the problem, then knight c5, attacking e5. So knight cannot move. Let's say I move the bishop, but where? Let's say I play my bishop to f6. Then already f3 knight trap.
Oh.
So
No, knight h2 king g2.
yeah. So
e4 खेला
E4,
suppose.
then BD4.
Knight d4. No, then bd4
knight
is.
d4, knight d4 also is good.
और yeah, knight e6 पे आ रहा है. दोनों को साइकिल मिल गया.
So actually zugzwang type position है.
Yeah,
So
rook can't
f4,
move.
gf, ef, e4. Oh, e4.
e4
he could have
मारना
taken.
था उसको. But even e4, if he gets e5, e6, it's super strong. Problem is e5 pe right now it stopped, knight e5.
Oh, but f3 he had to play, and that is so inhuman move kind of.
Because knight d4 and it seems
you
like
have to go knight e5.
then knight e6. क्या हो रहा है? Knight e6 और knight f5, either of it.
Bishop f6 पे आके बैठ रहा है. So then maybe BD6 attacking this, and then
Knight f7. Knight c4. You will go
no,
knight
knight
c4.
c4. There is e5, and already white is better. But you have to find rook c8, threatening a mate.
Wow. Wow.
So this he might have missed. So he played here bishop f6, and now came Ding is again better.
So clear.
I think Ding can go king e2.
Yeah, that f3 should not allow. F3 is
This pawn is going to die, I think.
Really amazing it's going on this game. And Ding,
Let's go to Radjabov's game because
yes, let's go to Raja because there the piece sack is crazy. Oh, he's clearly winning as predicted, guys.
Who sacked the piece?
सागर कुछ भी चल रहा है मतलब
G4 तो ठीक लग रहा है.
This was amazing plan. He found king h1.
I mean normal.
Okay, this is normal. But यहाँ पे knight h4 he could have.
मतलब normal in the sense it's nice, but it's very
normally
good.
Nice.
हाँ.
Or nicely normal. But g4 h6 here he can go knight h4. काफी अच्छा था. Knight h4, knight f5, then h4. He played g5. Hg5 was important, but fg5 is so natural, right? In that sense, he played fg5, h4, and oops, he played knight g5. h4 खेलना चाहिए था. Actually, it was important, but knight g5. यहाँ पे, what will you play with black?
What?
What will you play with black? Will you take on hg5?
I'm thinking hg5 को what will एक minute. I have bishop takes c4 also as option. और तो कोई option दिख नहीं रहा है.
Correct, but he played hg5, and hg5 को rook g5 आया. Black should have played bishop c4 first, by the way.
Because now he doesn't have time, no, for that.
Correct.
Bishop c4, rook g1.
Yes. Nice. And bishop, क्योंकि वहाँ पे I'll just show you why he should have played bishop c4. Okay. Knight g5. First, if he takes bishop c4, now if you take this, after takes, rook takes, he can go bishop e7, and this bishop defends from f6. It's active defense. Then the queen easily develops. तो ऐसा कुछ भी problem नहीं आ रहा है. He has all the time
that
to
he can
regroup.
do even normally,
no,
right?
How?
There is rook.
Here, here if you go bishop e7, then there is rook g7. King g7. Okay, this I did not analyze. Too complicated.
No, it's possible. But there also, crazy. Why can't I go rook g7 because of?
Because there is no knight on c4, तो e5 पे pressure नहीं है. Good question.
King f7 is also there.
But it is scary for black.
Square is also there because the bishop was there.
Scary ना that king के सामने 3-5.
Actually, today's games are a lot about comparison.
Correct. Shashank is Raja is completely winning.
Knight d2. Okay, he's bringing in his knight, but it doesn't seem like very still over type. Black has to be very accurate.
No, I thought white has to be very accurate because the position where we were, like what I said, ki white, it was unclear, okay? But white had to all the time play 1 or 2 moves.
But tell me here now,
here also same way.
Black has to now find a move. Let's say I go rook g1, which is perhaps the best he took. Now you can't take with the knight, your queen is hanging.
Correct.
You can take with the queen, but you can also take with the king.
King takes queen takes looks more natural.
King takes को क्या problem लग रहा है?
King takes को black bishop e6 is my first consideration.
Okay, basically queen takes, you are getting ready for knight g5.
He played queen.
Knight
takes.
g5 you have in hand now.
But anyway, if I go bishop e6.
Knight g5. Queen h6.
Yes.
रुको.
Can depend. Can I go knight? No, there is no rook f6 also. ये bishop देखना. It's like a bishop को kidnap करके मूव बंद कर दिया है.
ये देखो चेस फॉर फन बोल रहा है सागर भाई, इधर हमने हिकारू वर्सेस नेपो का पोल भी कर दिया. अरे पोल तभी तो ड्रॉ था ना. डिंग लिरेन ने h4 मूव ढूंढ के क्या ही मूव. डिंग लिरेन इज समवन अमेजिंग यार, लाइक रियली दिस वन गेम ओनली will be in his best games book. क्या चाहिए?
वो क्या है?
ठीक है. तुम्हारे लिए लाया. नहीं बैठो नहीं चलेगा. Richard, Rapport, Temur, Radjabov, Bishop h5. Once again, Temur, if he wins this, he will finish third in the candidates, which is huge actually. It's nothing like, not, people don't remember who finished second also, so they won't remember who finished third. But for Temur personally, it's a great achievement. Fabiano versus Ali Reza Firouzja देखते हैं. So in this game, you see Ali Reza created play on the king side. After rook d4, we were saying slightly better. He went h4. And Caruana, if you see his games, he picks up such challenges often. He will not be the person, I should keep the integrity of my structure and I should play f4, king g2, keep everything together. He'll be like this guy, I'll take, now you tell me what compensation you have. I will use the open file. Yes, my king side looks weak, but I also have got things. It's his style of play. But now Ali Reza went rook f4. He's looking at the h4 pawn here. So, ding lijen. Now, Amruta, in this position, it's complicated. So, let's quickly move and check the game of Duda versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. Because here, I don't know for whom it's easier to play. Let's just make a couple of easy moves. Like my idea is g4 and f5. And then my king will go here. And yeah, it should be easy draw. Yeah, there's nothing much. This has actually petered out. Petered out into a draw. Yeah, petered out. It's called, it is just like draw ho gaya, aise. It liquidated into a draw like that. Ding versus...
ये game बाप.
Actually, I'm a bit, I want to go a bit deeper also in this game. Karthik came by, the event is not on weekend because Anish coming from Netherlands had other things to do and he wanted to reach here in a way that he can spend limited time in India क्योंकि वो उसके बाद after India he's going to for Champions Chess Tour event. So it's so for that reason we had to accordingly plan the schedule. So like for me the game was till here okay. A5 was necessary, but even knight e7, knight d4 attacking e6. So bishop d5 he took, and now he came to the c file, rook d7, knight b3, looking at a5, bishop e7, h5. H5. This move.
That's why we were analyzing black should have played g6, which was difficult earlier, but which was difficult for black to play.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. But okay, bishop d4, e5, bishop c5, bishop d8, rook d2. Okay, idea is rook d1. So he went knight f6, he took, bishop d6, knight g4, he went back. अच्छा तो नाकामुरा ने वापस knight f6 क्यों नहीं खेला? Like if Naka needed a draw, maybe he was like Ding would change at some point, so he decided this. Why not king e8, rook g7, huh? King e8, king e6, rook d6. Actually, king e8 seemed like a playable option. King e8, rook g7, bishop f2. Okay, king f1. Bishop f2, king f1. Then rook g4 is a threat. So king g8, g3, bishop g5, king f1, bishop d8.
If he doesn't go bishop d8, what is the move otherwise which you had mentioned?
Rook d8.
But rook d8. So what, like suppose he sees rook d8, Naka ne dekha rahega, there would be something he didn't like about it. Bishop.
I think bishop d6 with the idea of knight c5.
Exchanged. White would have gone rook a7, no?
Rook नीचे आ रहा है ना?
Rook d1, king e2.
Rook d3.
Knight c5. Rook
d2.
Knight e6. No, I don't think it's as. Oh, knight c5.
So like rook d8. If you go rook a7, then I have rook d3.
Problem.
I think he must be afraid of this.
Yeah,
Knight
now
c5.
f3 is a strong threat. I have to go e4 here. No, can't you go f3? King e6 are. So first knight c5. Now f3.
Knight here, check here. Knight b7, a b4, knight d8, king e8. ऐसे करके खेल सकते थे. But ठीक है, rook d7, f4 takes, e4, bishop f6, knight d4, rook e8. And now this is the 40th move, last move, 5 minutes. Hikaru has 21 minutes. Guys, what would you play here as white? White to move. जल्दी जल्दी खेलो, डिंग लिरन की तरह. 5 मिनट है तुम्हारे पास. You have 5 minutes to think. What will you play?
I had asked a lot of difficult questions where many of them fumbled. And I
Guys, f3 move, you know, you have to also see कि not only what you are gaining but also what you are giving up. You are giving up e3 square. Yes, with f3. So don't be too direct. Be a little bit subtle. कभी कभी subtle होना जरूरी है, कभी अटल होना जरूरी है.
nice.
King e2, like this move. Whoever said king e2, well done. It's a subtle move.
Abhi every time you will say the word subtle, it's like अटल. Yeah.
अपूर्व चौहान, अविनाश,
सईद वसील, समर्थ भड़ाने, प्रथम बत्रा, रसिका वाडेकर, दिव्यांश, खुशी गुप्ता, डेकू, श्रीनी, श्रुति. देख एक भी मिस्टेक नहीं किया. Now I can see Sagar here on
no,
the
so
screen.
here rook e4. The problem is king f3 attacking here and here. If you take rook d4, bishop d4, bishop d4, king g4, white wins. So you can't do this. So another question is, after king e2, can we play bishop d4, and rook e4? Now you can't go here because he will take the bishop. So you must go king d3, attacking here and attacking this pawn. तो ये भी problem में फंस गए. So here this is actually a difficult situation. Can we do, Amruta? Can we do bishop here and knight f6, protecting here, attacking here, and then I was thinking, can we go f3? But then here after knight h5, you have defended this and you have lost a pawn. So you can't play f3. So here once again you have to play a move like king f3. You will say, but still this is hanging. What's the big deal? Then here I
King g4,
think the main
Hey, king
point is
g4.
no, king g4.
rook e4.
Rook e4 might be. So the main thing, Amruta, here is that your king is active. So you can play rook b6, attacking here.
धीरे धीरे.
f3 पे pawn से, although your
Your pieces
structure
are
is very
active. You're
very
right.
good, but your king is not active. So activating the king is key.
I like it. I like it.
So Ding Liren thinking very hard for his last 40th move, and I think this is a very key moment of the entire game.
He has to play
King
either
e2 or
king
king
e2
g2.
Yeah.
Either of the two.
Rapport blundered. Yes.
Rapport
Within
was
2
anyway
minutes,
worse, so I think he was going to lose. So now at this point, guys, this is the 40th move. Everything depends on whether Hikaru Nakamura can find this,
No.
Ding Liren can find this next move or not. Because humanly going here and here is possible to see. I think he will do it, Amruta. और क्या move
Yeah,
हो
it's
सकता है?
natural.
और क्या कर सकता है?
For sure. Knight f5, rook e4 आ रहा है. Rook a7, rook e4 आ रहा है. नहीं.
King
एक
g2.
second.
Yeah, good move. Same. Idea is same. Going here. So if you, but here here take rook e4 को ये g7 is hanging.
So Ding is after 40th move clearly better. Clearly better तो नहीं बोल सकते. I am sure
Very
the
much
other
better.
engine will say slight better.
No,
or
he's
something.
better,
But still he's better, which means he has amazing chances.
Okay, by the way, after knight g5, queen g4 happened.
Queen
e3. That was quite an error. e6. काफी टेंशन तो आएगा अमृता with 9 moves to make in 11 minutes. With this tense environment, anything can go wrong.
That's true. Look at that king on h1.
But look at this next move. Generally, guys, when you are defending, you want to exchange pieces. So in your head, you will say, I want to move my knight here to f6. But then you will think to yourself, oh, with knight f6, maybe he will have some tactics with the bishop here. He's still in the game in that sense. So then you would try to think to yourself, is there a way I can exchange pieces?
Knight f8. Okay, doesn't exchange. Bishop g5.
Bishop g5, rook g5.
Queen d1.
Yeah,
Rook g1.
rook g1 and
Last.
d7.
But knight f8 is सोचेंगे generally.
Knight f8. But look at this move. This is a very tough move. Guys, anyone?
1 second.
You want to give a check? Queen d1, not a bad idea. I think Queen d1 is also a very good idea because Queen d1, King g2 is possible. I can't take, I guess, on c2 because of rook f2. So the move here that I was thinking, Amruta, is rook f8.
Oh, baap
Because
re.
if you take here, now I take here, you have to take with the pawn and I play queen g5. Oh, blunder. Oh, blunder.
1 second, 1 second.
Take.
Oh, nice.
What's the winning move here for white?
Aussie.
To take with the bishop.
Nice, nice, nice.
Chess is so tough, yeah. Always something or the other is. Awesome job done by
Mr. Dam Ramakrishna, being brilliant at chess. Naman Vadva, Jadin Thatil, Sarfaraj.
अरे एक ही फर्स्ट नेम पढ़ो सिर्फ.
Sarfaraj, Satyam, Manas, Hitesh, Madhusudan.
Time pressure में सिर्फ first. f6 blocking the path of the bishop here and d8 queen is coming. You can't stop it. So that's the reason why here. Oh, he found rook f8. Raja OP guys. Raja OP in the chat.
Move.
Because his point is if you take here, bishop g5.
Amazing. Amazing. Draw हो गया है.
कौन सा? हाँ, Duda Nepo. Oh, Nepo remains unbeaten, scores 9.5 points, and is now at least the
Officially
champion
becomes the champion now.
with 1 point. At least 1 point.
क्या बात है?
Oh, after King G2, Nakamura already played his move. Nice. 95.
Nepo, tell me, Sagar, if Nepo had to find a sponsor for himself, which Indian company would be a good one?
Which one?
Let me see if people are able to guess. Nepo. It has already sponsored a cricket event, but मैं free marketing कर रही हूँ. चलेगा?
Oppo.
Oppo.
Nepo, people are saying. There was these batteries.
Reliance because of Nep.
Jack Sparrow will give the giveaway. It's on our mind. We'll do it. No, we're not forgotten.
ECS, यान, Hippo. Hippo कौन सी कंपनी है? Oppo अच्छी है. चलो डन.
So knight f5 has been played by Ding.
अच्छा 41st move he played मतलब very फटाफट.
Now Ding's confidence is on the rise.
Princess Mama Earth.
Do you play chess? Yes. Then you are sponsored by Mama Earth.
First half he'll have a good onion oil and then he'll cut his hair and then the sponsor will change.
So Caruana, Alireza?
Yes.
Queen also got traded, Amruta. Rook d4, h4, takes, rook f4, queen c4, king h8. Knight g5 को b5 आया. Okay. Queen d3 he played. What is the point? Oh, okay, look. This rook is defended. So if you play rook f4, I can take on c4. Rook f8, you can take with the bishop. Got it. So 23, 23 to 23. And actually this position might also be equal, but already black is doing pretty fine now. This is hanging. ba4 later. This will hang. So I think
Oh.
Alireza will start to press a bit.
Yeah, that bishop could become strong. Then
Yeah,
the
let's
knight.
go to Radjabov. Because now both are under time pressure here and 9 moves to make. But I think this is just clean, yeah, for Raja to win.
Rook f8. ऐसा कुछ है क्या?
क्या पता है? Chat को कोई सवाल? Actually, you know, Amruta, all branding related questions should be asked to chat because there are so many people that at least something good will come out of it. Like you want
Yeah,
any
like-
name, you want any logo, any tagline, then chat is the right place to ask.
Poll लेंगे.
Poll nahi, just you can ask.
Amazing. Shashank says, by the way, Sagar, I wanted to congratulate you on the awesome episode with Sarvanan. Loved it. One suggestion for future episodes. If you can get a small video quote from either player, that will be great.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a possibility. I think we could have asked Gary, but
Caruana blunder. Caruana blunder.
Caruana. I mean, ba4 तो मारना ही था, तो blunder तो नहीं है, but yeah, already his position looks tough.
Yeah,
Because
that
here,
bishop is
after
suddenly
taking
become
here, this is
powerful.
attacked, this is attacked.
Bishop is powerful now.
Will Alireza find
Win.
his first win of the
Oh,
candidate?
last round, first win.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Amruta, in
अलग ही
in
feel
last
रहेगा.
round,
हाँ.
would you play like long games or would you play like generally short
Oh,
games?
long. My every game would be long.
Last round. My last
फर्क नहीं
round,
पड़ता था.
most
Last
of
year
many
नहीं.
of the last round games have gone till such a long time. I don't know why I feel special fighting. Like to play fighting chess in last round. That whenever I'm playing, all the boards are properly folded, pieces are kept by the organizers. Even
हाँ,
the
वो game
people.
seriously चल रहा है बाजू में
हाँ,
सब.
बाजू में सब कुछ dismantle हो रहा है.
हाँ, हाँ.
And you are like in this अलग ही दुनिया.
Nice.
Okay, this is a tough moment because you see Amruta game is getting sharp. This is hanging. This is also under pressure.
अभी नाइट c4 ना, अभी वाइट टू प्ले है. व्हाट आर द फर्स्ट किंग इनटू f3 को क्या हो रहा है? पहला क्वेश्चन.
Knight d2 I think and then take here.
So king f4 को भी doesn't make sense. Bishop e5, bishop g5.
No,
कुछ
king
लगेगा.
king f4 if bishop e5 then we can take king f3.
हाँ, right.
Then knight d2 you can go king e3 and then this bishop comes in between the pawn.
So king f4 को bishop g5 you will play. And then I cannot go king g4. Rook e4 is a check. So doesn't make any progress. What else? I can think of is
But Amruta, here the main thing is after king f4, bishop g5, king f3, knight d2 check, king g2. Your g7 pawn is hanging.
oh, that's a slight difference. The other
Alireza already has won against him. Yeah. Yeah, he
Okay.
won one game. Sorry.
जीता है ना.
It was not his first. So, no, what else can we do here? Mein bishop e7 to block the e file, knight e7 to block the e file. Both moves look good, Amruta. Bishop e7 move बहुत ही सुंदर मूव है. सुंदर सुंदर थी हसीना बड़ी
थी वो तो अब वो bishop.
Now if you do this, now I can take on f3.
But but bishop a3 or knight a3, isn't it risky for you?
That pawn is irrelevant, I feel. First of all, knight bishop a3.
हाँ, then I think तुम्हारा g7 is super
Yeah.
super weak. Super weak.
And now you can go king g3. Very smart move. Idea f3. Because see, you are not winning this pawn. You cannot even create passer so soon. So this getting this structure is much more important. I would say bishop e7 is a very playable move. Because with bishop e7, you are threatening king takes f3. And blocking the e file is the key.
Do you think he will find it? Bishop e7. Ishan Bandekar says successfully bought the tickets for deathmatch. Awesome. Are you also going to play the tournament or no?
Sorry?
I asked Ishan.
Tournament, yeah. Tournament भी खेल लो दोस्तों. There will be very nice. Oh, we reached 250 tickets.
Awesome.
Awesome, guys. Thank you all. I'll give you updates regularly. How many tickets are sold and how many and all of that.
अरे खुशी, I'll be rewatching this stream for all the moments. But कहाँ जा रही हो आप? ये तो लास्ट डे का लास्ट घंटा रहेगा मोस्ट प्रोबेबली. खुशी से देख लो.
ज्योतिंजय बोल रहा है कमिंग फॉर बोथ टूर्नामेंट एंड डेथ मैच. अरे थैंक यू. Shankaran Nilkantan says Karpov style blocking the rook, bishop e7. I'm also
Then why not knight e7?
knight
Mr.
e7
Shah?
also possible. Because if you move your king,
हाँ.
then
King f3.
king f3. Sorry, king f3. So bishop e7. Now you
Forced.
must take with the bishop.
Yes.
Because you have.
Then you will either try to defend the f3 pawn with knight d2.
I feel the point is that why you should play bishop e7 is because your bishop remaining on your knight remaining on the board is better for you.
I understand that, but here for black knight d2 खेलेगा या knight a3 मारेगा?
But knight d2, I have king f4. No, idea is king e3.
No, maybe the idea is king f5, king g6.
No, king f4. Amruta, king f4, then knight e4. Because if king f4, king e4, king f7.
King f3 को rook e7. And that, what is that endgame? No, that endgame will be. Black is winning, क्या?
Yeah, I think so. Oh.
King f3, king e7, king g4, king f6.
So let's say here knight d2.
King e.
But Amruta, why king here? We can push e5, no, here.
हाँ.
So, but
no, e5, king f7, then bishop d6.
No, then bishop
c4.
f6 check, and then pick this up.
बढ़िया.
So king f4, knight e4.
हाँ, ये endgame just for the curiosity rover. Draw क्या? You can defend. I thought okay, king f7 g, king f6 g5, is it?
f4. f4 g6.
Actually that's fine. g6 को मार देंगे.
Outside passer ना. So actually black is the one now pushing.
No, but you can go king e5,
king
h5.
f7. Oops, sorry. King e5, king f7.
No, then you take the h5 pawn, king f5. You don't have time. It's in time.
King g7.
Oh, by the way, result has happened.
Oh, Radjabov won. Wow.
Amazing. He finishes third. No? Not
At
yet.
least.
At least.
No,
does he have a chance
No,
to
he'll finish third only. So what happened here was, after he went here, queen g4,
Raja
queen
OP,
e3,
guys,
bishop
Raja.
e7, rook f8, knight f7, and he played bishop f7, ed7, and guys, find the winning move, bishop e6. Amazing. Radjabov has finished with a score of, अमृता इधर है अपने पास standings. नहीं, ये नहीं है.
Amazing, yeah, what Raja, because he didn't play any tournament in between, right? Any classic.
He played Norway chess, but he finishes with 6-7.5 with a +1 score.
So if Ding didn't, anyway, no chance to come second.
I think Ding will win, so he will reach 8. Hikaru has 7.5, and Hikaru has beaten Radjabov because Radjabov. No, it is 1-1 between Hikaru and Radja.
So
I don't know.
Tiebreak है क्या?
No, there will be no tiebreak. What is the second tiebreak has to be seen. Maybe more number of wins रहेगा तो Hikaru, but some other tiebreak then I don't know.
Khushi Gupta asks, can we get Raja on stream afterwards?
I'll do an interview. I'll ask him. He'll be very tired, but I'll ask him to do. So I'm planning to do interviews with Radjabov, Nepo. I'll try to figure out how to reach him and to do, because I would love to do also an interview with his trainer Potkin, with whom I had done after the World Championship match, if you guys remember. So that one is definitely on the plan, but yeah, these are the two players. I think Radjabov and Nepo. Apart from that, let's see, maybe Hikaru. I don't know. We'll see.
कल tiebreak होगा का? नहीं, most probably we don't know yet. But
No tiebreak.
No tiebreak.
Tiebreak was only for first place.
Baki Shashank says major FOMO. I so wish I could have been there on 25th and 26th. Next time.
Okay, 4, C6, Rook H4, F4. We plan to do this more such events. Hopefully you guys can join. Oh, bye, Amruta. This is just getting dangerous, yeah. You took
Because
your
the rook pawn, no, Sagar, now that rook pawn against the
yeah, your pawn down. This is a very strong pawn. You
Ali
can
Reza
go
is-
Rook A6. But
Oh,
I
last
will-
two moves
yeah,
for
this is-
Caruana. He has 1 minute. He has 1
Yeah,
minute.
knight is hanging. Knight E6 को क्या हो रहा है?
Rook F6. Can I not pin your?
हाँ. Can't take.
But then what will I do?
Prabodh says I'm coming. Prabodh, thank you. Prabodh is traveling from Bangalore for the event. Thank you, Prabodh.
We have to check.
Hotels के लिए, yeah, we'll put a list very
थोड़ा
soon.
check करके.
So then we'll let you know. But try near Phoenix Market City. There are a few.
No, Phoenix Market City, Kurla.
Kurla.
There is another one also which is in Parel.
Arey, Ali Reza suddenly making all the amazing moves now. This pawn. Taka.
Rook C4 he played. Excellent. Well, anyway, let's move to the next games as well. Right now, Rook
yeah.
C4 is played, and if A4 will be played, it's a blunder in that sense. Is it? Actually, if you go
Because of knight C3. Knight C3. No.
Knight C5 also works. I'm very surprising how knight C5 works.
Yeah, because A3,
A3
takes A2, knight B3.
This way you will stop. Okay. So both are working. Knight C3 and then there is a double attack.
जो थोड़ा ध्यान रख के खेलते हैं. Bishop E5 अच्छा है.
Now you want to play E4, so I'll stop.
Oh, Dingleren finds Bishop E7, Amruta. Whoa.
Playing
What a
at
player.
his best. Yeah, he's playing at his best.
Thing is like, भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैच मिलने का
Yeah,
सवाल है.
inspiring है ना ये, but if he beats, I mean, many times when he beats, the moves which he's found is like crazy.
Yeah.
That game, if you remember, where he didn't move his bishop for 55 moves or so, to defend that was something. You can win smooth games, but
Yeah.
such a play.
Absolutely. Ding is upping his level, of course, in this tournament in second half. And he is now, because see, if he wins this, at least, I mean, everyone's like, of course, Magnus is going to play and he will not give up his chance. But if even there could be a 1% chance,
Correct.
so why not take it?
Yes. Aloo ka paratha says Ding's story to qualify for candidates was inspirational.
Yes, inspirational, or maybe you can say it was not. I wouldn't call it inspirational as such, because Karyakin had already made it, but then he got into this disciplinary thing related to FIDE's ethics commission, and then Ding really turned on his playing machine.
30
The
games.
organizers in China organized events for him. He
That
started
is
playing.
amazing. No, again, such a big support. So 30 games, it was not easy to play. अच्छा, ऋग्वेद गिरकर says माइक के ज्यादा पास मत आओ, my ears hurt.
नहीं, माइक तो दूर ही है, पर आवाज ज्यादा मत बढ़ाओ, ऐसे बोल.
अच्छा,
माइक को कहाँ पास?
nice.
Should be fair play. Pawn is ready to move. I think he will go rook a4. Block. Guys, एक सवाल है. ये rook is defending this. This bishop is well placed. This pawn has no role to play. This pawn has no role to play. What should black play in this position?
जवाब तो सवाल में ही है.
Hikaru literally does not care. People are saying, guys, ऐसे थोड़ी ना. वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए थोड़ा तो ही वुड केयर. नॉट फ्रॉम मनी पर्सपेक्टिव, बट एटलीस्ट फ्रॉम, I think for Hikaru, this is the closest he has come for World Championship till date. He played in 2016 World Candidates, but there he had no chance.
Yeah, you
But I
remember?
think Magnus.
Guys, maybe it will be very much fun for you all to now go back and watch those 2016 interviews. That was our first candidates, and like we were kind of new in that sense. First tournament with such players. London भी गए थे, but Sagar's interviews were very cool with all of them. You can see Anish, you can see Hikaru, Bishi. Do watch.
Look at the chat now, making use of the king when needed. They are like, king is an important piece in the end game. Well done, Aditya ji.
Mista, Vishnu, Alex, Kushi, SJ, Amit, Nihal, Saumedeep, Jaden.
Yes.
Yeah, अभी time pressure नहीं.
Once you get this knight, tuck, tuck, the king, tuck, tuck, it would be very useful. Generally क्या होता है दोस्तों, king का movement is like doing a very major work in your life, like writing a book. When you start with writing the first page and there are 200 pages to write, you think like अरे कभी खत्म होगा, why to start? Same way when you start king's journey, you feel like अरे यार king तो h8 से g8 ही पहुंचा, then f7, when will it reach? But when it reaches, the benefits are too many. So that's the benefit of doing big work, good work. Sumit
Kala asks, Sagar Bhai, Sandeep Maheshwari is inviting YouTubers to his channel. If you
Yeah,
could
I've
go
seen.
there, chess can be promoted in a big way. You
Right.
might double your subscribers. Please
Right.
do consider. But will he, doesn't he, matlab, don't you need any number of subscribers like in many millions or something?
हाँ, we are reaching 1 million now.
Yeah, optimistic Sagar. Rakshit Singh says Sagar looks like Sagar is writing a book.
Not
Sagar
a
is
book.
always writing a book in his mind.
Not a
Sagar
book.
had a dream, you know, in 2000, since 2014, like he always wanted to write a book.
Yeah, a book on my journey, because I wanted, but then I realized that my journey was not
Such a
as special as many other people. So then I
Then he
thought,
wanted to write a book on his games. But
then I
said
realized my
he's
games are
not
not
an
special.
he's not a GM, so like nobody's gonna read. But you never know.
Nahi, Kush Singla says maybe Magnus now wants to play 4-player chess with Nepo and Hikaru.
Nice, that would be funny. Rakshitas, what do you think about chess journalism as a profession?
It will become big as the
It's
sport
already
grows.
becoming big in a way, yeah, na?
Yeah. It's becoming important more and more with the sport growing.
Yeah.
So I'm
But
sure.
a big part of it, no matter what, is still to be a decent chess player. Like to be only a journalist.
Not really. I mean, you can always do a good job. I think
Many
you
of
should have
them
interest to
understand.
learn.
I mean, you
Interest to learn is
Huh.
important. Okay, he played bishop b2. This is what we were thinking, that he will go and chop this pawn. But now king f3 looks like the most human way to continue,
Yeah.
no?
Yes, I'm taking 5-minute break. Okay.
Yeah, sure. ये ले लो.
Thank you.
We can write a book on the Olympiad, no? Always when some big event comes, I'm like, oh, let's do some book. I wanted to write for the World Championship, then on the candidates, then now the Olympiad. But then there are other things to do as well. So that's why people who write a book, no matter how good or bad it is, I have deep respect for them because they are able to do deep work. I don't know how many of you have read this book called Deep Work. It's a nice book which talks about how you shouldn't do, how you can do deep, like some work which is really deep. And for that, people go to the extent of changing their home. King F3, yeah. This is the most human way to continue. They go and change their home. They go and change many of the things. They live in places where no one can disturb them. King takes F3. So let's say bishop A3. नहीं तो नाइन, हाँ हमारा bishop A3. Now let's think humanly what to play. So I want to move the bishop so that I can attack here, but then knight d2 might come, but knight d2, knight e4, g7 would still hang. Bishop c5, maybe. I think bishop b2 back, defending here. So can we go king f4, but then there is bishop c1 check. Knight, where to play? e5 I want to go, but there is knight e5. So what is the move that I have here? King g4 is one possibility with the idea of f4 and e5. Yeah, maybe this is the move. Yeah, king g4. No, king g4, knight e. How about king g2 back with the idea of f4, e5? Thank you, Dhruv Gangude. Yes, by Cal Newport. Kusha, yes. Cal Newport. 2 books of his, very nice. I have read. Deep Work, not fully read yet, but Digital Minimalization I read. It was very nice. I liked it. And I started using it and I got better at it. Yes. Sagar Chess Ambarnath, we are going to launch our hoodies at this Olympiad. Chess Base India. मुझे मूव नहीं समझ में आ रहा है गाइस. मुझे किंग g2 खेलना है. आई वांट टू प्ले माय किंग हियर with the idea of f4. This is what I feel. But king g2, I feel like bishop c1 will come. So maybe king g3 is the move. Getting this. Oh yes, king g3 is the move. Right move. Perfect. I was thinking on my own, and after, so the thing was, I wanted to push the pawn. It was not pushing. I wanted to get this pawn, but I had to move the king. King cannot go here or here. King e2 I felt was perhaps not right, but why? Maybe bishop c1 only is the point, stopping f4. I think that is the main thing, here. Oh, there's also a5 somehow. Could be possible. So king g2 also I wanted to do, but then I thought bishop c1. But even that should be fine. I think king g3 is the best move here, and I think it's also findable move. Let's say you go a5 now here. This might not be the easy move. Knight a5 doesn't work, no? Knight a5, b5, Aman. If bishop e7, knight e7, the bishop is protected twice. Yeah, Trayam Gupta, sure, we'll make it minimalistic. a5. What move would you play here? I think the thing is that our first notion goes to b takes a5. Then knight a5 hits the rook. Let's say you go rook a7, then there is knight c6. So you go rook c7. Bishop e7, knight e7. King has to move. King h7. And now maybe knight g6. Interesting move. Because you can't take here rook c8, rook h8 mate. So, oh, he played king g3. Awesome. Awesome play by Ding. Ding wants to go f4, e5. But you know, guys, what is the best move after a5? It is a very tough move. Bishop c5. How to even find that move? I can't even understand. Because after, let's say, bishop takes b4, bishop b4, there is rook g7. A king h8 only move. And now this move, bd4. Nice move. And this wins. Because now I have a deadly disco here. So, that is the point. You have to attack. AB4, take king here and attack bd4. And if rook e7, rook e4, rook e7, check. Either I take the rook, so you have to take the bishop, knight d4, and I'm winning. Arjun Kakkar says, start calculating what your opponent's good moves are. Moment you find any player prophylactic move against it. Nice. This is how Karpov and Petrosyan and all made a career and became world champions. Let's see now what Hikaru comes up with. I think Ding is playing fast. He's playing confidently. He's playing well. What about Fabiano and Ali? Reza. Look at this. Ali Reza, listen to us. He activated his king instantly. King g2, king f7. King coming up. Levy had a tweet earlier today. If you consider every format of chess, who are the top 5 in the world? What do you think? Magnus, Hikaru, Nepo, Ding, Caruana. Achha. He gave for everything, yeah? Every format, these are the top 5. I don't know. Maybe in Blitz, I would say already we have to start thinking of guys like Ali Reza. MVL Blitz. MVL is really strong. Blitz. I mean, in every format you have different players, but if you have to find all the overall 5, then yeah, maybe I would go with Magnus, Caruana, Nepo now, yes. Maybe Aronian. He's very good at all formats actually. And also Anish, I think. No, I mean Caruana on his given day can play very well in Blitz also. We saw in Norway chess, he was doing very well. Ding, if he wins today, then I'll ask him if we can. Kishan is saying, Kishan Ganguly, the highest rated visually impaired chess player, has mentioned that his team has finished third. He's not in the chat. He sent a message. His team finished third. India finished third in visually impaired chess. That is blind chess. Third place at the World Team Championship. So a huge congratulations to them in their group. They had to finish in top 2 to reach the semis, but they finished third, which is also good because the team was ranked last as per the ratings. And I think all of you have supported. If you remember, we had streams with Samay back in 2020. So many of you had contributed towards visually impaired chess. We had Kishan, we had Saundarya, Darpan, Aryan, everyone come on stream. It was amazing. No, it's a good thing that they have achieved. And that too, they had no trainer this time. They did it all on their own. Superheroes Cup, yeah. It's one of my favorite events. Rahul Agarwal says, any Super GM you want to invite but haven't been able to? I think Magnus we wanted to do a Grandmaster chess with. That we couldn't do. I think he was keen at some point, but then when things started opening up also, everything got very busy. So I think it's time that we finish Grandmaster Chess. We did 20 episodes of it, and we can already give the prize to the winner, Vaibhav. So one of my ideas is, and maybe you guys can tell me, is that the board, which is the prize which DGT had sponsored, it's the Netherlands company and amazing. That one we will use it for Anish and Vidit match, and then after the match is over, they will sign it and we'll give it to Vaibhav. So it's one idea on my mind. Yeah, good idea. Pranjali says, please don't end GM chess. Well, it's difficult, to get 5 people at the same time, and everyone has a busy schedule now. The comedians are so busy doing shows. Everyone, like Biswa, Vaibhav, Anirban, everyone. Samay, of course. I wanted to do Vishy, Aditya Kadam, yeah, for sure. I think we should do one for with Vishy as the last. That was there always on my mind. Second was Biswa. Prince says if a5, rook b5. Prince, if rook b5, bishop b4 will come, I think. Oh, bishop b4, bishop b4, bishop b4, a b4, and then f3. This is a nice line. See, bishop b4, bishop b4, a b4. Now you can win this pawn, but you will lose this. So it's like this. ये तो अपना ही है, तो इसको बचाना है. तो क्या खेलोगे? What will you play? It's my favorite series, says Pranjalya, and then learning from classics. Learn from classics, I will keep going. Yes, Praful Sharma, you are right. Balaji Sankar, Madhusudan Vegi, Rakshak, Aditya Kadam. So this is a very cool move, like f3. Just ये बचा लिया ये दोनों को, and then take this, and then you will be 2 pawns. Like you are 1 pawn up, but in effect it looks like you are 2 pawns up. So a5, rook takes b5. I think a4 is the best move. So not easy to find.
Thanks. Hello, welcome back. Amruta Mokhal joining live from the bedroom.
Joining live नहीं. Joining live coming from the bedroom. Joining live from the bedroom तो तुम bedroom में वैसे होगा ना.
हाँ, right, exactly. Yeah, correct. So what's the situation? Same as अब 1-2 moves, 2-3 moves ही हुए रहेंगे.
Pranay Prakash, please send us a mail if possible at chessbaseindia@gmail.com. That would be very nice. Grandmaster series was everyone's favorite. Yes, there was Wesley, so there was Ding, there was Hikaru left, Arjun, Aronian, correct.
You have to complete. You have to call everybody, na? You should continue maybe after Olympiad. Maybe every round के बाद maybe you get tempo Grandmaster series. हाँ.
वो
Yes.
रहता है ना, as with all good things, they have to come to an end or something like that. Good things have to come to an end, but
Maybe you should have season for that, like season 1, season 2.
हाँ, but
Like
वही
चेस को थोड़ा हाइप कर सकते हैं सीजन डाल के. बस सीजन बोल दिया मतलब वाह.
right.
Shashank says maybe you can GM chess as a sponsored event and get someone to pay the attendees. So there is an incentive for everyone to come and have it like one session a month.
Yeah, that's possible. But one thing I have realized, at least, that it is not the easiest task in the world to get sponsors for chess. You have to work really hard. We have been looking one for our Olympiad streams in Chennai, and also for the for the Chess Base India originals, and we are still looking at it. So, what Samay has managed to do, what other comedians have managed to do, it's very special for chess.
Yeah, so true. Rishabh Mathur says the woodpecker method book is not available on ChessBase. Yeah, very recently it got sold out. So we are getting our books are on the way. Maybe in around 2 to 3 weeks, yeah, something like that. Should be getting it.
Roro says, Roro had yesterday said that he will give the feedback for the chess set because he has bought it. So today he says the chess set is very high quality with the pieces having very nice finish and weight to them. Very impressed. My first time playing OTB with Chess Base India set.
First? OTB chess.
Arey, thank you, Roro. And
Yeah,
guys,
that's it.
maybe you can just have a look at this and then we will continue our stream.
By the way, तुम रो के
In a world that is going increasingly digital, it's sometimes nice to hold things in your hand. The Chess Base India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that the product was of the best possible quality. When you buy the Chess Base India Premium Chess Set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96mm standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have 2 extra queens included. 55mm by 55mm high quality vinyl board with notation with Chess Base India logo in the corner and a leatherite finish. You have 2 flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces with the Chess Base India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the Chess Base India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the Chess Base India Premium Chess Set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.
And we are back.
ये क्या कार पे इतना स्टाइल मार रहे हो तुम और
And we are back. कैसे कौन बोलता है? And guys.
समय.
And by the way, guys, the link is the 4th link in the description. So you can check it out if you want the chess set. देखो सबको पता है Hikaru Nakamura says like that. So Hikaru starts saying like and
I have not watched his streams. I don't know. Shashank says, oh gosh, what sort of audio processing is this? Why process and change your voice?
I don't know. I think there is another version of it which has my better voice, but I have to still load that into my OBS. I have to change it.
Yes, voice modulation. Okay, let's look at both the games. अभी के लिए इधर क्या चल रहा है?
किंग C3 के बाद अभी वो उनको F4 और E5 खेलना है.
उनको मतलब
डिंग जी को.
डिंजी.
एंड अली रेजा जी को खेलना है. उप्स सॉरी, ये अली रेजा जी को खेलना है नाइट D2 के बाद. अच्छा, अली रेजा जी तो किंग को लेके आएंगे.
But either there will be some chances for white to kind of hold, like rook, bishop, nahi. 1 point down. No, this is just a long game.
Ali
which will be
Reza
lost.
has to just play carefully because king e6, knight c4. Knight is always tricky, but then bishop generally. Knight is like this, Amruta. In open positions, knight versus bishop are those companies which have like very high burn rate, okay, high spending of money, but have no plan as such. So they spend a lot, like knight, the many traps, it jumps. But once the bishop is like a long-term plan, like once it stabilizes, once it puts itself here, then the king comes in. Then in the long run, it goes very smoothly.
Acha. So like
So when the knight is there, we are always worried. Oh my god, knight will jump here, it will attack here. Oh my god, it will jump here. So because knight is very dynamic. But also once you neutralize it, it's not doing much.
true.
So Nepo drew guys already, and Duda and Yan drew. So Nepo drew with sorry, Duda and Nepo drew, and Rapport lost to Radjabov. I think Rapport might finish last or what, Amruta? Because Rapport was on 5.5, he lost.
So if
Duda
Firouzja
drew.
wins,
Firouzja wins, he goes up. So actually,
Oh.
Duda and Rapport might finish joint last.
do you think it is going to be like it's one of the strongest tournament already to qualify is a prestige here, but to finish last, does it really affect them very badly, or they understand that it's
Yeah, I
super
think they
strong and
understand.
not
They
like this?
understand.
Hmm.
They understand. They have like huge aims. Amruta, 95 move का क्या मतलब है? What is the point?
Blockade.
Can I not go F4 now? Let's say you go knight D3 one move or knight C6. These are the two moves. Knight D3.
I like knight c6 so that at least I have a...
But knight C6, I thought E5.
Now suppose I take here on e7
Knight E7.
and I go... Actually, you don't have a discovered... Yeah, you have knight f5. So if I go king f8, then knight
Knight G6.
king g8.
I think I don't even need to
Yeah,
worry about...
E6.
No, E6.
No, e6, bishop b4. e7.
How about
Can I go
F5?
e6 but?
How about F5? F5.
Yeah.
Play F5, no F5.
Bishop b4,
F6.
suppose.
Over. Because Rook G7. This, no!
You
Amruta,
F7
remember
threat hai.
this.
Arey!
When the Rook, Knight and opponent's King are in one line, it's a mate. This is how you remember this pattern always.
Yes.
Rook is sandwiched between opponent's King and Knight.
Bishop f8 गया तो f7 आ रहा है. Oh wow, this is lost. Nice. So f5 c6 is super strong, so I can't take here. So knight c6 e5 खेलने के बाद
Maybe Knight
now
D3.
this is a threat क्या Sagar? Let's say I go this just to understand. Let's say I
Even
go
Bishop B4.
Bishop b4. Yeah,
Just
now
take
I
Bishop B4 and Rook G7.
yeah, this is lost.
Huh, Amruta? Can
Huh?
we go Knight D3? It was much better because
Yes.
Knight D3 has the idea of taking F4 also with Bishop C1 maybe.
So now if I try to do the same thing with e5, are you going to go bishop c1?
Yeah.
And can I go knight g7 here?
What's your threat if I take Bishop F4?
Suppose
check?
you take, is it a mate? नहीं, कुछ है ही नहीं. There's nothing ना? Mate भी नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं है. So knight g7 is a show off threat, कुछ है ही नहीं. So e5 doesn't make sense because as you rightly pointed, f4 पे pressure आ रहा है. Then I have to change my plan. Bishop c1 is a threat. क्या करे? क्या करे? क्या करे? क्या करे? Really? ओ knight d3 तो f4 को knight d3 आ रहा है ना, वही तो है प्रॉब्लम. So f4 को knight d3 को you have to find a move, only then you will go for f4, otherwise
Can
you
we
will
go
not.
king f3?
Bishop c1
Knight e3.
and now you want to go f5.
Yeah, now aram se e5.
That's good. ठीक है. So if you go f4 then this is the way you can continue. If you don't go f4 और क्या करोगे, मतलब जनरल खेलना है तो किंग f4 नहीं चलेगा.
How about
Right.
bishop c5 with the idea of rook g7?
This is simplest. Simplest.
No, but how to protect it? Why did Hikaru play this? Knight f7 maybe he wanted, no?
You wanted knight f7.
But then
Then can I go bishop d4? नहीं, rook e4 आएगा. So now just play king f.
how about
Now just
f3?
played f3. Solid granite against.
F3 is good, but also possible is knight e7, I think.
Now I'll go bishop b2.
No, knight e7 here instead of f3.
King cannot go to f8. It's a gone case. King can go to h7. नहीं, ये तो नहीं लेगा तो वापस king g8 जाएगा. No, f3 is fine. No?
Wait. f4 no.
और e5 e6.
e5 knight e4. f4 सोच रहा है ऐसे.
Possible.
Yeah.
Normalas, do you remember my comment about playing rook d8? I don't remember, but possible. ठीक है, this is like a वो हिकारू भी अभी थोड़ा दुखी तो हुआ रहेगा ना.
Oops, sorry. हाँ.
Too late.
I don't know about Magnus's demands yet, Priyanshu. I don't think he has put them forth. He plays bishop c5. Ding Liren, not making any mistakes, not putting a foot wrong here.
What would be the time in China?
He played
right
knight
now,
f7.
Sagar? China में क्या टाइम रहेगा अभी?
China में around 3.5 hours ahead of us, I think. 2:30 a.m.
But by 20 days डिंग का जेट लैग तो चला गया रहेगा ना? No, because many tournaments in Champions Chess Tour he had this problem, right? अभी उसका तो चला गया है, but सागर का शायद रहेगा. What does Vidit think about this position, Sagar? What does Vidit think about this position?
Why with it?
You tell me why.
Because he's in chat.
No.
Then
Tough questions at wrong times.
because of illegal move or anything.
Guys in the chat, आप लोगों को तो पता चला रहेगा ना. Why did I say that?
He played f3. Very patient move by Ding.
Good one. Yes, you're right.
Why?
No, Prince. Naman, you're right. शर्ट पे अभी विदित बोलने लगेगा.
अच्छा. But a5 को क्या करोगे?
Yeah, now what's your plan? King first.
AB.
नहीं ए बी मारने के बाद हाँ ये पॉन इज ब्लॉक्ड, कुछ भी नहीं होएगा. ए बी रुक B7.
अरे बाहर गए थे Rapport.
नहीं यार ये किंग नहीं 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 ये ओनली वन साइडेड. ठीक है क्या?
Dominating knight.
But you cannot push B pawn. If your bishop is on c5, there's always the spin.
You can always go king f4.
अच्छा. He played f3 ना? Okay. Go and take rest ना. Vidit will drink water first. Princess. मतलब कितना स्टाइल मारने का विदित को पूछना पड़ेगा. सेम विदित का स्टाइल मारा तो विदित को गुस्सा आता है, अच्छा लगता है. नहीं विदित का ब्लैक लोटस है, उसको गुस्सा नहीं आएगा.
By the way, Amruta, knight e4 attacks the bishop. I was thinking of going bishop b4, but then there's c3. Maybe you'll have to go back. Maybe his last move. King f7 here. Why did he go bishop c3? No idea.
But ठीक है ना, he can go back and then he can change.
He can play king e6.
Yeah. So yeah, he can do that. And going back to Ding's game, has anything happened? F3 के बाद नहीं, Nakamura has 48 minutes. He is going to think. A long thought. Maybe. नहीं यार, आज last day है ना. I think I should not mix it with candidate.
But
bullet.
No, you can.
नहीं last day है ना.
You can. It's up to you.
मोबाइल में बैटरी भी नहीं है. एक गेम खेलते हैं थोड़ा ये हो जाएगा.
But yeah, you can decide. I mean, at what point you want to play.
Yeah. Ding's game is very critical, na, because I think maybe
everyone wants bullet.
क्योंकि everyone beats me. By the way, Rakshit is saying I increased 200 points in bullet. I can play less next. Okay, one game only for a change, then we'll analyze again, guys. है ना already नहीं setting.
Amruta playing with the white pieces against Sumant Paul.
No, that is not.
3-minute game.
No, that is not the game I'm playing.
On one hand, we have the high quality chess of Ding Lijian and Hikaru Nakamura. On the other hand, Amruta Mokal playing against Rakshit Singh again. Amruta wants to just crush the life out of Rakshit. Let's see. Plays her favorite opening, Sicilian Khan. Sicilian Khan is an opening that Amruta has played all her life. And now brings the knight out to f6. Queen takes. Oh, Rakshit coming well prepared for Amruta.
Exactly.
But, experience to koi baat hoti hai. So let's see how Amruta tackles with this. She gets a very interesting endgame. It is said that endgames are better for Sicilian players. She misses a chance to put her knight on g4. But now f4 again. Rakshit playing well, but he's blundered a pawn. It seems to me Amruta attacking the knight on b4. It was not. And knight g3 has come in. Suddenly all the pieces have been pushed back. Amruta is clearly pressing now. कुछ तो साउंड आ रहा है ना?
हाँ ये मेरा
हाँ?
मोबाइल में थोड़ा इम्प्रूवमेंट किया है रक्षित तुमने लास्ट टाइम से. नॉट बैड.
It's been a very smooth win. Amruta is playing like inspired by Ding.
But I like that he came prepared and like found something new.
You won with
Nice.
25 seconds. Wow.
थैंक यू रक्षित. आज तुमने दिन बना लिया मेरा. मेरे बाकी सारे गेम थोड़े मुश्किल में जाएंगे बट no, I think you really improved, yeah, from the last two games.
Guys, if you don't improve in bullet, it's okay. Like you guys should improve at other things like
Yeah, if you're improving in bullet, then there is a problem with you already.
रक्षित से नर्वस हो जाता हूँ.
क्यों? नर्वस क्यों होने का?
नर्वस मतलब सोचो कौन सा क्या होता है तुम्हारे बॉडी में. Like कौन से हॉर्मोन्स वगैरह मतलब what happens at that point.
Tension, gut.
Cortisol, right, is released.
But adrenaline is also released.
Adrenaline तो later on first तो fear आ जाएगा. First that.
Fear क्यों आएगा? Fear.
वही तो बोल रहे नर्वस हो जाता हूँ.
हाँ, nervousness is a comes under the branch of fear क्या?
ऑक्सीटोसिन कैसे आएगा भाई? प्रसन्न, I don't think.
नहीं, adrenaline is the key. Adrenaline is main and cortisol.
Oxytocin comes when you get like sort of support, love
Emotions रहते हैं.
from people around you.
No.
Serotonin भी नहीं आएगा. Serotonin I
Right.
think is when you have respect from other people.
Or even if you नहीं serotonin आएगा ना. If he plays really well and beats me, then he'll feel some pride. तो serotonin आएगा.
हाँ. हाँ.
कुछ भी झाड़ रहे सब. Let's get back.
Dopamine will not come here. Yeah, dopamine,
Yeah, dopamine
comes
will also come. Actually,
when you have to play bullet.
time pressure. Yeah.
Oh, he played bishop c1. I think
That's
Hikaru is going wrong somewhere. But now let me see how to take the advantage of it. But I was thinking bd4 first. Is that even possible? What is the trap? Because let's say Hikaru is very tricky. We all know that. So what is the trap he has laid down for bishop d4 attacking g7? I don't see it. Maybe it's bd2. And then bishop g7, bishop d4. Bishop d4 and play this position.
बाप रे. हाँ, with the 2 pawns. Oh, this is interesting, yaar. Do you think he actually intended this? Wow.
He won't. Ding won't play bd4.
But if Ding doesn't play bd4, then right now, what is the move he has to? Yeah, rook a7 is nice. Simply attacking the e6. What if I go rook e6, defending the a6 pawn? Any mating net? King h7, bishop f8. Or you want a knight? Yes. But Sagar, even if you go to g6, there's no mate. Rook h8 है ही नहीं.
But if it's the rook f8 खेलेंगे ना. I'll remove that knight from there.
ठीक है. Got it. What about the other game, Ali Reza's? Noradrenaline is new. Okay, got it.
We like to read about this brain and how the work happens and everything, how humans react to certain things. Rook a7 is also a nice move. Actually, Ding is just saying I can pick this up. And at this position is very, very much better for Ding. Because black pieces just can't move. Knight can't move, g7 drops, bishop can't attack anything because these are on light squares. a6 is falling. Is it gone horribly wrong?
Did you expect today that Ding will be getting in this position? Like from the opening when I saw, oh, it's so equal. Then he's like, already ye exchange, this exchange, that exchange. I just did not expect this. Some moves were so subtle which he made. Also, he needed some help from.
What?
Oh God.
What happened?
What happened?
Subtle. By the way, Amruta, what is Nakamura's idea if I take the pawn on a6? Why did he put his bishop on d2? Like what? Suppose you are playing Nakamura now.
Wow.
Okay.
I literally don't care.
But what is his idea? Why did he play bd2?
That's what I'm saying. रुक A6 खेलो. बार तो देखो एक बार तो पता चलता है. बार बार दिखाओ तो पता
नहीं
चलेगा.
सोचो ना, तुम चैट को बोलती हो ना बहुत बार, थिंक वन मूव अहेड.
ठीक है. बट कुछ रहेगा ही नहीं तो तुम्हें पक्का मालूम है ना कुछ है.
मुझे नहीं पता. चेक देखा.
किंग F4.
Then
हाँ
check.
चेक ऊपर पे चल. किंग G4. देन नाइट E5.
इधर आ जाओ ना, सिंपल. What does Hikaru got?
नथिंग. रुक G6 भी आ रहा है. नो काउंटर प्ले मैन. नो काउंटर प्ले. बाप रे. And it's very sad to play such a position, but let's see. He is a good defender. What about Ali Reza?
ये क्या हो गया इधर? ड्रॉ. बोर्ड नंबर 1.
नहीं Ali Reza.
He drew or what? Ah no. तू तेरा तू प्यार नू.
Khushi Gupta is Amruta. I'm awake just for bullet. Khushi Gupta, have we played? Have you ever challenged me?
What's your ID, Khushi? Amruta will take your challenge because you made specially for her. So what Amruta will do is she will not make her move for the 30 seconds, and then it will be 30 seconds versus 1 minute. Okay, Amruta?
But if Khushi Gupta is rated 2100 and I don't play.
But this first time she made her account, no?
Where did she say that?
Atharva Balwali,
Chale.
maybe not, but I think maybe we are trying. Someone from Chess Base India can come. It's a great event.
हाँ, has she challenged? देखो प्रशांत तिवारी, बीस्ट बॉयज, एन वाद, आराध्या, काफी लोगों से मैंने खेला है. आलू का पराठा से नहीं खेला है, बट वो क्वेश्चन मार्क है, मतलब नया अकाउंट है क्या उनका? सैक्रिफाइस लगाए, काफी लोगों से खेलना है एक्चुअली. I think in this bullet I will be playing some people again and again, and I'll actually get to know slowly
Yeah.
what they're
You should ask-
opening.
you
their
should ask them what
strength
they are-
and-
What they are doing in life.
मैम मुझे पिटाई खाने का शौक नहीं है. आई जस्ट एंजॉय वॉचिंग यू प्ले. अरे पिटाई क्यों होगी, मैं बहुत बार खराब खेलती हूँ. ठीक है चलो, आई एम टेकिंग सम नेक्स्ट चैलेंज. अली रेजा का कुछ हुआ है आगे? नहीं ना, अच्छी बात है. चलो मैं खेलती हूँ.
He took rook a6, bishop e1 check. I think he'll go king g2.
फास्ट होएगा इधर. Okay, let's take some same rating. Almost. Samil. I'm playing with Samil.
Scandinavian is a great choice against Amruta. अरे क्या pawn क्यों नहीं मारा? ये क्या है?
ओ बेचारा माउस स्लिप हुआ क्या रे?
हो सकता है. अमृता ने इतना रिलक्टेंटली शॉट कैंसिल किया. Like oh.
Yeah, just
Oh, taking on double pawns. Wow, wow.
Okay, I thought I had made a pre-move. Thank God. Man. अरे मेरे बार बार मोबाइल का प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है. ओ शिट. ये देखिए आ रहा है बार बार. इसे कुछ आई एम प्लेइंग बुलेट. जाओ रेस्ट कर लो सागर. ओ शिट. अमेजिंग. अरे सीरियसली गाइस लुक एट दिस. नहीं मैं दिखा नहीं सकती अभी नहीं आ रहा है. बढ़िया है बट what did I lose this? By thinking a lot. और क्या है? I need to solve this problem. 1 minute. हाँ इधर से setting off. हुए 2-3 मूव्स ना सागर. बिशप e1, किंग g2.
Bishop e1, king g2, bishop c3, rook a7, knight g5.
This looks okay, no? Because black has actually defended the g7 pawn. f4 is not possible because knight e4 मर रहा है. Knight on g5 still looks a bit more active. He again went knight e7 check. That same idea I think which he was trying. King h7 ko what is the plan? I don't know yet. What are you gonna do for king h7, guys? You can go knight g6. The rook can't leave this rank. And black के पास कोई counter play नहीं है. Such a dull position for black to play. For white it's super मजेदार क्योंकि black के पास counter play नहीं है. And Alireza's advantage is reduced actually drastically. In fact here knight e4, knight d2 गया, bishop c3, knight e4 and even bishop b4 exactly. He had to go back and find other moves but he went back. So king f3 was played, king e6 now and c3. Bishop has to leave that diagonal. king e3 आया अभी, c6, h3 and this is position. What is this h3? Like why h3? Just to move it away from dark square maybe? That's a possibility, but why not king d3, let's say? Or in fact why not king d4? We want to improve the piece position. If you go rook d8 check, king c4. ये मर रहा है अभी, इसको बचाओ. कैसे बचाओगे? rook d5 पे आएगा. And this is a better placement of pieces for black. Rook is on d5 here and rook is going to go to h5. So it's highly possible that black may take this pawn, give away this pawn, and then this pawn as a passer is easier for the king also to defend. So yep, that seems like it. Understand. So very cool move actually. For defending, Caruana has played this amazing subtle move, h3, keeping the pawn on light square. Also, there's no check anywhere. This knight is at least defending in that sense, and we have to see now what black is going to do. What moves does he have? If you see, this bishop cannot go here, nor it can go here. एक ये स्क्वायर है h4. रुक मैक्सिमम इधर ही जा सकता है. King. Let's say we want to improve the king position. That's a good move. King d5. That's a good move. And then also interesting could be that white tries something like this, though I don't know how good it is. But Ali Reza has played bishop d8 here. Autopilot mode. Yes. अमेय कानिटकर says आज आखिरी दिन है कैंडिडेट का and I am awake only for bullet. Please accept my challenge. You haven't played with me, Amruta. Samil, I just played with you. Congrats for beating me. But I will play with you one more time later. सब सागर को देख रहे हैं, गेम कोई नहीं देख रहा है. हाँ यार, ये इतना इंटरेस्टिंग क्यों लग रहा है? सो जाओ जाके जस्ट गो एंड स्लीप. यहाँ पे नींद भी नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है. नहीं. हाँ, today is the last day of candidates. I'm sure that he wants to witness this. He doesn't want to leave it. So his mind, blindfold, visualization, he can do it. So let him be here. His presence is very important. His presence gives me a lot of mental support. So let him be here, guys. Let's look at the game. Okay? So knight c5. चर्च गेट आ गया सागर भाई. funny. Some moves have happened. Bishop d8 he played, and now he's given knight d5, knight c5 check. King d5 तो खेलेंगे ही. Of course, this king has to join soon. Knight किधर भी गया तो c5 खेलना है black. That is what Ali Reza is targeting. Going back to Ding's game, yes, he's played knight e7 check, king h8, knight g6 check, king g8. ड्रॉ तो करने वाला है नहीं, वो खेलेगा क्या? अभी a6 का पॉन मर गया, वापस रुक b7 जाओ, ये भी मार डालो. ये एक बार मर गया तो कुछ नहीं, डायरेक्ट ही खेलना है. बट ही इज गिविंग नाइट e7 चेक, इंक्रीमेंट 30 सेकेंड्स, 2 बार हो रहा है. उसके बाद ऑफकोर्स ही वोंट डू एनी रिपीटिशन. किंग h8. Or does he not want to go knight g6 and find a better move there? No, I think he'll give a check. He'll give a check. Most natural to give a check and go rook b7. That's what I am predicting, guys. Let's see. He goes knight d5 here. This is attacked. It has to decide which diagonal. ये वाला या ये वाला. मतलब यहाँ पे रहना है. He wants to defend g7. That looks a little safe. So he'll go bishop b2. But then you can go king g3 because there is no more bishop e1 check anyway. So that is a possibility यहाँ पे. And in fact, like Sagar does, it's a possibility, which I like. One more piece coming in the game. Of course, this plan all the while exists. दूसरा और क्या हो सकता है? बस यही दो है. Either bring your king as a piece or get your pawn as another piece. दो ऑप्शन है. He will choose knight d5. खेला हुआ है. सो गाइज अभी तब तक जब सब सोच रहे हैं नाइट C5 चेक को और इधर, तो एक बुलेट गेम खेल सकते हैं अपन. एक बुलेट खेल सकते हैं. So I am playing with, can you see this some, तो कुछ तो ये था, एक सेकेंड ना गाइस. I don't know, मैं इधर ही खेल रही हूँ. Okay, let me go here and let me just play. I'll play with Shubham Thakkar. I would really now want to be super focused, not mess this up. गेम स्टार्ट हुआ नहीं अभी तक, हो नहीं रहा है. 1 मिनट, कुछ तो झोल है. लेट मी स्टार्ट अगेन. I think I need to log in again. Guys, challenge me again. कुछ तो झोल हुआ था. I'll log. I'm coming again. Please challenge again. अरे गेम शुरू हुआ बोल रहे हो. Yeah, now the game has started. I'm playing with Shubham Thakkar. I'm white and there's Sicilian on the board. Super interesting. I love Sicilian. मजा ही आने वाला है. My rupee one was a bad move, but now turned into a good move. Suddenly. Nice. Let me win the exchange. Why not? Why not? Nice move. मीन को काफी मैंने ट्रबल दिया हुआ है. Okay, that was a victory. 8 seconds. Well played, Shubham. Sicilian, you played 8 point. It was fine. Later, I think D5 was not necessary there. Let's go back to the game. ओ काफी कुछ हो चुका है इधर. Bishop b2. Knight d5 को he went bishop b2. That's what he played. Oh, Dark Morning becomes a member for 2 months. Amazing. He says thank you for all the efforts, Sagar bhai. Love you. Sagar bhai को definitely बताएंगे ये efforts सुन के after a bit. Thank you, Dark Morning. Bishop b2, rook a2 खेला है. Oh, Ding went rook a2, completely different from the ideas which we were considering of rook b7 and takes or going king g3. He went rook a2, bishop c1 and rook c2. What a change of mindset. It's like पूरा time वो rook एक जगह पे था. Suddenly it's changed. 7th rank कब तक था guys? If you just look at this was move number 55. When did this rook come on the 7th rank? यहाँ से journey start हुई थी. 33rd move. 21 moves that rook was पूरा वो hero है यार ये game का. The rook was on 7th rank. Amazing. Finally, oops, very sorry for that. Finally he went back, rook a2, bishop c1, rook c2, bishop a3. And now Ding goes bishop e3. ये bishop, if this bishop instead of a3 now, it has only two, no, it has only square. He cannot go here, there is knight, here there is knight, here there is rook. So it is actually left with the only square. This was so cool. So for rook a2, this bishop again, it cannot go here, can't go here, can't go here. I mean, knight f6 would be disastrous. It could have gone, it cannot go here also. Let me very quickly ask the people in the chat if they are awake or not. And if they are awake, then what should white play here? What should white? वैसे काफी कुछ है, but like the most natural. काफी कुछ है, but most natural. क्या बात है? आप लोग तो काफी जाग रहे हो. जागते रहो. Yes, F4. Dark Poison, Naman Wadwa, Chessbizard Online, Sigma Rules, Ankit Gulati, Some Guy Somewhere, Dark Morning, Graham Pawar, Moses Jeevantham, Ayush Ranjan. That's true. F4 is the first thing which comes to the mind because it's a double attack. Though oops, sorry, board number 1. Though it's not like, I mean, it was just the keyboard tactics आ रहा है. इधर 94, fe5, rook e5, ये सब में जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. By the way, the game is over. Rook c2, bishop a3, bishop e3, and Nakamura resigns. It's over. Ding comes second.
But what was the last move?
It's change of mindset was the last move, Sagar.
No.
Here, I will tell you
I
where.
think we saw till here. Let's see, okay, 7. Resign, okay.
Knight d5, bishop b2 आया, rook a2 आया, bishop c1, rook c2. So यहाँ पे resign कर दिया है because करेंगे क्या, bishop g5 is a powerful threat. Example में ये खेला, ये मार दिया, ये मारा, ये bishop को तो देखो, bishop is trapped. इधर किधर भी आ ही नहीं सकता है, nothing. King, it's like one piece down already. Nakamura resigns. This is brilliant, guys. Ding OP, complete inspiration, ultimate thing. Just, he's so close, actually. And in the first few days, if he would have been in the form, then we never know. It would have been a great competition to Nepo. What about Ali Reza? What's up with him? After this check was given, king went to f5. Oh, he just went to f5. He's not even thinking of d5. That's very weird. King f5. And now knight b3. So now actually white's pieces are more in attacking role, whereas black's pieces are more as defenders. This should be a good news for white. He went bishop b6 check. He went king f3. Could you have gone king d3 and or this rank is controlled, so the king has a shield, it cannot attack this. Rook h8 could be definite worry because rook h3 comes in a check, but you can defend a pawn with h4, though it's more committal. Jitna aage jayega utna weakness hai, plus it's on the dark square, so moves like bishop d8 in the future would be risky. But right now a5 is also hanging. That's the difference. So let's say if I go rook a8 now, then knight d4 and c6 is hanging. Could he not have played knight d4 earlier? Knight d4 check. ये मर रहा है, ये मर रहा है. If you take with the bishop d4, if you take the knight, then rook endgame will become slightly complicated, but somehow looks more preferable for black. क्योंकि check दिया, king c4 आया, ये तो बचा नहीं सकते हो, and that too it's in a check. Let's say I go here, rook takes a5, and Alireza, let's say, starts pushing the pawn. It doesn't matter, because eventually what is going to happen is this rook will give itself for the pawn and this pawn will march ahead. So that was the whole point. Anyway, it was good to understand. In the game he played king f3, king e5 has been played. Now you can go knight d2 with the idea of knight c4. It's a fork. So knight d2 is possible. And then king d5. Though the king doesn't have any entry, so that's why it doesn't seem like kuch farak pad raha hai as such. But that thing which white was getting towards the end with this pawn was important factor. Now he doesn't really have good moves. You go knight c4, then he will not care, he'll go king c5. If you take, and this rook endgame is winning, because king b5 आ जाएगा, नहीं king b5 की भी ज़रूरत नहीं है, rook h8 आ जाएगा, फिर king b5 आ जाएगा, ये king इधर जाएगा, that's just ये pawn rule start हो जाएगा. So this should be winning. The best chance for Caruana still was to go king d3, but ठीक है. Nepo gained 26.4 elo points in the candidates. Sheer dominance, Shashank says. Yeah, that's such a huge number of rating points at that stage. So hard to gain even 1 point. So it's amazing. Good stats. Sagar says if Magnus denies, then Nepo versus Dengue. So Sagar, that is over. Caruana and Alireza will play for some time now. I don't see a point of you being here.
Yeah, true.
There is no point.
I'm just
What is okay? You tell me the point. If it is convincing, then you be here. But if it is not convincing, then what is the point of being here? Or are you in your sleep and not understanding what's going on? Yeah, you're in your sleep. It happens many times. He is asleep and I tell him something and he just doesn't remember because he's in the other mood. Whereas it took some time initially for me to understand. And I'm like, I told you this. And then it will like, okay, got it. Even if you wake up from your sleep, you're not completely in your senses. You may not be in sleep, but you are not in the senses. Got it. So only this last game is going on, guys, and I'm gonna play Bullet. Yes, Sagar? Can you go to sleep? Or you want to stay here? Last game is going on. I'll change. You fine? But तुमको pillow दे दूँ इस side में? No, he wants to stay until the last game is over. I'm gonna do it, Chini. So that people don't get nervous seeing you sleep. No, do one thing. I'm gonna push you a bit.
yeah, wait.
What was that which you pressed? Post video. Okay, got it.
So Ding is second, no, in the tournament.
Yes. Today Ding can sing the song. Ding dong ding. Yes, Jaydev. This is one of the hectic. This is going to be one of the most hectic month for all the team members as well, and for us with these events coming up. पर हो जाता है. It will be managed. ठीक है. So challenges आ रहे हैं. मैं लेती हूँ थोड़ा challenges. इस बार तो थोड़ा कुछ तो करके दिखाना है. कोई झोल नहीं, कोई एक्सक्यूज नहीं. बहुत टाइम से चल रहा है. Oops, कोई तो गेम स्टार्ट. Sorry, I couldn't play that game. Bong Cloud Kid, I have played with you and you have actually played Bong Cloud, so congrats for the guts. But you should next time, whenever I'll play, you should not play Bong Cloud. That's the whole point. So, Prince, let me accept the challenge. Prince, हो गया है? Prince, have you slept? I'm gonna wait 1 or 2 seconds. Acha, you played it. You're awake, you're awake. ब्लंडर किया है. 52 seconds है. 10 सेकेंड मोर है. If I don't talk, it's way more easier to play. Interesting. और एक ब्लंडर किया हुआ है. Happens. ब्लंडर सब लोग करते हैं. ऑनलाइन भी करते हैं, ऑफलाइन भी करते हैं, चेसबोर्ड पे करते हैं, लाइफ में करते हैं. कौन रोकेगा ब्लंडर्स को? किसी के. अरे मैंने देखो क्वीन D2 नहीं मारा, फालतू का पीस मर रहा था. अब बचा लेगा वो. मैं भी पागल. ओके, हो जाता है. ब्लंडर सब लोग करते हैं. एज वी से बचा तो लिया ना उसने. बट डज इट रियली मैटर? बहुत स्लो खेल रहे हो आप, पर आप भूल गए बैकवर्ड मूव. मेरा आपका क्वीन मर गया है. क्वीन, और आपके पास 2 ही सेकंड है. टेंशन आता रहेगा. जल्दी जल्दी. रिजाइन क्यों किया? That was over. Let's play the next game without taking a lot of time. Jada Purva. JD Apurva. 1600. I'm playing with a 1600. Please do play fast. Your only chance is to beat me on time. Today I'm in a super fast mode. It's very difficult for you to play with me. मैंने कुछ oath ले ली है. I've taken an oath. Not easy to beat me. बहुत टफ टाइम होएगा तुम्हारा. ऐसा नाइट पीछे चला गया. बहुत खुशी की बात है. ये क्या हुआ? अरे अरे अरे, ये तो पॉन मुझे मिल गया फ्री में. बढ़िया बढ़िया. Don't be so surprised. You can play fast. और एक पॉन मिल गया है, बहुत खुशी की बात है। आज का दिन नहीं, क्या बोलूँ मैं, खुशी का दिन है। Apurva is trying his best. Okay, with 22 seconds in hand, that game was won. Awesome. Today it's going to be a little bit difficult for all of you guys. I need to play yes. डार्क मॉर्निंग। अरे मॉर्निंग कैसे डार्क रहेगा? आपका नाम में कुछ तो इशू है। बहुत वीकनेसेस है मेरे पोजीशन में तो, बट इट हैपेंस ओनली इन इंडिया। Oof, crazy. That was so crazy. Well played. बहुत मजा आया. Oh my goodness, too many primos by both sides, huh? Amazing, amazing. Solid, solid. डार्क मॉर्निंग ने काफी, अच्छा जयदेव है क्या डार्क मॉर्निंग? नाइस। नहीं नहीं, डार्क मॉर्निंग इज डार्क मॉर्निंग। बहुत ही सही था। लेट्स कैच अप अ लिटिल बिट। oops, सॉरी सॉरी। नहीं यार, बोर्ड 2, हाँ, अली रेजाज गेम। So he played h4 here. King d5 खेला था, h5, c5, Oh, that has happened, what we are discussing. Knight b3, c5. These are the ideas. But now, important move for Caruana. He has to find. Guys, he has to find this important move. I'm not 100% sure if that is the move which will actually lead to closest to equality. Let me ask you guys. What is White's move? I'm not sure if the Indian understands, but no, he didn't play this move. This is not a move. What should White play here? Here. The question is over here. C5 ko. Not an easy move. Come on, guys. What should White play here? Try to think. Try to write. Okay, awesome. Nice. Quite a lot of people for this time. I mean, almost 12, yeah. Naman Wadhwa, Sarfaraj Hubli, Hip Hop Fanatic, Anukul Jain, Brajesh Arya, Prashanti Vari, Atul Gupta, Kushagra Shukla, Gattu Saiteja, Shrini Shruti. Amazing. Amazing. So the move is Rook G4, attacking this. Let me just go to the game. Board number 2. I'll not do that again and again. So Rook G4, ये मर रहा है अभी. क्या करोगे? What are you going to play? Few options are there, but let's say if you just try to make a move like Rook A7 or something, trying to defend this, then you get C4. Very powerful move. Very powerful. Where will the king go? King goes to E5 or something. Then you get Rook G5 check. This will be hanging. King F6 जाएगा इसके लिए. तो ये go Rook G6 check. वापस किंग E5 को इधर जाएगा. So then if he tries to go king D6, still Rook G6 check. You cannot go to the 7th rank. ये मर जाएगा. So C4 beauty. It's a beautiful move. Okay. You cannot just try and defend that. If I go A4, which is more counter attacking, any case it doesn't matter. C4 check तो देना ही है. King D6 गया. Rook G6 check. It doesn't matter. If you go king, इधर आएगा perpetual. But oh, this is also problem. King C7 गया. Rook G7 check. ये आया. Now शांति से knight goes back. ये pawn push किया. Doesn't matter. You have a blockader here. Knight on light square. This rook needs to be on this rank to attack. इसका मतलब at least 2 more moves, whichever file, and the rook comes here. I think D2. In fact, right now is the only possibility if he wants to go something like that. But ये pawn भी तो शुरू हो रहा है इधर. So too late. You go rook D2, H7. कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है. Rook H2 मारा तो mate. Sorry, queen. So blunder completely. He has to go Rook H2. So this is the counterplay with Rook G4 and C4. This was a cool idea. The idea is check, check, check. पूरा check, check, check देते रहो. And that's why Rook G4 would have given him such an amazing drawing chance. Okay, if black himself would have gone C4, then you go knight D2, but this pawn has come on the light square. That is the difference. A4 खेला, ये मारा. A3 खेला, check है. Time नहीं है. This knight has... One second. ये तो lost होना चाहिए. King इधर गया suppose. अरे ये भी मर रहा है ना. Very sorry guys. Super blunder हो गया. वो अभी bullet खेला करके. Anyway, he went here. C5, knight D2, he went back. जिसकी वजह से bishop C7 खेला. But what Firouzja bishop C7 is a good move, वैसे very good move. But rook H8 is an important move at some point which Firouzja can go for. Anyway, he's gone bishop C7. Now, can you not go with the same idea, guys? If you go rook g4 here, what is the difference? Difference is I can go bishop e5. And it also gives shelter to the king. Nice. Oh my god. Caruana missed it. Actually, it was a big chance. Very big chance for a easy draw. It's not like this is lost or anything, but just practically way more chances for black. Why not c4 directly? Can black play c4 after rook g4? That we saw. Can we go king e6? When I don't think king e3. Yeah, you can go king e3 here. The king will go to e5. This pawn is another weakness, so not so easy. Well, he played a move. Caruana played king e2 here. Now Ali Reza can go rook h8. It's strong. Because if he goes king e5 or something like that, with the king on e2, and if you go rook g4 here, this and this, that's the idea. Again, bishop e5 is not possible. Nice. So if he goes king e5, again you can do this, because for king f5 there is this hanging. If for king f6, here there is knight e4 check, and now the bishop is not defending. So constantly black has to be alert. कुछ ना कुछ एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा ही पड़ेगा continuous basis पे. So that's why rook h8 is a good idea. Rook h8 is good. अभी rook g4 खेला तो you can take here simply, give this pawn, and finally शांति से aim for this pawn. But very tricky. It's not easy to convert this because this knight will sacrifice itself maybe at some point. Long game, guys. It's going to be a long game. Yes, with it. That was a rook g4. King e2, king e5, rook g4 is a good idea. ठीक है. So let's play more games, guys. This was my last game. मजा ही आ गया था. अच्छा, ये पूरा challenges. श्रवण पहली बार खेल रही हूँ. आई थिंक आई एम प्लेइंग विद श्रवण फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम. I aim to have at least 20 seconds in hand. Oh, Grand Prix. Nice. लॉन्ग कैसल, क्या ही बात है. हाँ, he's playing pretty fast. Amazing. Oh shit, that was a pre-move, man. Shit. Oof. I think that king pawn and we should not have played g3. You had a nahi, to bhi mera g3 h3 and then maybe you could have played this outside pass pawn. Oh, super cool. Super cool. Was I losing guys? Was it a draw guys? I don't know. Yeah, I should have some extra challenge. That's true. Just for fun. But I think yesterday I was losing even with everybody. So today I think after a long time I'm like beating all the lower rated. So let's see in the next one I think I'll accept a higher rated opponent. I'm going to go to the Ali Reza's game if any move has happened. Yes, he played rook h8 and now Caruana has played rook g4. Exactly. But here guys the difference is black is going to take here. We are going to enter in this. This is going to be attacked. Bishop e5 is happening. So you cannot take this. Actually, you cannot take on g7. That's super lost. Then do you have to play c4? But c4 गेला तो king c6. And now if you play rook g7, the difference is there is no square for the knight. a4 आएगा and it's super fast. Oh, Caruana missed this idea. Now there is not much hope. Now Ali Reza is slowly getting a clear position. Arka, I played with you, Arka. No? Yes. Anyway, I'll play again, of course. It's not like I won't. But there are just too many challenges. So I'm like, after a point, I think I get a lot of challenges. Let me now accept a challenge. Yeah. So this is the board. I'm playing against 2293 Vidip Kumar. Oh, a little too weak, but that's fine. Really? Arey, I had to play. Shit. Oh my goodness, I'm in such a messy position. Completely horrible position. In such less time. He's giving me no chance. He's just taking pawn. एक pawn खाते ही जा रहा है. Ah, time off. Anyway, but that was lost. I think he just, with a you gave me no chance. That was good. Amazing, amazing. Yes, that was great. Acha, never played. Okay, Arka, we will also play. Chalo, I'll play one game with you, and then we'll catch up with the games, whatever is happening. Come on, Arka, let's play. D4. Nimzo Indian is there on the board. What's your plan? Okay, knight f3. Dark square. ब्लंडर ब्लंडर हो गया है. Speed is cool though. Speed is cool. बेचारा हो गया है सब कुछ. अरे 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 अरे. मुझे कुछ नहीं चाहिए, मुझे सिर्फ मीट करना है. Okay, it was funny. Nice. Oh, Vidip says I'm only 9. No, 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 no. Are you really 9? Do you have a FIDE rating? Did you play in the nationals? State? What? Wow, really? Are you 9? I'm amazed. क्या बात है. Okay, quickly host video to Ali Reza's game. Let's switch. Oh, एक ही मूव हुआ है. After he thought, after rook h5, he went rook takes g7. यहाँ पे we were thinking of bishop e5. देखो, ये मूव के पहले बार को देखो. ऐसा लग रहा है हाँ ब्लैक को थोड़ा इनिशिएटिव है, थोड़ा है. नाउ आफ्टर बिशप e5 सडनली मूव तो है ही ना, तो बार ने पहले ही दिखाना चाहिए. सो इट्स लाइक हाउ डू यू सेव दिस pawn? You can't go here. Do you want to attack this pawn on a5 here? But then bishop c3 anyway defends. Sorry, it doesn't make any sense. Do you want to give a check here? King can go to king c6. This is again attacked. Rook d, now you can defend. Rook d3 you can go, but in the whole thing this rook is now much more active. So rook check gaya. King e3 and all if you play. King b5. ये king को कोई scope ही नहीं है to be able to defend this pawn here. And yeah, this king is no scope. Let's say if I go king e4. Nice move. Bishop c3, rook c3, rook d2, and this king is cut off. So this is winning with 2 pawns. Generally f and h, मतलब ये दो pawns अगर king ये side रहता था तो it would have been a draw, but the king is cut off, so it is winning. If you go back here, if at least the king has to go to d1 so that it will be another defender there. Still king b5 will happen. There's some scope here though, because this king is now a very good defender. c4, किंग b4 खेला तो प्रॉब्लम. रुक b3 चेक आ रहा है और इधर रुक b5 आ रहा है. nice way to put pressure on both the pawns, and if you try to defend here then there is knight b3. So this will again end in a draw. This तो किंग a4 काफी इंपॉर्टेंट मूव निकली, किंग a4 यहाँ पे. एनीवे नाइट b3 यू वुड लाइक टू अटैक दिस pawn. Now king b4. There is no rook b3. Smart. That is so smart. So the only try which white will have, and if it works, is takes, king takes, it's a draw. Sorry, rook d5 check aa raha hai. Very nice tactic. And if takes, king takes c4, with the a pawn, with the bishop, with the rook, and with the active king, this, how clearly it is winning, I'm not sure. Should be winning. Should be. But it will land in rook, bishop versus rook. Oh my god, as I earlier said, yeah, it's going to be a long game. Oh, he didn't play that. He didn't play that. He played king c6. Wow, now Caruana gets a chance to go knight c4. This is important point. He needs to go knight c4. Critical move. Arka says, thanks for playing. I got a little nervous. Guys, पहली बार खेल रहे हो तो nervousness आएगा ही. It's common. So it does happen. It's fine. Krishna Jal Sagar is okay. He slept off. Been having very, very tiring days. Congrats, not YouTuber. Amazing. Table based position होगा ना वो. Possible. Okay. So यहाँ पे guys, इधर देखो थोड़ा, वी हैव टू शिफ्ट अवर माइंड. बुलेट खेल रहे थे, मजा आया, एंटरटेनिंग, एवरीथिंग. बट ये सीरियस चेस को देखो. नाइट कैन गो टू c4. क्वेश्चन इज, यहाँ पे प्रेशर है, ये पॉन पुश करेगा, सपोज चेक आ रहा है, किंग किधर जाएगा. इफ यू गो किंग d5, इफ यू गो किंग b5, ये चेक आएगा. किंग को देखो, शील्ड देखो, ये पॉन पुश करने के बाद ये तीनों स्क्वायर है नहीं, ये तीनों स्क्वायर है नहीं, ये स्क्वायर है नहीं, बचा कौन सा, एक ही स्क्वायर. इधर पॉन रहता था तो मेट था. ये ब्लैक का अगर कोई पॉन रहता था तो ये मेट है. ब्यूटीफुल पैटर्न. किंग कैन गो टू a5. फिर क्या करोगे आप, पता है, चेक दोगे. इधर आएगा, इधर चला, मैं उधर चला और ड्रॉ हो गया. ऐसा मैंने किया. गॉट इट. हो गया. a4 नहीं खेल सकता है, विच इज ऑलवेज क्रिटिकल टू सी इफ दैट पॉन कैन बी पुश्ड. सो ये a पॉन नहीं चल रहा है. इफ नॉट द a पॉन, व्हाट एल्स कैन ब्लैक थिंक ऑफ. किंग b5 डायरेक्टली. ओप्स नहीं, किंग b5 को ये नहीं मार रहा है क्या. हाँ, ये मारेगा तो ये मारेगा. सो इफ यू टेक हियर, देन दिस इज टेक एंड दिस इज अ प्रॉब्लम बिकॉज देर इज अ चेक हियर एंड किंग c3 आएगा बाद में, नॉट नाउ. So king c, for example, if I go king d2, I don't care. I will start pushing a pawn. If you go rook a7, then I will then give a check. If you go king c1, then I will go king b. Oh, I can even take here because you cannot take here. There's a mate. So ये winning है again. वापस गए अगर रुक c7 तो नहीं मारोगे, बट इधर भी चेक दिया, king a4 गया. Now you can take here because if now he takes, then there is, oops, sorry guys, I forgot there's a rook here. My bad. You go king d3 now, or either, yeah, you can go king c4. a4 खेला तो of course not to take here, that king pawn endgame would be lost, but you can give a check and this again you can hold. For example, if I go king a2, then there is काफ़ी कुछ. एक्चुअली इट्स थोड़ा पेशेंटली खेलना पड़ेगा. थोड़े मूव्स है बट आई एम नॉट गोइंग डीप, बट थोड़ा पेशेंटली खेलना पड़ेगा. किंग d3, a3, ये किंग को कट ऑफ ही करना है, कट ऑफ ही रखना है, दैट्स इम्पॉर्टेंट. ऐसा. सो दिस विल ऑल्सो एंड इन अ ड्रॉ, बट ये थोड़ा टफर वाला था. एंड इफ ही गिव्स अ चेक हियर, देन यू कैन गो किंग d3. चेक से क्या ही उखाड़ लिया. That is what is happening. So king c6 is not the best idea. Ali Reza, I am very surprised he has denied this idea of bishop e5. Most probably वो रुक bishop versus रुक में नहीं जाना था उसको, but वो तो I think वैसे भी आने वाला है रुक g7 के बाद. So देखते हैं क्या होएगा. Karan Anvekar says, I have played over 5,000 bullet games on League Chess. Bapre. How to get over this addiction? Karan, 5,000 मतलब अगर आप कैलकुलेट करते हो कितने घंटे हो रहे हैं 5,000 into 2 minutes 10,000 minutes हो रहे हैं 10,000 minutes divided by 60 किया तो 166 hours हो रहे हैं 166 hours divided by अगर आप दिन में 4 घंटा खेल रहे हो तो आपने 41 days ही खेला है फाइन है नो प्रॉब्लम एडिक्शन में बेसिकली लुक बुलेट इज मोर बुलेट आई विल टेल यू genuinely how it has helped me in the main chess, like genuinely, but for that it will require a huge mind control. So I used to get under time pressure, so for me it was very important to get out of it. So during the game 1.5 hours I would have in classical game 30 seconds increment, and you can get stuck at a position, you can think and think. So before my round, in my last Europe trip, I started playing bullet before my round actually, and it would just give me this kick, like play fast, that kind of an entry. मतलब आदत ही नहीं है ना, एक ही मिनट है मेरे पास. That helped me in the main games because of I had a problem of speed. So इसके लिए 5-10 मिनट खेल के I would stop. That is how it was. So if you are playing bullet, let's say to get रिफ्लेक्स एक्शन पे वर्क करना है, स्पीडी देखना है, टैक्टिक्स देखना है, एंड थोड़ा खेला तो इट इज़ फाइन. उससे ज़्यादा खेला तो यू आर डूइंग इट फॉर एंटरटेनमेंट. Now that is also fine if you didn't do it for entertainment, if you're working 8 hours intensely every day. It's fine, yeah. Instead of watching TV, series or something, you're playing bullet. It's definitely way better than watching something because it helps your brain. So that's fine. So you have to understand how you're spending your other time of the day. Like if you're playing 8 to 10 hours in a day, yeah, that's an addiction. But can you even afford it? Like you can do nothing else. ये possibility भी है. So it's interesting. I've playing since 2021. So yeah, but otherwise I would definitely say if you want to improve in chess, you try to play little longer games and keep a limit every day. Be determined. 5 bullet games, which is 10 minutes, which is fair, 10 to 15 at the most. Nothing more than that. मत खेलना उतना बुलेट मत खेलना. Addiction is simple. Any addiction, it's simple to get out of it. You just find something else which can, if there are top 5 things which you like, one of them is playing bullet, then there is also something on number 2. There is also something on number 3. If you will start doing that, you will get engrossed in that. So it's the mind, yeah. It's very easy to cheat your mind. Okay. But you have a great opportunity because you are addicted to something and you can actually now learn how to control your mind. So it's a great opportunity for you and you will be able to find the ways. Chalo, I am doing a lot of bad. Let me just stop talking and play some games. बहुत सोच रहे बंदे. अरे नहीं खेला उन्होंने. मैं क्यों बोल रही बहुत सोच रहे. रुक जी 7 को बिशप. एक सेकंड. या रुक जी 7 को ही इज प्लेड किंग सी. क्या हुआ है. हाँ, किंग डी 3 खेला इधर. वाइट प्लेड किंग डी 3. या दिस नाइस. It's nice. Shashank says on that note, one bullet. I'm taking a small break, 2 minute break. Yeah, Shashank. Also, I have 50 correspondence games going on chess. Karan, you're super addicted to chess. Okay, very nice. Oh, 98 क्यों खेला? That was preparation है क्या? Nice move. क्वीन एक्सचेंज का मन तो नहीं था, बट कर लिया. अरे मैंने ब्लंडर किया. अरे मैं क्या कर रही हूँ? ठीक है, चल गया वैसे भी. अच्छा चेक था, कोई मैं कर रही हूँ. Oh, good game, यार. You were playing really well on time. काफी blunders की opening में, but that was good. Oh, watching this one without the board is more fun. अरे यार. So guys, it was interesting. बहुत सारे blunders हुए. बुलेट गेम 2 मिनट का हुआ, जो दिखा नहीं, अनफॉर्चुनेटली. स्कॉच हुआ था, नाइट G8 गया. इधर एक ब्लंडर किया, रुकी 6 नहीं मारा. फिर इधर उसने ब्लंडर किया, फिर मैंने भी बिशप C4 की तैयारी की थी. सो दोनों ब्लंडर करते करते एंड यहाँ पे मुझे टाइम का थोड़ा प्रेशर आ गया था, बट उसका फ्लैग डाउन हो गया. सो कैसे मैं ब्लंडर किया यार? ओमकार से इफ वी बुक अर्ली देन विल वी गेट फ्रंट सीट्स. नहीं, ऐसा फ्रंट सीट्स का ऐसा नहीं है. इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट, बट द आफ्टर अ सर्टेन number of people, I think the ticket price will change. Shashank, knight G8 you should not gone. Knight G8. अभी तो दिख रहा है ना बोर्ड? Yes. I think I accepted, but it didn't go through. Karan Anvekar, Karanya Anvekar, I think you are addicted to chess. Let me see. Then you should be playing super fast. Have I played with you? I don't remember. Maybe not. That was a nice strategy in 1 minute. Ten bullet nahi Shravan, that's not possible because of a lot of challenges. But let's go to the game. गेम भी देखते हैं yes we are there. King d3, bishop e5 he played. Karan, you played well actually. I mean you had quite some control on moves, like बहुत सारे points पे you could have thought quite a lot, but you're really trying, and it was very hard to find a plan in 1 minute, especially in that closed position. Maybe you could have doubled the rooks earlier, tried to exchange, something like that. Yeah, your speed was very good. Pretty decent. मजा आया खेल के. A4 he played. Knight E4. Blunder. Oh my goodness. This is the position. But A4 के लिए guys, यहाँ पे actually bishop E5 खेला. इसने rook F7 खेला. Caruana played rook F7. Fine move. Now A4 go, it's a very tough position for white to play. If you see. Because if you go knight C4, anyway rook H3 is happening. We'll look at it in detail. C3 is hanging basically. Bishop C3 मर रहा है. अभी in general only ये मर रहा है. तुम क्या करोगे? So knight E4 उसने खेला because he wanted to defend the C3, which is very logical, yeah. And for rook H3, which has happened on the board, if you go king C2, the problem is, I'll ask the chat. Anyway, there are two moves which work. Basically, you are defending the C3 pawn. So either the king comes to D5, kicking away the knight, or the rook comes to E3. Same idea. You win the C3 pawn, and at the end, you are with 2 extra pawns, which is a big thing. So the main thing what Alireza did after king C6, king D3 was played, जहाँ पे instead of which knight C4, the move which we are looking at, was way more better. He played king D3, which gave more practical chances to Alireza. Rook G6 was maybe a better try. Because if you go king on... Oh! Oops. Blunder. Guys, white to play. Super blunder कर दिया है, white to play. Okay, Karan Advekar, I got it. Acha, this was a second. Atul Gupta, jago. अतुल गुप्ता जी ऐसे जागेंगे कि अभी रात भर नींद नहीं आएगी. वन मूव मेट C4, ऐसा भी मेट हो सकता है इधर. बढ़िया. Amazing. So over here, so that would be of course a blunder. Okay, let me see who were all awake by the way. Chess for Fun, Prashant Tiwari, Shravan Kumar, Dipanshu Malviya, Titan Debarma, Preetam Damaskar, Samil Dulani, Patrick Bro, Thas GGF, शशांक अश्वथ. अरे क्या बात है शशांक, काम अच्छे से करना. So going back to this game, King B5 खेला. अगर King B5 खेलते थे अगर, here white can now play C4 and King A4 को basically the Rook C6 ideas which we were looking at, very similar to that. But still he has to keep playing, keep finding the best defensive ideas. In the game we have reached this position, King D2 he played, Caruana has played King D2. And now, yeah, now you cannot go Rook E3 to attack. You can of course go King D5, but you can also ignore and you can just push the pawn on E3. Threat is A2. How do you stop? If you go Rook A7 or something, up King D5. So at the end of it, same है आगे पीछे करके. This knight finally has to move and you take care. So Ali Reza is winning. Yeah, Ali Reza is beating Caruana, fighting hard. How did Fabi miss King D5? Karan says, inspired by you guys, I once did commentary in my interbranch chess tournament at IIT Dharwad. Oh, nice. Awesome. That's great. Did the people enjoy? So I think guys, it's a matter of 5 minutes or something maybe when this game is going to get over, which means it's a matter of around 2 games or something for us to play. जब मैं बोलती हूँ अभी मैं खेलने जा रही हूँ तब चैलेंजेस शुरू हो जाते हैं. चलो पथिक पटिक 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 के साथ फर्स्ट टाइम खेल रही हूँ मैं. What's up, Patik Patik? You wanna play Sicilian? Let's go, let's go, let's go. What new you're gonna bring on the table? Okay, got it. Something new, that's interesting. Nice. Capture towards the center. कौन पुश कर रहे हो मेरे जैसे? बढ़िया, काफी बढ़िया. पीस मर चुका है आपका, काफी दुख की बात है पर सच्चाई भी है. सच्चाई कड़वी होती है, सबको पता है. ये क्वीन ब्लंडर किया था ना आपने, कोई बात नहीं अभी. Thank you. इतने अच्छे अपोनेंट हो आप. पथिक पटिक, वेल ट्राइड. अटैक करके पूरा का पूरा अपोजिट साइड कैसे. मजा आया. अभी एक मेल आया. 1 सेकेंड. आगे कुछ हुआ है क्या? यस, ही हैज प्लेड a3. He played a3 here. No, he played king d5 here. Simplistically attacking the knight. Trying to say कहाँ जाओगे. Knight f2 has been played. Now Ali Reza is thinking. He has 11 minutes. फिर उसका टाइम क्यों स्टॉप हो चुका है? हाँ, स्टार्ट हुआ. अभी स्टार्ट हुआ. Yeah, now what? Now he can take bishop c3. Simply, I think that's. He can also go rook h2. There's a pin there. The idea of bishop g3 going into a king pawn endgame. Oh, interesting. But ठीक है, bishop c3 is simple, yeah. Rook c3 is also possible. Maybe one more game. Final game, I think तब तक उनका खत्म हो जाएगा. Let's go. Tarun Beast has challenged me. अरे अरे बाप रे बाप रे, खतरनाक. क्या बात है, मजा आ गया. ये हुई ना बात, मजा आ गया. तरुण बीस्ट, आप ऐसे बीस्ट जैसे खेले हो. वो पॉन आपका c2 पे क्या ही डेंजरस था. पर थोड़ा सा टाइमिंग का सिर्फ गलत हो गया. नहीं नहीं, मजाक कर रही हूँ. बट ग्रेट स्पीड. यू हैड 7 seconds मोर देन मी. भार्गव पाटिल से अभी एक मेल है. लेट मी चेक. इट्स फ्रॉम पेटीएम इनसाइडर ऑफ 799. आहा, सो यू आर गोना प्ले टूर्नामेंट. भार्गव, क्या ही बात है. ऑसम. नाइस नाइस नाइस. इनका गेम चल रहा है क्या अभी भी? हाँ, हुआ गाइस. फ्यू मूव्स हैव बीन प्लेड. बिशप c3. ही प्लेड नाइट f2 को रुक टेक c3. बिशप टेक c3 नहीं मारा. रुक h2 भी नहीं खेले. ही प्लेड रुक टेक c3 नाउ. This just winning it. It's winning. It's winning. गावस्कर के साथ खेल रही हूँ. क्रिकेट का गेम होने वाला है अभी. इज वेरी स्ट्रांग. ओ, मेरा रेटिंग 19 के आगे गया. क्या बात है, क्या बात है. काफी कुछ एक्सचेंज हो गया है. थैंक गॉड. मेरे को लगा मैंने क्वीन ब्लूंडर ही कर दिया. ओह थैंक यू, ब्लंडर हो गया, इट वाज गावस्कर आपका, कोई बात नहीं। ओह इट वाज गावस्कर, यू प्लेड रियली फास्ट। ओपनिंग अच्छा खेला था, आपको एडवांटेज था एक्चुअली, बट वो क्वीन ब्लंडर किया, फिर थोड़ा दुख हो गया, फिर और एक ब्लंडर किया, फिर और थोड़ा दुख हो गया। आपके साथ ऐसे डर के मारे ब्लंडर हो जाता है पैट्रिक ब्रो। आई डोंट थिंक वर यू इट वाज गावस्कर, हु वाज इट वाज गावस्कर? आर यू इन द चैट बाय चांस? दीपांशु मालविया says it was me. अच्छा, ओके। दीपांशु, फिर why did you blunder? Because the way you were playing, it was pretty good. So the blunder was a little bit not expected. चलो हो जाता है, नर्वसनेस। यहाँ पे रुकेफाई खेला है गाइज इन द चैट। आई एम गोना आस्क यू वन मूव। अरे यार खेल दिया उसने, बट in case you've not seen it because it's not happened on the board yet, what should black play here? What should black play? That's the question. बिना देख के बताओ। एक ही मूव है यहाँ पे, अगर वो नहीं खेलोगे तो ड्रॉ हो जाएगा। एक ही मूव है ब्लैक टू प्ले, अगर वो नहीं खेलोगे तो ड्रॉ हो जाएगा। देयर इज अ वेरी strong threat which white has, which is exactly what you need to stop. That is what is seeing, is what is my opponent's idea. तब जाके ये मूव मिलेगी। ये देखो, मुझे जो मूव्स आ रहे हैं ना चैट में, वो है रुक B3, 93 का ब्लैक टू प्ले, ब्लैक टू प्ले किंग E5, मतलब हाँ मे बी वांट टू से किंग D4। ओके इंटरेस्टिंग। रुक B6, रुक B6 तो आ नहीं रहा है, सबका थोड़ा नोटेशन का प्रॉब्लम है। रुक B3 सबसे ज़्यादा है, बट इफ़ यू प्ले रुक B3 देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम विच इज़ नाइट G4 एंड यू लूज दिस बिशप, यू कैन नॉट रियली डिफेंड इट। रुक B2 चेक गया, किंग D3 गया, ये चेक आया, किंग E3 गया, एंड कब तक चेक्स दोगे? ये चेक दिया, ये खेला, परपेचुअल दोगे तो वाइट इज फाइन, इट्स अ ड्रॉ। important move, only move here for black is to play rook G3, which he of course played early, Riza, because you have to stop knight G4. Now question is, what if knight D3? But again, if knight D3 guys, what we should black play? If knight D3, what should black play? That has not yet happened, so it's a good question for all of you. पैट्रिक ब्रो सेइंग वो नींद में है तो नोटेशन थोड़ा खराब हो जाए। पैट्रिक ब्रो, अगर तुमको कोई नाम पूछेगा नींद में तो तुम हैट्रिक ब्रो तो नहीं बोलने वाले हो। नोटेशन का इशू है, नींद का इशू नहीं है। गिव द राइट रीजन। Oh, resigns, it's over. Rook G3 and he has resigned, because if you play knight D3, let me see, this was our final moment, it was the final question to all of you. It has not happened on the board because it need not. Before that Fabiano resigned, and I am going to all those who told the right answer, 6 people: Shivam, Prashant Tiwari, Chess for Fun, Karthik Kembai, Aniruddha Dhanevar, Samil Dolani, and a hip hop fanatic. You 6 people, and I think Anandeep Puri at that point of time. So all of you have found a last final answer for this candidates, which is now over. Well done guys. At 12:49 you were able to find this move. I'm very proud of you and very happy about it. King D3, it's a nice exchange sack. Just go A3, stop करना मुश्किल है। रुक f2 खेलोगे तो जस्ट गो c4 चेक, किंग इधर नहीं आ सकता है, इधर जाएगा तो a2 आएगा, किंग e3 गया, तो देन देर इज अ फाइनल ब्लो, बिशप d4 टेक्स, a2 a1 resign. So well done guys, that's really good to see all of you awake. We are here. Ali Reza OP guys. Caruana also OP, he was defending pretty well, but I think critical for him was this move, yeah, here king d instead, here also instead of king d3, practically knight c4 was still a very good chance for him. And I think important यहाँ पे it was very important to play rook g4. This would have surely given him a draw, but I think he missed it at that point of time. Not YouTuber says as usual, last answer भी मुझे नहीं मिला, हो जाता है, अच्छा है, stay motivated. अभी पैट्रिक ब्रो सिंह, मुझे फ्यूचर से कॉल आया था, इट्स गोना बी नेपो वर्सेस डिंग एंड नेपो बिट्स डिंग एंड बिकम्स अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, काफ़ी कुछ है. सो अभी श्रवण 10 गेम से उसने बोला है बेस्ट ऑफ 3 बुलेट गेम्स. श्रवण नॉट नाउ 3 बट some point, I don't know what's your rating. Asim, hi, awake. Caruana not in form, 4th loss of the tournament, he lost back to back 3 games. Yeah, but first half of the tournament he played really well, so things went wrong in the second half for him, I think, whereas for Ding it was the other way. Second half of the tournament he just kind of played super strong. So I think I'm gonna take off, as we had said that I will play until the game is going on and the game is ended, so we're gonna sleep. Tomorrow is gonna get a good break in the evening. It's been many days, and yeah, all of you, thank you so much for supporting us, supporting ChessBase India and Sagar. Please do like the stream, please do subscribe if you can, and it has been a pleasure having you, interacting with you, asking you questions, getting your answers, everything. It's all a teamwork, guys. So thank you very much, and see you very soon, and we'll do a special bullet stream, okay? I don't want to share it like this. I'll do a special one where it will be something interesting we can do. ठीक है, चलो, bye bye. Acha, by the way, before leaving, reading all of your comments, they're nice. Karan asked, what is the criteria for becoming a mod for this channel? Not spamming, people who spam, trying to, put that away. I don't know that whether a mod can do, but basically posting, sometimes we say some links or something, basically to be, it's like some slight work has to be done. So yeah, it's possible if you're regular to the channel that way, definitely. How excited are you are to meet Anish and Magnus and many more? Of course, Anish, I'm very excited to meet Anish. Magnus, I am more than excitement, it's a lot of nervousness, but Anish, it's always very exciting. Bye bye, guys. Take care. Have a good day today. Enjoy, stay positive, and think well. Bye bye.